Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. It is week 9, day number 4, and I'm very excited to bring you guys the last day of week 9's LPL action. Of course, yesterday was a very exciting day. Today I'm joined on the desk by Indiana Frosker in black, and of course Matthew Fish Stewart here as well. And guys, yesterday was a long day. How are we feeling?
After that roller coaster yesterday, pretty tired, but obviously excited. We've got some really important matches today concerning the the playoff run for Group B. It's a very tight group. Group A has pretty much shored itself up on everyone who's qualified. That's going to be QG, Team WE, Snake, and LG. Although I think WE and Snake might reverse positions, but we'll see.
Potentially.
Yesterday was great. We had 3 great best-of-3 series, and I'm excited for more.
Yeah, well, not sure whether I agree with you on the old great best-of-3 series, but they definitely were long. We experienced them. That most certainly happened. And a few things that we did actually learn was the fact that, yeah, of course, EPA falling to Snake, so out of that playoff run, as well as M3 not being able to make it through either after their defeat against QG.
Yeah, it was the...
a little bit rough.
Also, more importantly, LGD taking down Team WE in that 2-0 really solidified their
a swift
spot.
2-0.
Yeah, so really convincing 2-0 from LGD. No, it was a bit of a back and forth, a very close set and a very long set. But like you said, EPA, Masters 3, they will be playing promotion tournament. Yeah,
and so now sort of the teams to watch as we have a look at the playoffs as far as who has the opportunity to actually get in. It's going to be entirely Vici Gaming and Invictus Gaming, the only 2 teams that are actually fighting for that playoff spot, and we're going to see both of them today.
Yeah, and the big thing is also to look at their schedule coming up. So today, Vici Gaming will open us up against EDG, and Invictus Gaming will face Hyper Youth Gaming. But Vici and IG both have 2 games left to play, both against Hyper Youth Gaming, so effectively the last place team in the LPL, which should translate into free points, but turns out it could be a trap game, and then against RNG and EDG. So Invictus Gaming have to take down RNG, and Vici have to beat EDG, the top 2 teams in the group. So it's a very close, intense race.
It's almost going to fall down to the first game as well that we're going to see tonight, Vici going up against EDG, because that is the big game for Vici. Yes, they're going to be playing HYG later on in the
next week.
Next week, sorry. Yes, they're going to be playing HYG next week. But still, EDG is the team for Vici to beat in order to make sure that their playoff run is in their hands. So they have to win this game today.
Yeah, they most certainly do. Of course, being a loss behind is not necessarily something that you want moving into this sort of tie-break situation. And Vici arguably have the more difficult run because we just saw EDG fall to take down RNG in that 2-1 series, despite how close it was. I mean, Name on the board, like really exciting stuff, but EDG still managing to come out on top. So theoretically, the harder run is actually for Vici, the team that's actually behind and has to win both of these games.
And it's funny because we've started to see kind of a late game surge from all of these teams. Like EDG are returning to form. Vici Gaming are starting to spike back up. LGD coming out of nowhere and taking down victories, but you know it's very hot and cold. Whereas teams who have led the standings from the majority of the split, RNG, QG, they're starting to falter right before the finish line. And that's actually fairly common from these teams historically, but we'll see if they can clean it up into playoffs because we got 1 more week to go.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And as you can see, Team WE actually tied with Snake now after yesterday, as they did fall to LGD. Snake actually managing to take down their opponents. As you can see, Group B still neck and neck as Vici 6 wins against IG's 7. Which is the terrifying thing. Of course, Vici really need to grab that extra victory, but couldn't do it.
Well, there's also OMG, who's right there. So if things go disastrous for OMG, I mean, like, Group B is so tight, and we're just unclear. Like it's going to come down to the wire who's going to take that last spot.
Well, let's have a look at the matchups for today. It is going to be Vici taking on EDG, a matchup that we were talking about before. As you can see, it is going to be the standard EDG roster.
No Athena.
No Athena, no change-ups. We've got HYG versus Invictus Gaming, the classic trap game for IG, a team that has struggled with consistency in the past.
Yep, but it looks like Rain will be on their roster as opposed to Time. But this is the really curious one. It is going to be Name fronting for RNG. So Whoosh on the bench, Name stepping up. Again, the last run of the split. Suddenly they're like, let's change up the roster. Different AD carry.
Yeah, let's put in the domestic king that has had sort of like the title of LPL champion for so long. Of course, not last year. Possibly, you know, not the one before that, but definitely has historically been very domestically powerful. Yes. Exactly.
Well, he had a great opening game as well. Picked up a pentakill for himself in that matchup. Saved the game for his team almost. So Excited to see him play again today?
Yeah, it's almost weird calling that an opening game as well, because that's sort of like his opening game on the classic RNG roster, but it's not the first time that we've seen the man.
We make the joke.
The R&B?
No, not R&B. Devil versus Name. So Name used to have a different ID. It used to be Devil when he was on Positive Energy in 2013 when he laned with Sika, and he carried... I mean, if you've seen Positive Energy, that team was just... It was all about their bottom lane. There was nothing else, and he carried that team to an LPL title. Then he joins EDG in 2014, has the Name ID. EDG win that one. And then, of course, in 2015, he steps down when Deft picks up the board. But the joke is always that if Name goes off and he goes crazy, like aggressive, that's Devil. And then Name is kind of like the very passive, like control-oriented AD carry. But that was the big thing. When Name was... in his prime and his peak, the beauty of it is that he could play both the like imp and def style. He can go super aggressive, be the Uzi in your face, or he can like pull it back, be that self-sufficient Wei Xiao-esque AD carry.
We saw a lot of that Devil come out during that game, especially.
Yeah, I was just going to say though, what is it with EDG players and having split personalities?
Dark clear love, light clear love.
Yeah, what the heck is this? It seems like you get like one or the other each time around.
It's almost like they pick really good players for their organization that are versatile and multifaceted.
That is true. I think versatile is probably a better way to describe it as opposed to being split personality. But of course, Name is a fantastic player to watch as well. I mean, as far as teamfight positioning, and one thing that I love, and it's a thing that Froskerin doesn't necessarily, I don't know, find as much joy in, but what he buys when he goes back to the shop. Name is a genius when it comes to picking up the most damage-effective items with the money that he has. Like, his ability to calculate on the fly is unbelievable. So I'm excited to see him when he does hop onto the Rift. Of course, that is going to be our final matchup of the day, so make sure you guys are hanging around for that one. Because, you know, we've got a lot of League of Legends to come at you tonight. And sort of EDG, now with Pawn back in, I mean, what's your thoughts on the old Athena Pawn? As we do have a look at Vici, which is a little bit unfortunate.
Let's actually start with Vici since they're going to come up on our screen. So it is going to be the standard lineup, Caveman, Endless, Easyhoon, Dandy, and Long. Now the big thing about Vici is they're starting to really come together cohesively as a team, kind of like their EPA rise, if you will. Like before, they were really only 1 or 2 members, and now they're actually 5 people working together. Big issue, though, is that this team cannot 5v5. It's gotten a little bit better. They thrive in skirmishes simply because they have people like this guy on your screen, Dandy, who, of course, has always been multifaceted, very talented player, alongside and in tandem with Easyhoon. But in a big 5v5 arena, especially if Endless needs to step up and be that hard carry for them, they tend to falter. So the thing that you want to look for Vici is how they play around the map and how they skirmish around the map.
Another big thing is that they have to use a lot of resources into their bottom lane. So we are going to take a look at Endless and Caveman in just a second. And a lot of times they play their bottom lane the same way. They push out the waves, they stay as safe as possible, and it doesn't work out for them time and time again. That being said, it means that Lung, Dandy, and Easyhoon have to use a lot of resources to make sure their bot lane stays alive and stays ahead as well. And sometimes it works when Endless steps up, but when he doesn't, it just completely falls apart.
No,
they're role players, right?
Completely agree. But you saw Caveman picking up the Bard there. I expect Bard to actually be a contested pick this series, just because Vici are using it to try to buff up and compensate for their weak bottom lane. Yeah,
sort of helping them in the early laning phase. Of course, we heard yesterday, you know, Bard, Lucian, Elaine. Another example of pretty terrifying to go up against in that 2v2. But here's EDG on your screen right now. Of course, the Pawn Athena question was what I opened this series up with. A little bit unfortunately because we started with Vici, but I'm going to start it again. How are we feeling about both of these mid laners? Pawn's been up and down.
Yeah, but that's classic Pawn.
Exactly. I love it. Fantastic. You just never know what to expect.
A big thing, though, is that Azir's come back into rotation. Obviously, Easyhoon's known as the big Azir player, but Pawn found a lot of success on Azir in the LPL, and I expect that to also be a big contested pick between these two teams. But the scary thing for me is that EDG love to elongate the lane phase. They have one of the latest tower averages in the LPL, which tells me that they stall out taking down towers, and it's more about finding standard lanes and just kind of farming your lane opponent and opening up space for Clear Love to challenge the enemy jungler.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Of course, Pawn there on your screen right now, but Koro, we sort of skipped over him just a little bit. Back on the Maokai, back on his sort of big tanks, and can utilize these fantastic teleport plays that we've been expecting of him and hasn't necessarily been able to do in the games where they were faltering earlier on in the season. We'll see whether he is going to be able to get his hands on that. As there's Deft on your screen, of course, with Sivir back in the meta, everyone's eyes are on Deft.
Yeah, and that's also kind of where Vici are vulnerable. It's that Endless Caveman matchup versus Mako and Deft, which that's just going to be rough.
And it almost feels like the top side of the map as well, having Koro, Clearlove, and Pawn up in those lanes, it's going to be difficult for them, for Vici, to allocate those resources to the bottom lane like they normally do because they're up against Koro, Clearlove, and Pawn. They're not going to allow them to do that with ease, so it's going to be difficult for them to help out Endless and Caveman.
Yeah, we actually look at Vici as being a little bit of this sort of top-heavy style of team where Endless and Caveman are generally there as facilitators. Dandy often has to go down there, try and get them a lead so that they can be self-sufficient, often needing a little bit of his time, whereas the top side of the map, Long has definitely stepped up for the team. This guy has been quite impressive over quite a few of their games. And, you know, Easyhoon, coming over from SKT, even though he was a sub, still a fantastic player, but it's just about meshing them together and having to deal with Endless and Caveman not necessarily being able to be self-sufficient without any jungle pressure at all.
Yep.
We'll see whether they can actually get that done. We are in Champion Select, though, ladies and gentlemen, as Gragas, Kalista, and Braum are going to be taken away from the side of Vici, as the Easyhoon special is coming out from Edward Gaming, some bans that we do often see from anyone up against Vici, and if it's not a Zia band last, I have a feeling they've done something wrong.
I was going to say, it's going to actually be Kindred, although I was going to prefer the Nidalee ban.
I was going to say no, because now Lulu's left up, Nidalee's also available, and the Azir. There are so many options now for Vici that they have to choose. EDG definitely get 2 power picks in the next round.
I would say second rotate. You don't have to pick up Azir here simply because you have the Lulu, although it can be flexed into Long's hands. We've seen him play it, but it's an insta-lock on Poppy.
Yeah,
I would say you should pick up Nidalee here. That said, Clearlove has a bit more of a flexible jungle pool on this patch in particular. We've seen him take Sejuani, Evelynn. He can do the Nidalee. And now they're actually going to prioritize
Finally,
Sivir.
some Sivir prioritization, guys.
Dandy's only played 5 jungle champions this split already. Whereas Clearlove, he's played
But
a whole variety.
Also talk about why Dandy's only played 5 jungle champions. It's not because Dandy can't, it's because he's like, oh my god, I need to hard carry my team. The only way I can do that is on Graves. I'd love to play Sejuani, but I need to do the damage.
He has played 16 games with that champion, looking like he wants to make it number 17 in this matchup, as they do pick up Graves and Bard in their next rotation.
And there's that Bard pickup that we were talking about, which pretty much is there to compensate for the inexperience in Vici's bot lane. Bard is a very potent and powerful 2v2 or 1v1 champion due to his extra damage on meeps.
Yep, the old Meep auto. Pretty ridiculous
Just
stuff.
slaps you like a truck.
Yeah, and we saw Moore actually playing it yesterday on QG. Moore, a player that we've spoken about as the weak link of QG, but he played the champion beautifully. We saw exactly how dominant this champion is in the laning phase especially. As Pawn breaking our hearts once again by hovering the Talon for an incredibly long time. A champion that he has a skin on. It isn't going to play it, as Nidalee's going to be locked in for Clearlove. Bit of a no-brainer there. As Endless locks in the Lucian, this makes a lot of sense. A very strong lane in the 2v2.
Yep.
I'm actually really surprised that they are leaving counter pick to mid lane as opposed to just insta-locking the Azir. Like, that's the beauty about Azir, is that he can be played everywhere.
Yeah. But the classic EDG, they can do whatever they want, really, with this final pick. Pawn's champion pool is more like a champion...
Ocean?
Yeah, I was going to say ocean, but like, what's a bigger word than ocean? I'm not sure whether there is one.
No, ocean's the biggest.
That is probably the biggest, isn't it? Unless there's a planet that is all water. That would be Pawn's champion pool.
It's going to go for the Twisted Fate. Okay.
I hope so.
We do have the Echo also picked up, so quickly touching on that, that will go into the top lane. I don't think Easyhoon's going to take Echo mid lane, and how Echo works is he's effectively pseudo-Poppy. It's very sticky, gets very tanky. They're going to build him Bruiser utility, and it's just about sticking to people, chasing them down. He's got good split push pressure, especially if he gets ahead. He's got flexible itemization.
And if you're ever in a team fight and you get smacked away by Poppy's ultimate, you immediately come back.
He's another one of those champions who has incredible amounts of damage without having to build damage, and has good CC, very tanky as well, especially with his ultimate. So they have been picking up as a nice bruiser up in the top lane. Like Frostgreen said, very, very sticky. As Pawn, he might actually be playing Victor in this game.
It's actually interesting. His ultimate makes it... Like, it makes his ultimate less effective if you build tank, because of course it's about how much damage you've taken in the last couple of seconds, as opposed to in the last, 3-minute fight that you've had smacking each other with wet noodles. So slightly less healing is going to come back from the ultimate, but still very, very powerful, especially with the base damages that he does have and the extra movement speed that you get from your passive. Not to mention the old phase dive. It's just a little bit good on this side of Tank Echo, but exciting matchups here as Pawn actually decided to take the Victor into the Lulu. So
He's also got teleport.
Yeah.
So we've got double teleport on either side, Poppy and Victor, as well as Lulu and Echo. This is a very standard Vici gaming composition, but do not be fooled. Easyhoon's purpose in this comp is not to serve Endless, it is to serve Dandy. He is going to be the primary benefactor of the gold and the primary carry for the team. Likewise, Easyhoon will also itemize into an early Lich Bane if he stays true to history and try to act as the secondary carry as opposed to just a supportive Lulu.
Yeah, possibly a split pusher. But, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into our first game of the day. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the rift for game number 1 of week 9, day 4 of the LPL. Our final day for this particular week as Vici are going to be taking on EDG. Classic Vici comp, as Froskerin mentioned before. EDG with a lot of tools in order to carry.
EDG comp.
Yeah, it's sort of both, isn't it? Clash of styles now. And I just find it so interesting. Spoken to Spawn about it a lot. The old Graves Lulu combination, he's not really that much of a fan. But they do it a lot.
I think it's just, I mean, I understand where Spawn's coming from, but I think it's just about Dandy, you know, why does he only play 5 champions? And it's not because he can't play the other champions. It's simply like, these are the champions, and this is the responsibility that he needs to take in Vici Gaming. He has to be the carry. So he has to play champions like Kindred, Nidalee, Graves, Rengar. He doesn't get the luxury of pulling out, you know, the tank or the Evelynn. Whereas Clearlove, he's got so many different carries on his team.
Yeah, he can play Nocturne if he wants to, and does.
Or he can play Sejuani.
Exactly.
And we just took a look at the Keystone Masteries as well. Nothing too surprising. Top side of the map is completely similar. Grasping and Dying.
Strength of the Old
Strength
Ages.
of the Ages. Thunderlords in the mid lane. Bottom lane is a little bit of a mix-up. You have further battle on Lucian, whereas Warlord's Bloodlust and Sivir.
Though, right, isn't it?
So, I think we've seen a lot of Lucians go with the Warlord's Bloodlust as well, because he does like to build Essence Reaver.
It's just
we have seen one.
Yeah, flexibility. Obviously, utilizing both of those masteries, but like you said, typically Essence Reaver builders will go Warlords to compensate for the lifesteal coming out 4th item slot.
And we saw Mako as well. He picked up Windspeaker's Bursting. I know you're a big fan of that.
Yep. Just better for the AoE team. I explain it all the time. It's because he has an AoE heal, and Windspeaker's Blessing works off of the AoE heal, and he's got the only one in the game, other than Sona.
And
It's a reverse Aegis.
Uh-huh.
It's the armor.
We actually see Vici initiate a lane swap. So Long did head down into the bottom lane, picks up the 3 melee minions for himself, and Endless and Caveman walk up towards the top lane, which immediately pushes Korra out, who runs into a Bard who's already roaming inside of the jungle. Caveman being a little bit of a nuisance.
Yeah, both of these top laners trying to meet up with their junglers. It's pretty standard to see EDG look for standard lanes. Again, they elongate the lane phase. They prefer to take winning lane matchups and just open up space for Clearlove to do his thing. Yep. They have the highest dragon control in the entire LPL. So EDG win through their jungle, and they use their lanes to just win on their own and create space for him. Vici, also a very macro-heavy team, so no surprises to see them look for the lane swap. We'll see how they bounce the wave, though.
I'd really like to see if this alleviates any of the pressure that we normally see put into Endless and Caveman's bottom lane. I'd like to see if Vici still have to distribute a lot of resources towards that bottom lane now that they've gone for the lane swap. But EDG have finally crashed on towards the first turret, and so have Vici. They actually have 3 members up in the top lane and bottom lane beating down on this turret. Nidalee is actually going to be joining them in the bottom lane, whereas Graves has decided to opt out with helping Vici in this push up in the top lane.
So now the question becomes, with the added pressure of Nidalee and having 4-man down there, do they consolidate their wave and try to go for a race on the tier 2 tower? Nope. As they back up, it looks like they're actually just going to let the creeps die here and give Korra all the experience and try to bounce it.
Well, it looks like Vici are very, very close when it comes to taking these turrets. So both top laners going to be the benefactors. These outer turrets are going to be the only ones to fall. And one thing I do want to talk about is EDG, you mentioned they've got the highest dragon control rate. Oh, there it is. Don't worry. Easy peasy. No need to worry. Both of our top laners bouncing the waves nicely. But EDG have actually switched their focus just a little bit very recently to a little bit more Rift Herald focus as Clearlove actually looking for something here as EasyHoon does have to flash away. The red buff doing some work there as the Nidalee is going to pounce on through. A lot of extra pressure now as Deft. Nice spell shield, but he's in trouble. Has to blow the heal. A lot of damage comes out as the magical journey's there. The flash, the pulverize as they come out. And that's going to be first blood for Deft right onto the tower. Mako with a huge play. The cow just takes the journey home. That was beautiful.
And you could see the mentality from Vici Gaming saying, okay, they're going to rotate their duo up into the top lane because they gave Koro the solo experience. So let's set a trap. Let's wait for them to walk towards the lane, possibly lay down some vision for safety. But a massive outplay from Mako right there. And it really was just the magical journey.
Yeah.
Right into the pulverize, kicks him back into the tower, and Deft picks it up with the Q. Great flash.
That was not as magical as he wanted it to be.
The fact that he hits both of them, that was magical.
Unbelievable. Well, Long actually going aggressive here as the heroic charge doesn't stun Koro. Does have to use the flash to get out of the way. The flash is followed there by Long, but he may make it underneath the turret. One more auto attack. May have done it with the passive, but no, Long is going to go back. He used his teleport, and they've traded flashes now.
So Flash is burnt down in the bottom lane, but Koro still does have his teleport available. He may be able to get back into his lane. In fact, it is going to be both the teleports used by EDG here, so it will be Pawn and Koro heading back into their respective lanes to pick up the farm where they can.
This does slow down the classic EDG throws or shows up in your lane with 3 people.
Yep, which is good for Vici.
But still, as we take a look back at the top lane, Endless, he is now a death down against Deft.
But he's actually up in itemization right now because he got the back end. So you have the Cole and the Doran's Blade on Deft, but you have an extra longsword on Endless. So he's technically stronger.
And they're still able to get the heal off of Deft earlier. Endless and Caveman didn't blow any of their summoners as they went through a magical journey to the Endless's doom. But Endless, he's actually going to get engaged on by Deft, and Mako actually dashes sideways, evading the heal almost.
Massive.
Not
pulverize.
even going to take the second one on the way back.
Oh!
Oh, almost gets taken out.
Oh,
Deft
flash.
actually flashing forwards, gets a couple auto attacks off.
Good
Endless
heal.
will be able to heal.
Clearlove possibly looking for the dive, though. The best execution of that was the fact that the creep wave had just died, so Mako choosing to go aggressive and pulling the trigger there simply because there were no creeps in front of Endless, so he immediately started tanking all of the creep aggro, which was a cannon wave, as well as the pulverize.
You can see Dandy able to utilize that Raptor Sense in order to clear out some vision here as Clearlove is going to slink back into his jungle. Deft heading back home. We'll see what he manages to pick up. BF Sword now. That item advantage that you were talking about
is
non-existent. But Endless will get some free time, which is definitely good. Dandy sneaking around here, but not able to counter jungle too much away as Clearlove farming up very quickly. 32 to 25 now as Dandy's actually looking to go aggressive. Smokescreen goes over.
The issue is that Clearlove does not have his bottom lane, but Deft's walking.
Long and Koro,
once
though,
again.
going to fight it out down in the bottom lane. Koro does have his shield available. Long looking to try and do something sneaky. Gets the grasp on the Undying proxy, but he's low on mana and health. Koro is still charging forward, looking to find an opportunity to take him down. Instead, they're just going to back off. Long's going to head back to base and heal up.
See Mako continuing to be aggressive. I mean, this is supposed to be a very dangerous lane on the side of Vici, but EDG are playing so incredibly confidently against it.
I like that Dandy is... what he's trying to do is he's trying to reset the wave, but it's forced to 3v3 as Clearlove responds.
Yep, double pulverize coming in here as well as Clearlove's going to make his way through. The exhaust is down as Endless is going to get flashed on, and Clearlove's going to pick up that kill. Magical Journey going to get immediately followed now as Caveman so low, and the double kill comes out for the Nidalee. Now Mako stalking his prey, and Dandy in so much trouble as we just check out Clearlove for a moment. Spear is going to go wide, and they're not going to dive the turret, but 3 kills now for EDG.
Yep, so Dandy does manage to get out of that one. You actually saw Mako as he came out of the magical journey. He sidestepped to make sure that A, he wasn't going to eat the cosmic binding, but also didn't even attempt to steal the kill on Bard.
I like this from EDG.
Steal the kill. Wow.
Secure.
Secure the kill.
I like this from EDG, putting a lot of pressure onto Endless and Caveman. Definitely the right lane that you should be targeting to try and take down Vici. And because Pawn and Koro have been able to put a lot of pressure into their solo lanes, EasyHoon and Long not able to distribute their resources up top. Dandy tries, but EDG still come out on top with Clearlove up there.
And Vici had to expect this. Again, Dandy's up there because he's trying to assist his team in resetting the wave. It wasn't like he was sneakily setting up a gank. He was walking into the lane to try to help Lucian and Bard get that wave underneath the tower so they could be put in a little bit of a safer situation. But like I said, that forces Clearlove to respond, and it's just a great, better reaction play from EDG.
Yeah, and I actually love seeing this out of EDG. It's something that was missing when they weren't necessarily looking as strong, which is knowing what the enemy team wants to do before they actually do it.
Yep.
And it looks like they've really got a handle on how this meta is unfolding and what these teams need to actually accomplish in order to beat them around the map and then countering effectively. As we saw, I mean, Clearlove's positioning in that last 3v3, something that they could actually take advantage of is now Caveman stalking here in the brush.
Hello?
Mako gets a nice headbutt pulverize as the boomerang is going to fly through, but Mako does actually have to use the flash. He may not survive as Def. Decent spell shield. He's trying to take down Caveman. The teleports are coming in. Def picks up the kill as Clearlove is going to make his way in. Now the Nidalee actually might be in trouble, but Koro's managed to teleport in, gets a fantastic heroic charge as the spear, max range onto Endless, but the ultimate comes out as Koro just knocks everyone away. Mako is going to fall down, but Endless is going to die. Pawn with a lot of damage, but they do take down Koro. Lung is a monster, and he's going to be able to get on top of the Nidalee. Vici with a fantastic skirmish is now Pawn. He's trying to run away.
Is this an ace?
The polymorph's going to come in, and that is almost the ace as Def just respawned.
That said, though, they kill all 5 members at 10 minutes, and that's what we were talking about, the skirmishing. Yes, it was technically all 10 members up in one side of the map, but that was a very split team fight. EasyHoon and Dandy coming up in trump.
Well, let's see it again.
This was an aggressive play onto Caveman, which just didn't work out. Vici had the numbers advantage at the start.
An excellent positioning from this magical journey to get Dandy behind there. Deft plays this so well, though, dodging so many of Dandy's damage and skill shots, but he's funneled down towards EasyHoon, and EasyHoon will pick up that kill. So now Pawn and Koro are on the back part of this fight, and they've pretty much pincered in Vici as that max range spear comes through. But Long shows up just in the nick of time and is able to reset position after Koro Poppy ults him away and does so much damage on the return.
Yep.
It's just Vici clean up crew afterwards, so...
It was just the counter of Echo.
And this is what Vici want. Having all their resources into their bottom lane duo, assisting them when things go south, and they're able to tie out the kill board and actually get a small gold lead for themselves. They are about 500 gold up at the moment, but EDG will be able to respond with taking a Rift Tower from themselves as Vici work on taking down the bot lane outer turret. Caveman and Endless raining down some damage onto that structure. EDG will follow suit up in the top lane with the Rift Tower buffed.
Yeah, this is true. It does mean that this wave is going to get thinned out before Endless takes down the turret, but it's going to be answered very quickly with the buffed up minions, exactly like you said. So EDG answering back nicely.
Yeah, they effectively took 2 objectives, the Herald as well as trading for the tower for the one of Vici, despite the fact that they lost the team fight.
Yeah. You can see Long trying to deal with this minion wave. Does so quite nicely there with the Q. Now, yeah, this is just the power of Sivir. Cuts down these minion waves like butter.
They have the Rift Herald buff pushing on here, but here comes the Tempered
Good
Fate. Koro,
flash.
he's going to get locked down. Dandy's going to try and put the smoke screen out to deny some vision. The Tempered Fate was able to lock them down for some time as Koro is able to knock one person back, but the magical journey gives Vici an advantageous position. They take down Deft, who was just hovering in the back lines, and Endless will be able to get a couple of auto attacks up and will be able to take down the Poppy. Vici find 2 more picks.
This Bard has to be contested right now. It is doing
good.
so much work for Vici. And Caveman looks phenomenal on it. Not only is Bard just a perfect champion for everything that they want to do and is setting up all of these brilliant plays for them, but Caveman has really found a champion that he shines on, and he's able to step up and be another carry for the team.
That's exactly right. And EDG now just sort of wandering around, wondering what they can actually achieve at this point. You can see Long able to get a big push towards the top side, now extended his lead to about 10 CS as well as those 3 kills and a couple of assists. Koro, it's going to be rough for him to try and answer that split push if it does end up happening. Clearlove has his red buff warded. See whether he's going to still be able to secure it. Pulls it out. He's going to be able to take that one down. If Nidalee can do anything, it is farm.
The scary thing for Vici, however, is this gold lead that they've amassed
Acquired.
going to be enough? Because still, when it comes to a full 5v5, not only do EDG have a great composition for it that is very well documented through their history of them being able to play, but they're also incredible at team fighting in Dragon and Baron pits.
We'll have to see how those team fights take place between Vici and EDG, as Clearlove, speaking of the Dragon Pits, is working on trying to take down the first Dragon buff of the game. Already got it down towards half health, and nobody from the side of Vici is going to be able to contest this. So Dragon and Rift Herald being controlled by EDG for most of this game.
They have the highest dragon control in the league. Like Atlas said, their Rift Herald control is getting slightly better, but still a little bit slow on the uptake.
True. Well, this tower takes actually half of its health. Vici do manage to fend off the EDG push, but that's a red buff stolen away from Clearlove as well. The Nidalee, now that she can farm so incredibly quickly with that Runic Echoes, is definitely doing some work as Pawn, the selfish mid laner himself, takes away the little Sentinels as well. What a jerk. He's not necessarily Wayless level, but, I mean, that is just rude.
Doesn't that just burn?
No, it does. Not good news. Does have a needlessly large rod as well as a couple of upgrades. As Pawn actually wanders out of the way casually of the Tempered Fate. We'll be absolutely fine. Just continues farming. So you're going to have to bring more than that, boys.
I wanted to step forward anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
The closer I am to laser you.
I didn't even notice. It was very, very close. You saw him actually walk back. It was just
I think something just
so
landed behind
casual.
me.
Yeah. This is my normal movement pattern. What are you guys doing?
That's the fun thing about Pawn is, I swear, you think that after a trade, oh, okay, he's going to back up. He just won the trade. It's fine. No, he always steps forward.
Oh, yeah. It's like the Vasily tactic. Why he was so powerful in NA, because everyone expects him to walk away from a skill shot. No. He's going to run into you.
You better aim this properly.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
the best defense is a good offense.
Yes.
Yeah. Or he just didn't have any defense. This wasn't his thing. Didn't spec into that.
It's like the boxer who,
I
just
always
takes
view
the hits
Pawn
to break
as-
the other person's hands.
He just like randomly streaks through the mid lane. He just like, he accumulates all of this attention and everyone just wants to kill him and he just does his own thing and it just allows EDG to do whatever else they want on the map. Just
Quick
around
guys
him.
through the quad to the gymnasium.
Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful. Well, Clearlove continues to farm things up here. Actually starting to pull ahead. Oh, it's only ahead by 1. I take it all back. As Dandy has been putting the jungle on farm at the same time. The Warrior Enchantment helping out the Graves a lot, especially with that AoE auto attack.
And the scoreboard really tells the story of Vici. All the kills and the assists are on the top side, whereas all the deaths on the bottom side of their team.
Big thing though is that where the gold is allocated, Dandy has 5 assists, whereas Easy Hoon is going to be your primary carry on the Lulu. And yes, right now, Easy Hoon still hurts because it's relatively early in the game that Lulu's still relevant in her damage output.
Yeah.
But if this game goes later and later, that gold lead's going to mean less and less than it would on maybe a Fed Graves.
Speaking of Iziun, he's already picked up his Abyssal Scepter.
It's against Victor.
Is he going to be picking up a Void Staff next?
No, Rabbidan's Death Cap. Ain't it? No, just surely not. Second, no.
I don't think you would go. The only reason you would go like second Void Staff is if you were really far behind the clock and you needed the penetration to even compensate for damage in mid-game.
Well, we'll have to see what he does pick up. Can't really pick up the full Rabadons or just get the components anymore as this build is full.
They're in
Can't carry
trade.
more than 6. But EDG looking to try and take down this bot lane in the turret. And
He
Rift
may
Herald
actually
does
be
go
going
to Echo.
for Lichbane as well, because of course Aether Wisp and yeah, that could be another option.
We talked about how he likes to do the Lich Bane
He
on
does.
Lulu, especially second, because he likes to step up and be that secondary carry. So if you go for the Lich Bane, obviously you're more carry Lulu. If you go for the Death Cap, you're giving more out of your shield because it's flat AP as well as for your wild
And
growth.
movement speed, yeah.
Yep. I was thinking, is it Lichbane? It can't be there. Remove that item from Sheen. He builds out of mana anymore. Nope, that's Aether Wisp now.
Yeah, it certainly is.
But looking at the other side as well, Pawn, he's got his Sheen available. So it looks like he's going to be building towards a Lichbane eventually. Does have a needlessly large rod as well. So a big ability power item and a Sheen coming out.
No,
And look at this,
Koro.
Koro. He's in a bit of trouble, Atlas.
Yeah, he most certainly is. As Endless is trying to get some damage down. Nice heroic charge to close some distance, but does have the flash. He's going to use it as well as the Magical Journey is going to counteract that one. Mako with a massive knock-up, and Deft is there. They do take down Koro, but is EDG going to be able to answer back? Now with a man disadvantage. Mako does have the ultimate running. They are at least going to be able to disengage, but Vici, 5 members in the top lane.
That was crazy to engage on, to think that you had the counter engage at all right there. Koro did buy a lot of time burning his flash over the wall before he went down, but Mako put himself in quite a bit of trouble because Pawn cannot enter this fight.
Yeah, actually, Deft able to grab the red buff here as well as Clearlove started that one off for him. 4 members of EDG are actually going to answer here as the spear does come through. Long with a fair bit of damage down. Gravity Field in a decent spot there for Pawn, but he throws down the Parallel Convergence. Tempered Fate, he's going to get him this time. But I'm not sure how much they're actually going to be able to get out of it as Deft is there with a lot of damage. Spears flying through now as EDG on the offensive. You can see Koro, he's managed to teleport in.
Just push mid.
Yeah,
You've
they're
got the
just gonna
health
head
advantage.
straight over there.
Yep. They've got the inside track and the health advantage. This should be a free objective. EasyHoon trying to stave them off.
And I was going to say they ganked the teleport lane, so they had the numbers advantage, but Koro being able to teleport back after Vici looked for an extended team fight. They pick up an objective for themselves. EDG making the best out of the worst situation, and it looks like they came out on top as well.
It's another red buff gone as Dandy's just saying, come on, man, I'm the Graves. How am I losing buffs? This is ridiculous. Clear Love just takes it down so fast.
That said, 30 seconds to Dragon. Again,
Yep.
EDG, that's a big objective for them. They should be resetting their position and walking to that pit or making sure that they at least have control of it.
Yeah, of course. Baron is going to be up in 20 seconds as well. So no Harold left remaining. We'll see when they're going to start looking around that area. Deft, parallel convergence has to be dealt with right now as long it's going to put him in position to grab the shield, but they do lose the turret. Vici with a nice counter push.
Also gives them control coming into this pit area just because the creeps will be pressured forward against EDG.
Well, Clear Love actually just going to take the blue buff, make sure that Vici can't steal it away.
Yeah, the mismanage of the Dragon timer means that EDG are going to give up 2 objectives, so great counterplay from Vici and frankly just disorganized and lazy from EDG.
Yeah, exactly.
They pick
Pawn
up-
towards the top side of the map.
Yep, they pick up the second dragon for themselves. Pawn did have teleport for him, but the rest of EDG just not quite in position to contest for that dragon. And Vici were able to head back to base after that prolonged exchange. They picked up the Lich Bane onto Ludo, like we were talking about. They've got a couple of items on Echo as well. Graves picked up a Hex Drink on top of everything else. And Essence Reaper with Zeal picked up for Lucian. So a huge item advantage for Vici moving into that fight, whereas EDG, they were forced to go back to base.
This Echo is unkillable right now, like you said.
So
Has that
huge.
Sunfire as well as the Spirit Visage, and then his ultimate on top of it.
Whew.
Yeah,
Parallel
parallel
convergence.
convergence. Yeah, also there for the big shield. With the added resistances, it's a little bit more difficult to get through him. You see, building up towards that Iceborne Gauntlet will be that incredibly sticky Echo. I mean, he already was. He barely needed help being more sticky. Doesn't actually matter. He's now just going to be very difficult to deal with, and we'll see whether Lung is going to be able to carry his team through. Because EDG, I mean, you look at that late game and you're like, well, we got Sivir. So no worries. And they're against a lot of short range. I mean, this is sort of a time for Sivir to really shine against a comp like this.
It's also kind of the Venn diagram of murder anytime Victor is in a composition. Well, now you have your Beyblade Arena and your Chaos Storm, and if those ever come on top of each other, chances are...
Beyblade Chaos Arena?
Yeah,
Oh man, I
you
want to
get
buy that
crit
expansion.
crit twice as the laser comes through you.
Oh my god. Space Beyblades.
Oh, just imagine the ricochet on the death laser.
Oh, Jesus.
There's some synergy for you.
Oh, Mako going to poke his head out here as EDG was setting up some sort of aggressive play. Mako just wandering over this ward saying, oh, get me, I'm a cow. No, 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 not this time.
Moo, I'm a cow.
Oh, moo, moo. No, Vici not going to fall for it at all. As long as he's going to continue splitting on the bottom side. We'll see Koro actually down here to answer, and we'll see how he does in this 1v1.
Don't think you can answer that Echo anymore. Echo's just going to jump onto Poppy's face.
I'm one of those people who I think Poppy deserves to be bullied a bit. I'm just so tired of dealing with that champion.
Yeah.
Dashes me nothing to heroic charge. You know what? Have Echo.
I am
How's it feel,
Exactly.
Poppy?
I'm
You
tired
jerk.
of dealing with Echo. That champion is not fun. Not fun to play against.
I'm a big fan of Echo.
I like Echo. I think he's a lot of fun because, like, even if you lose to an Echo, he's done something really cool in order to kill you. So it's like, oh, nice, kudos.
Doesn't just hit you into a wall.
Yeah, he doesn't just, like, do a button at you. It's like getting killed by a Draven. It's like 2 auto attacks and I'm dead. Well, that's not fun. Where's the counterplay, boys? Master Yi. Nah, not great. Echo, at least, he's dashed around a bit. Press an R button.
Oh, at least looks fancy.
Exactly. Well, you can see it was actually the Lich being picked up here by EasyHoon, now going towards some sort of needlessly large rod item. Could be a Luden's Echo if he wants to go down the movement speed train. I do like that build a lot. But could certainly be that Rabbidan's Death Cap picked up next item as well. As Vici in a fair bit of control at the moment, but only 1,000 gold in the lead. This game well and truly anyone's at this point.
Yeah, EDG slowing down the pace of the game. Again, they like to play within those dragon windows.
Oh, Long doing his best Gimgoon impression right now.
We've seen this with a lot of teams
Oh,
past days.
did you get it? Nope.
Yeah, clearly I've got it.
Dandy can't get a red buff to save his life.
Certainly can't. But at least Def doesn't have it. Being said, I mean, an Italy with a red buff is still pretty awful.
Still not fun.
Yeah, we ain't going to put it in the good column just yet. As that's the Aetherwisp picked up. I actually really like this from Pawn. Grabbing the needlessly large rod and then going towards the Lich Bane. just because you have that extra AP for the on-hit damage once you get that item, and he just does well with flat AP. Just having these items that scale off AP sort of require a bit of it, and you may as well not build the full Rabadons. Just grab the Lich Bane, get that extra burst damage.
Getting really aggressive, too, with his posturing in the lane.
Yeah.
Fight me.
Knows that he does a fair bit of damage. Gets the cannon creep as well. That's why I like him as a player.
Dragon will be spawning in 1 minute 43 seconds. Again, EDG probably will be more diligent setting up for that this time around.
I'd like to see if either of these teams send their top laner to base before that Dragon fight, because we've seen a lot of teams go for the teleport flanking plays recently with home guards.
Well, this is Koro and Long. Both of them are role-playing tank top laners traditionally, who love their teleport flakes.
Certainly are as Mako. Not going to get hit by the Cosmic Binding. Just says, I'm just a cow, guys. Let me ward.
But I do think that Long is in a bit more of a versatile situation in that he can actually look to continue the split push. And they could play more of a 4-1 just because Echo is ahead. 3-0 and 2 right now, has the Sheen in his back pocket. So like you said, looking for that Iceborne Gauntlet and really starting to bully out this Poppy.
Yeah, Distortion enchant completed as well.
Both these teams have double teleporters as well. So they have the possibility of using their mid laners across the map too. And all those teleports are back up. So it looks like this Dragon might be a huge point of contention that they're both setting up for.
42 seconds on the clock. It takes about 30 seconds to walk from base to the Dragon Pit, so just on time. Wish we could really look at their items to see how many pink wards they've picked up. It's cool, though.
See, Pawn, he just goes back to base. You can see not a lot of gold sitting in the wallets of EDG, which is very important.
1 pink ward.
Yeah, actually, Pawn decides he'll finish off the Luden's Echo. He wants a lot of power, and he wants it right now. As the teleports are towards the top side of the map, Buckler thrown down here as Koro's going to pick it up, start inserting it back into the face of Long.
EDG have control of the Dragon Pit. Vici are not in position to try and take down this Dragon quickly.
This fight is super important, though, because if there's a massive ace one way or the other, that's a free Baron.
Yeah.
26 minutes into the game. Both teams have the capabilities of taking down Baron now. Well, EDG are going to leave that Dragon Pit. Vici, in response, going to move in towards it. As Koro and Long still fighting up in the top lane. Long does get slammed into a wall, just phase dives back into whack the Poppy a couple of times.
It's not doing anything.
Neither team really committing to the Dragon just yet. Just pushing out the waves, poking back and forth.
Neither team really have the resources to commit to it, as we do see that Vici collapses down, but it's because they already have the ward control, whereas again, EDG didn't.
They're probably going to get it as Dandy is able to smite that one away. Pawn tries to go for a laser, but
TP
here's
behind.
that teleport flank coming in behind Vici. Pawn's actually going to get jumped on by a Long now. Does a decent amount of damage to the Victor. Poppy actually cancelled her teleports. A fail flash comes in from the Echo, but Mako taking a lot of damage now. Poppy is finally being able to waddle in towards the fight. And it's going to be Alistair that goes down first as Long is still in the backlines. We did see Poppy ultimate Dandy out of this team fight. So Vici is still 4-4 for now as Clearlove's doing his best to try and clean up as many members as possible. Endless now diving aggressively forward. Gets a lot of forward attacks down. Def was desperately trying to take him down as he moved into the backlines. Dandy finally back into this fight. Gonna get slammed into the wall. EDG gonna be able to try and take him down as Def takes a lot of damage. Dandy tries to turn back. Def flashes forward, picks up the kill. The spear will just barely miss Dandy. And EDG, they're able to trade 3 for 2.
It looked like it was going to be a cleanup for Long right there, but he fails the flash over the wall, and he's not able to take Pawn out of the fight as soon as he would like, and Def coming through massive on the back half. It's so cool watching Vici fight against Sivir because they know that they can't group up for fear of the ricochet, and so they're constantly split up. But here's the replay. Big thing to watch is Echo. So Echo's right now behind enemy lines. He uses his ultimate, and there's the failed flash. He's trying to take Pawn out of this fight. Because of that, Pawn's still zoned out, but he's able to get some cheeky speed up off of the creep wave, as well as some lasers across, before Endless will dash forward and take him out. But again, fighting against Sivir, there's never a moment where Vici can group up together as soon as Def gets on the offensive, and you'll constantly see them spread out like this. Because one ricochet destroys that team.
Yeah, and look at Def's positioning as well. Like, he's just always behind his team, exactly where he needs to be.
So terrifying. If the ricochet had hit Endless right there, like if he had managed to get the bouncing boomerang off of it, would have easily been a triple kill right there.
Yeah.
And I love the way that Koro stayed relevant in that fight as well. Cancelled his teleport, didn't want to be stuck in between 4 members of Vici. Waddled his way down, first of all, knocked Danny out of the fight. So even though Vici were a man down, they kept it at a 4-on-4, missing a support and a top lane and a jungler. It's going to be difficult for Vici to fight that fight. Secondly, was able to slam him into the wall once he came back into the fight. So Koro, even though he wasn't able to get the teleport down, still stayed relevant and helped EDG out tremendously in that fight.
It's like fighting against Orianna.
Yeah, exactly. You cannot be grouped up for the Shockwave.
But the thing
or
is,
against a Malphite,
it's
like
like
anything like that.
the one ability, whereas Sivir just continuous.
Yeah.
It's awful.
40% CDR, 45% CDR Sivir, just throwing ricochets everywhere.
I don't think he'd go all the way down the cunning tree. I don't know.
Hey, Thunderlords, powerful.
The fact that you don't even need that much CDR and you still get a very low cooldown on your W is pretty absurd.
Really silly.
I think there's where some adjustments need to happen.
Well, currently at 30%, I believe, the CDR front. Not going to hit that 40% just because Deft has decided to go for the swiftness boots. Wants the extra movement around these fights. Of course, positioning definitely something that Deft has always been phenomenal on, especially when it comes to Sivir. Just known for his ability to navigate.
I mean, that's pretty much how EDG represented the LPL at MSI last year.
Yeah.
Was a pentakill on Sivir.
That was how they made it there.
We take stock of the game as well for now. Completely even between these two teams. Vici do have a very slight gold lead for themselves, but 30 minutes into the game, a couple of 100 gold, not going to matter too much. But they do have 2 dragons, and it's 3 turrets apiece. So equal amounts of standing gold for both these teams. Vici do have vision control over this dragon pit, though.
The
You
biggest
just look
issue,
at where the money is.
yeah, is where the money is, especially for Vici. Again, the fact that Dandy doesn't have a lot of it, whereas Deft has all of it. It's like your primary carries. You want Sivir to be the benefactor of all of your gold. She's incredibly powerful right now, has her 3 big core items set up, so this Sivir is hitting like a truck. But what's cool is Lulu is known as an isolation champion in the LPL. When you talk to EDG about why they love Lulu compositions, of course, EasyHoon's playing it this time around, they say, we love Lulu because she can isolate people, and she's really great in skirmishing just because of her whimsy and things like that. As Koro is actually getting caught out and misses.
Misses it. Actually going to get locked down by the phase dive. And the teleport will actually be used by Poppy. I am getting out of here.
All right, well, goes home.
Gets the TP, though, and Long can continue to pressure bottom. That means a 4v5 if Vici looked to pressure Baron. But again, isolation champion against Sivir, who wants everyone to be grouped up.
It's true.
Long just showing what a mess, a devastating mess Echo can really be.
It's 4-1 and 2 also.
Punishing a Poppy is no easy feat.
Well, you definitely need to have an early lead, and he's certainly done that.
It's about a full item up.
It certainly is. Banshee's Veil actually completed here by Koro, deciding not to go towards the Spirit Visage. Has the cheeky longsword just chilling there as well. See what he builds that into. Hex Drinker most likely.
Banshee's Veil over Spirit Visage. Don't see that too much coming from top laners.
No.
Lacking the extra cooldown reduction.
We've actually seen it a fair bit more recently. Myron built it yesterday on his Gnar.
Does give you that extra... Blocks 1 spell, per se, but... Would have liked the Spirit Visage a
Why
lot
are
more.
you there, Pawn?
He's going to get chunked down by Long. He's actually going to continue this push. Ran out of mana, though, so can't quite keep up the chase. EasyHoon does follow him down into the bottom lane. We'll be able to push this wave out.
He's got a lot of movement speed, Pawn.
How did he get there?
He walked.
I know he walked.
The sky's blue.
He teleported. I'm ready, round 2.
He is actually going to teleport back
did.
down.
He's trying to get prepped for the dragon. Here we go.
It's unacceptable that he lost that trade
comes
against Long. And there is the teleport from Long coming down to the bottom lane. Koro is not going to be there in time, but the teleport does get cancelled. And immediately, Vici going to try and run out. But look at this!
See ya!
Goodbye, EasyHoon.
He's definitely dead, as there's a Tempered Fate trying to stop Vici from pushing forward. Mako just blows the ultimate, says, you can call me all you like. It's Koro.
From downtown.
Looking to try and find something here on the back end. Wants to find a priority target, but doesn't quite get anyone. Heroic Charge held on to for now as EDG just going to prowl through the enemy jungle. See what they can pick up after EasyHoon's fallen down. That is a lot of the utility dead. EDG looking at Baron.
30 seconds as well. EasyHoon might not be up in time to try and contest for this
He'll
Baron.
have teleport.
Yep, and all that you need to do is stall. Likewise, EasyHoon did not use the wild growth in that fight, so he will have it available for this.
But look at how fast this Baron's getting taken down. Already at half its health. 20 seconds left on EasyHoon to get back up. Vici desperately trying to contest this Baron. As the ultimate from Korra not going to connect with anybody. Nobody's getting knocked out of this fight.
Mako.
Caveman comes out big, takes out Mako. It still be clear that picks up the Baron though.
Oh
as
my
3
God,
members
the
of
Sivir
Vici.
damage.
They're trying to run away. Long is going to pop his ultimate to try and stay alive a bit longer, but it will be cleared off. That takes him down eventually. In the backlines, Endless going to get locked down by Koro as Caveman now trying to run for his life. Easy Hoon is back up, but he's not going to be able to get to this fight in time. That's 4 kills coming out for EDG.
And this is what we were talking about, the synergy of EDG's composition, fighting over small areas like Dragon, like Baron. Vici beat them to the punch on the Dragon multiple times, but this time around, EDG get there first on Baron, and Sivir destroys them.
That was all deft. He did so much damage in that fight. They will take the inhibitor. They might be able to grab more right now as there are some long death timers on the side of Vici. You can see the next turret now under fire as these Baroned up minions helping them do so much work. You can see taking out the turret is Koro. There's the Chaos Storm. Easy Hoon. He's going to actually take down Pawn. Really nice Wild Growth play. As now EDG trying to collapse on the Lulu. The slow comes in. Wild Growth wears off, but he's bought enough time as Danny's going to head on over. And EDG now trying to run away. Deft trying to get back here as there's the... Oh my God, how did that spell shield work? As Koro now trying to do what he can. The ultimate comes down and Koro says, I will sacrifice myself for the good of the colony. And does so as Easy Hoon takes him down.
Well, Easy Hoon's play keeps him alive a bit longer, but Deft now being jumped up by
God,
Long. He's going to stay alive. No, the ultimate from Echo is going to be able to keep him alive, but they did burn the heal. And
No, it wasn't even the heal. What was it? That was...
Ninalee's heal.
Ah, Primal Surge, of course.
Primal Surge coming in, but Easy Hoon still running fast. Got to go really fast, trying to look for Deft and Clear Love. Spears are coming left, right, and center. Mako, he's going to get a nice pulverized play. The magical journey, not so magical for Vici here. They're going to lose 2 more members. They desperately defend their base, but it's costed them so much.
What's the counter to an overchase? More overchase.
Mechanics. That's all I have to say. The amount of crazy outplays in that short 2-minute time span was absurd.
On both sides.
On both sides.
The flash Wild Growth from Easy Hoon to knock up Pawn and then take him down was so beautiful.
That was like a 2-minute highlight reel. Like, someone just cut that, just play some techno music over it, you're good to go.
Damn right. And this is what we expect from the LPL, but it does mean that Vici hold on to their base. They only lose that 1 inhibitor and a Nexus turret.
Yep.
So it's still relatively okay, but it's a big lead in gold here for EDG.
And they've got Baron buff.
And they've got a Sivir with 4 items and a QSS.
They have Deft. It's not even Sivir, it's just Deft.
Mako tries to go aggressive against Endless. He's going to get hit by the laser at Chaos Storm. That does mean the inhibitor turret's going to go down. Deft and Pawn will get locked up by Caveman, but this inhibitor will fall. Parallel Convergence does come down. It's not going to be able to stun up Deft. He's able to use that spell shield. And there goes the Temper Fate, locking down Pawn. Vici looking for that fight. They're trying to get it, but Long, he's getting taken down incredibly low. Has to use the ultimate to stay alive. Vici desperately trying to kite back now as Mako will flash forward. Doesn't find anybody with his crowd control. And Vici still looking to find something. As the culling has been popped, Koro immediately tries to turn on towards Endless, and the only thing Vici can do is knock EDG out of their base.
But they managed to get what they came for, which was that inhibitor. So now resetting the map probably, I don't suspect that they'll go for the last inhibitor at the bottom side, especially with Dragon spawning in 1 minute 40 seconds. But as I say that, they're like, no, more
That's
fighting.
That's what they're doing. Got to get more fighting in there. They have very large health bars. EDG didn't lose a whole lot there.
Well, they've got Nidalee behind them.
Yeah, and also a lot of their spells still available, of course, on the hunt. Still just about to come back up here for Deft. The smoke screen goes down. Vici trying to hold on to their last remaining inhibitor turret. Exactly right. The cow is on the prowl. It's now Long, shields himself up, but it's not enough to deal with the massive damage coming out of Deft.
As well as Pawn, doing great job with the reach on those lasers.
This turret's going down. This will be the 3rd inhibitor turret taken down for EDG. Koro now making his way towards it. Gets a lot of auto attacks off. Vici desperately trying to defend for this one, but they don't have long in this fight. And they are able to finally take down that inhibitor turret. Long actually teleporting in the back lines.
Yeah, they're trying for the last ditch flanking play here. As Long is going to throw down the parallel convergence. EDG just going to wander casually out of it. As the gravity field was placed so beautifully there.
Look at the minions on the Nexus towers.
Exactly.
They're actually pinging it out. Vici know that these minions are going to end the game as Endless takes a lot of damage. He's actually going to continue chasing forward. Pops the culling now onto EDG. Trying to knock them out of the base. He will successfully do so. But this turret, it's taking a beating for the minions. Will actually get taken down.
Open Nexus and EDG managed to distract Vici long enough to leave their base in tatters.
Well, EDG might grab themselves this dragon in 15 seconds as they're making their way back down to the bottom side of the map to get rid of that last remaining inhibitor. Vici now with a little bit of respite as they take down all of these minions streaming into their base. But after that Baron play, I mean, EDG now all over this game from what was incredibly close.
And that's effectively what it was that single Baron play. And again, Vici were so diligent on making sure that they got to the Dragon Pit ahead of EDG, setting down their vision, making sure that they cleaned up the objective very quickly. But EDG beat them to that one team fight, and Victor and Sivir melted
teleport. Easyhoon in so much trouble. Wild Growth won't save you from this. As Pawn's going to pick up the kill. Now Caveman trying to come through with some crowd control, but Pawn right up in the front line. He's got so much damage as Dandy is trying to get some back. Now Endless right in amongst it, but he's going to get pulverized. Now Koro's going to make his way in, gets the heroic charges. Lung is doing his best to tank things up, but Dandy too far on the front line. Sterek's Gauge is going to go off, but there's Mako. There's the CC, and Pawn picks up another one. The Nexus is now going to be what falls, and EDG take down game number 1 against Vici. What a phenomenal game, too.
Full control on the back half of that game as well. And this is the thing. Vici are on the upswing. They're performing better than they had at the start of their split, and EDG are also returning to form. So this is two teams clashing, probably at their height.
Most certainly is, and it was just beautifully played and orchestrated. Like the early game, Vici with the phenomenal 5 kills towards the top side of the map after they fell down 3 early on. That was an ace at like 10 minutes into the game. We thought, Vici, they might actually be able to bring something here, and they sort of had the team comp that they wanted to utilize, but then Deft was on Sivir, and it was all she wrote.
It did come down to that final Baron fight that we saw between the two teams where EDG came out huge, but what set it up for them? Because Vici, they were at the Dragon Pit. They were able to control that. Dandy was able to dash over the wall if you want to get out of it once they took it, and then Easyhoon got caught. They were able to obliterate one member. It's like they gave EDG an inch and they just took a mile out of it.
It's also about where you're fighting. So understanding that Sivir is the core of your composition, as we do look at our highlights right there, as well as Victor. So you look at EDG's comp, who are the most important champions? Victor, Sivir. What do those guys do? They fight massive and small arenas because of their AoE abilities. The Chaos Storm, the Laser, as well as the Ricochet. So fighting up here, which this is going to be the massive outplay from Vici, is great because Vici have so much more room to spread out. They can't stand together to eat so many of those ricochets. Sivir and Victor aren't on their initial power spikes quite yet, and this is mostly a skirmish. All 10 people are here, but you're fighting so many different fronts on like a 2v2 or a 3v3 or a 1v1. It's not just that big 5v5. As soon as we get into the big 5v5, EDG smash them with their composition. And the thing is, Vici just weren't able to snowball this lead fast enough to compensate for their inability to 5v5. Not just in a comp, but them as a team.
Yeah, and I think as well, I mean, what we were talking about throughout that game, especially you there, Frosker, and about where the money was actually being allocated, a lot of it going onto the Lulu, and Easyhoon was able to bridge that mid game very, very well, but then where was the carry coming from in the late game? It was hopefully going to be Dandy, but we can see he just doesn't get any of these kills.
Sitting with every single assist.
Even in that Baron fight there, he was really focused on trying to steal that Baron away to keep Vici in the game after Easyhoon was not able to teleport in due to that long death timer. And by not being able to help his team deal damage there, tunneling on the Baron, focusing, trying to jump in, all that gold that's been funneled onto Dandy is now ineffective because he's just going to get taken down immediately.
Well, there was none. There was no gold funneled onto him anyway. That's the whole point, is the fact that he wasn't able to be that big AoE beast in the Graves.
Big thing was the fact that Easyhoon had majority of the kills as well as the assists, and then Endless was the other. Endless, Long, and Easyhoon were kind of like the 3, and then Dandy's sitting there like 007. Yeah. And if literally just half of those assists into kills could have meant a completely different game because Dandy would have had that power. But you are correct. You know, Dandy, he's a phenomenal player, especially in those skirmishes. Even when he doesn't have as many resources as his teams, he's able to pick it up and outplay people, and just not having that ability because he is focused. I have to make the Baron steal.
Yep.
And my team has to back me up.
You have to think as well with the fact that Easyhoon had all that gold as well. Getting picked off earlier, not being in that team fight, means that EDG know. They know that they can take this fight because that's where all the gold is gone. They know they can win a 5-on-4 or a 4-on-4 even.
Well, it's also the fact that it's Lulu, right? Has the wild growth. I mean, this is the champion that really wants to augment and control a team fight. As soon as she's gone, that's a whole lot of their team fight capability gone. But, ladies and gentlemen, this is the best of 3 series. We'll see whether Vici can fight back after this short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Atlas, this is Frosker and Fish, and the MVP for that game is definitely going to be Deft. I want to hear someone argue it. Come on.
There's no argument there.
Thank goodness.
Had the most important champion, did the most important role, had massive outplay potential on a couple of those team fights there, and was ultimately what led EDG to victory with the Ricochet and Vici being grouped up, particularly on the Baron.
Yeah, played incredibly well. Of course, the EDG composition coming online towards the end of the game there. Of course, Vici really, really holding on throughout the mid-game, though. And I want to talk about Vici just for a moment, because this is a team that was looking like they were playing equally as good, if not better, in a lot of parts of that game. And it was just that one moment that EDG was able to capitalize on and take that massive lead and transition it into the victory. And look, it's a brilliant thing that EDG, of course, back to their old ways of, like, as soon as a mistake is made, they capitalize on it wholeheartedly. But Vici still looking very hungry.
Yeah, Vici looked phenomenal in the early part of that game. We saw kind of the, you know, as Deft and Mako were walking up towards the top side, Vici laid that little trap trying to get the magical journey. It was just kind of these mechanical outplays of, you know, Mako finding the double pulverize and knocking one of them into the tower and giving Deft the first blood. But there were a lot of instances where Vici actually beat EDG to the punch. Majority of those dragons, Vici ended up in control with. They did great in the lane swap. So Vici fought back valiantly. It's just, again, that issue that across the board, their team just doesn't fire all at once. Endless still dropping the ball. Caveman looks great on Bard, though. Dandy didn't quite get the gold and the resources that he needed to be that big frontline carry. And Long and Easy Hoon just slightly getting picked out at inappropriate times.
You have to remember what this game means for Vici as well. They, like Frosker has mentioned earlier before the game started, this is do or die basically with Vici. They're currently sitting just below playoff contention. They're trying to fight for that place with IG as well. They both have 2 more games to play. This is the big game for Vici. They're playing against EDG. If they don't win here, they have to expect IG to try and drop a game against HYG in order for them to pull up and get into the playoff contention.
That's assuming that IG are going to lose to RNG as well. I mean, this is Vici already need IG to drop one of these games. They have to win here. Otherwise, it's basically done.
Other thing, though, is that OMG, who are 2 games ahead, they're 8, could just drop the rest of their season.
Just fumble it?
Yeah. So it's kind of like OMG, Invictus Gaming, and Vici all just...
I'm actually really interested to see who OMG is going to be playing next week. Of course, we know that they're going to be playing against RNG later on tonight. So we'll see what their final game is. We are going to do some reconnaissance there, and we'll let you know later. But we are into Champion Select here for game number 2 between EDG and Vici.
He says reconna.
What do you mean?
No, you say it and we both look at Fish. Get in there, Fish.
Yeah, go to it, sir. But it is going to be the Lysandra and Rise band away once again. Lulu is going to hit the bench as well here as EDG prioritize the Poppy. It is going to be Callista, Braum, and Kindred taken away on the side of Vici Gaming. We'll see whether Dandy is going to take away the Nidalee this time around. Clearlove was phenomenal on the champion, but Dandy's always been good.
This is what I want, though. I want the Easy Hoon Azir.
Oh, yeah. The Lucian, actually, for a little bit of priority here. We'll see whether that is what's going to stick for Vici.
I mean, frankly, Endless plays 2 champions. He plays Callista and he plays Lucian. So they have to priority pick their AD carry very early in their draft phase because otherwise he's completely exposed. And that's the blunt, honest truth.
It's just so sad that, you know, Vici have the golden combo opportunity right now. They have locked in both the Azir and the Lucian, but if that was Sivir Azir, I'd be like, well, call it now, boys. We're going home, because that combination of champions is so ridiculous for AoE consistent damage.
And you have to expect that that means that EDG will pick up the Sivir later on in their draft.
Yeah. There's certainly no reason not to right now.
So your counter options to Azir are going to be Varus, Kassadin, Victor is a decent matchup, and Lulu. With Lulu being banned,
yeah.
I mean, you could go for the Zed, but it's not the traditional answer to Azir. He doesn't get any kill pressure until level 6, and he suffers very early. Please play Ashe. Yes.
Oh my goodness. There it is. Deft is going to pick up the Ashe towards the bottom side of the map. Mako is going to grab once again the cow. Would have loved to see a Bard, but not going to happen.
A Bard Ashe comp would have been excellent.
Off the hook.
So I did
hit an arrow and then follow a magical journey to where it landed. Sorry, continue, Fish.
I did a little bit of reconnaissance.
Oh, yeah?
Vici actually play OMG next week as well. So they've got 1 extra game to play. So this is a huge game for them because
they were a game behind IG.
Yeah, if they win, it is completely in Vici's hands to take it to playoffs. If they lose, they will be expecting a couple of teams to drop a few games.
No, well, if IG still win 2 games, do they have the does Vici have the head-to-head?
Have the head-to-head
over IG? Okay, so Vici.
It's becoming more contrived.
Ooh,
the plot
thickens.
thickens.
It does.
The plot has thickened as Graves and Bud are going to be locked in for Vici this time. So Dandy once again getting that champion, and Caveman getting
surprising.
And we thought Bud was going to be contested.
Wow, this looks like a brand new comp from Vici. I'm really shocked at these champion picks.
Who would have thought? Easyhoon picking up a Zir?
No.
Does he play that?
Are you insane?
Can he do it?
I think he can.
Too far.
Yeah, Deft is going to be picking up the Gragas for Clear Love, though. And Pawn, 4 seconds to go. Twisted Fate, it's going to be locked in.
Speaking of comfort champions.
Oh, yeah. He is the most, I want to say, selfless Twisted Fate player.
But this is actually what I really like. So I didn't mention this, but Twisted Fate is also another great answer to Azir. And the reason why is Azir doesn't take teleport 99% of the time. And the reason why is Azir teleports down. He's like, oh, I wish I could do immediate damage. Never mind, give me 5 seconds. Got to set up my Sand Soldiers.
Yep, squawk,
Okay.
squawk, squawk.
Squawk, yeah. And he's very immobile. So he doesn't take double TP because he can't utilize it as well. Twisted Fate obviously gets the Destiny if he wants to run double TP. Because the thing is you're never going to take Azir's tower while he's alive and breathing.
Yeah.
So instead of just trying to funnel gold into Azir and just neutralizing the lane back and forth with wave control, you take TF and be like, peace, see ya, mate. Because I know
but
you're
you
not
also
following.
have all of that wave clear, so Azir isn't going to be able to get to your tower and take it down because you just, throw out a wild card and a red card and it's like, see you later, minion wave, I'm off.
Yep.
Get me out of here.
And I want to touch on this Gragas really quick. Clearlove's picking up Gragas in the jungle for going that Nidalee. It was actually something that was banned out against him in game 1, so Vici obviously didn't want him to have that champion and substitute that ban for Kindred this time around.
It's like Clearlove is really good in a team fight on a champion that can facilitate.
Jungle Zed, I believe. I remember Clearlove. But otherwise, we have a pick-based composition out of EDG with some team fight potential. Particularly, the core of your comp is going to be the Ashe Arrow as well as the Destiny. On the other side, it is all 5v5 from Vici Gaming, and it's all in the back of Easyhoon.
It certainly is. And look, at one particular time on a particular patch, at a particular event, he was better than Faker on Azir, I think. He could have potentially been better than Faker on Azir. But let's see whether he is as we hop onto the Rift.
See, Atlas, he doesn't have to be better than Faker. He just has to be better than Pawn.
Well, that is true. That is true. I was just quoting Spawn from when he was very tentatively trying to talk about how good Easyhoon was on Azir. We are onto the Rift, though, ladies and gentlemen, for EDG versus Vici Gaming. Game number 2, EDG taking down game number 1 in what was very decisive at the end, but very close during the mid-game. And Warlord's Bloodlust has been picked up this time by Endless, switching it up on the Lucian.
And it's actually fairly standard for Ashe, because again, she is an Essence Reaver builder. Compensates, again, for the 50 millionth time, the lifesteal coming relatively late in your build. So it empowers your Eye-Edge Essence Reaver Zeal upgrade build.
Thank you, Frostgreen.
Yeah.
Next time, you're probably just going to get very frustrated.
It's funny, too, because we explain it every single game, but there's always, like, those 4 people, because not everyone watches every single game.
Yeah.
Why are they taking Warlord's Bloodlust?
Endless actually decided to go with Warlord's Bloodlust. He actually
That's
picked
exactly
further,
what we're talking about.
I know, he picked further Battle Lust.
Hi,
Yeah.
welcome to the conversation.
Welcome to the conversation, Fish.
But
Glad you came.
goodness, I'll go home now.
I love you, Fish. Fingers.
Well, Mako and Deft waiting around here towards the bottom side of the map. We'll see whether we are going to have any lane swaps now as Caveman's actually up towards the top. They've got some vision, but pretty shallow at the moment.
My favorite build on Ashe right now is to go Essence Reaver into Hurricane into Infinity Edge. Hurricane on the Q, especially when the Q is procced, is pretty unreal.
The frost shot.
Yep.
Slowing multiple people there as well. Like it.
It's just...
Oh, no. Oh, no. I thought we'd gone past this particular one. No dice. As Dandy's going to start off his blue buff. We'll see whether Clearlove is going to be able to get any more aggression here on the Gragas. Whether he's just going to farm things out and try and gank some lanes. Of course, now with a whole lot more facilitation for the rest of his team. As Long and take a lot of damage here from Deft.
He got
Woad
4
Ashe
creeps,
as well. I like
though.
it. Oh, big deal.
It is a massive deal.
Yeah.
Normally they only get the 3, so obviously taking the extra EXP as Caveman might be in some trouble if he's caught. Nope. Goes long route. Oh, never mind.
Get
This
him.
is bad.
Caveman's going to get flanked
Oh,
here
you
by
did.
Koro. He's going to get slowed
Oh,
down.
Oh, you
Flash.
alive? Oh, no, you
Is
did.
he? No, he does get locked down.
He's
That
gonna
cosmic
flash.
binding was fantastic.
Come on, Pawn.
You're going to do it, mate. We know
Caveman's
you're
stuck
going to do
between
it.
two turrets, so
He's dead.
He's dead.
He's dead.
He's
He's
definitely
dead.
super
Like,
dead.
I'll waste some of your time. And a flash from Koro.
The ping on Endless, please bring the creep wave.
Well, you know, it does mean that Vici buy a little bit more time in their jungle. Dandy able to take down this Crimson Brambleback quite effectively.
Big thing is Pawn actually lost a lot of pressure on the mid lane there.
Yeah, without getting an assist.
Yep. So wasted some time, lost the EXP advantage. We'll see if EasyHoon abuses that at all.
Interesting
level
teleport
6,
back
yeah.
to underneath his turret there as well that we just witnessed. Really exciting stuff.
Did it even without using his summer spell.
Amazing. That's how good these players
That's
are.
how good Pawn is.
We'll see whether he transforms into a queen.
You
That's what
haven't
I'm
lived
excited
until
for.
you've tried to cast a game where everyone's teleporting on a screen and you can't say anything. You're just like, well,
It was my first tournament. It was really good.
so we've got our creep wave stacked up, and
That's
we're
a
now
big one.
pushing down this tower. But they never go for second tier. I feel like EDG always just give it to Koro and bounce it.
Well, 3 men strong here towards the top side for Vici as well. Looking like another day in the office as far as this lane swap is concerned. Of course, it's all about what happens after this.
Yep.
We shall see what exactly does eventuate.
Well, Vici have chosen to give all of the experience and gold to Long here.
Yep. Koro
And
gonna do the
likewise,
same.
but he's got a big wave.
So is long. No.
So the creep aggro will change as soon as the wave, like the new creep wave comes in, so you can control it a little bit better there. But that one's not quite there in time.
No.
Does mean this mid lane has been isolated between Pawn and EasyHoon as well as Koro's gonna die.
There it is. Don't even worry about it, guys. Got the execute. Bounced the wave. Doesn't have teleport.
Oh,
Bad
8
use bears.
8-second back as well.
Oh, that's true.
Effective.
Not sure whether
No.
he was. Not sure whether he was planning on backing at that stage, which is the problem.
This is fine. I wanted to be here.
Yeah. Hey, you got a ruby crystal.
Was it Dignitas or Renegades?
Both.
Renegades, mostly.
The new top laner. Watch out, Seraph.
Yeah. Unlucky. Oh, Pawn throwing out some blue cards here as EasyHoon with a lot of control over this wave.
I don't
Massive.
think it was Seraph in that game, though. I think it was RF Legendary.
I don't know. It was quite some time ago.
I actually enjoyed that game.
I thought it was hilarious.
I
Yeah.
could hear you guys screaming from outside the room, a floor up.
Sometimes games are just hype fish.
Yeah.
When people die to Rift Herald
When
and
you're not
turrets.
like, how beautiful is this? People are like, oh, there were so many six. I'm like, no, it was Dignitas versus Renegades versus the map. There was like a whole nother element.
That was the like Summoner's Rift. That was their best game.
Yeah.
Summoner's Rift has never played that well.
They've been on an upswing.
Yeah.
Slow and steady.
Well, look, they took a bit of revenge here
They-
this game. Koro falling
They had a
to old
different-
SR.
they had a disappointing performance last night, Summoner's Rift. LGD against TWE.
That was,
They got decimated.
I don't know, Baron was the MVP that night.
Yeah. No, Baron did quite well.
The 9
The
dragons.
residents of Summoner's Rift doing a bunch of work.
As another tower gets traded, but in response, EDG are actually a tower behind right now. Back is coming in from Mako. Excuse me, not Mako. Koro. Ends with O.
One of them. Long going to make his way towards the top side. As you can see, Vici starting off this dragon.
But that's a free objective for Vici, and they're going to capitalize on that by also taking the dragon.
Yeah, Koro falling down, actually biting EDG quite a lot now as Mako and Deft up here trying to take down this turret. Parallel convergence
If
will
Long can
possibly
stop
get a
this.
stun here. Exactly right. And look, that's one last minion. This turret isn't going to fall. Another minion wave now has to be dealt with as Dandy's falling down relatively low. End of the line comes down. Will be able to smite away that dragon, and Pawn with a decent push here towards the mid lane. 41 to 49 as far as that CS score is concerned, but EasyHoon going to make his way back in. There's the Emperor's Divide. Pawn with a couple of minions still waiting around. Nice gold card, but in comes the cavalry. And Vici take down Pawn and grab the second kill of the game.
But Vici have cleared out both the side waves earlier as well as the dragon. They're free to make these roam plays on mid lane. Pawn gets outplayed, and Vici capitalized brilliantly. And it comes down to how far behind Koro is from Long. 18 to 4 CS, but the experience difference. Level 3 to level 5. EDG are in heaps of trouble right now.
So much. And Koro even managed to get that first blood, but unfortunately, this wasn't enough as Long Oh, Barmy Cinder not going to stop any backs just this time. Kulov going to start off the blue buff here. That being said, I mean, EDG waiting for that mid-game power spike where you can Destiny around, start to affect the map. Already has the Lucidity boots.
But it gives Vici this window of opportunity to be proactive and to continue to take free objectives on the map and snowball their lead farther.
We'll have to see if they are able to do just that. And Spawn is going to be returning back into the mid lane. To go up against EasyHoon, does have that blue buff now, so despite getting taken down earlier, we'll be able to clear out the waves.
Koro's just getting kicked out of every single lane. He was farming bottom and Deft walked over there like, get up top.
Give it to me.
It's fine. The wave will eventually push to him and he'll get a little bit of a safer freeze closer to home. But for now, poor
They've
little
got
guy.
3 people up in the top lane. Dandy trying to avoid being spotted.
Long actually going to pull the blue buff here. Grabs himself some
Is Mako
sentinels
just
there at the
gonna
same
watch?
time. Yes, watch and back.
I dare you. Well, it will be taken down. Gets donated on over to EasyHoon.
Yep, grab themselves the timer though on the side of EDG, which is a big deal. Clearlove does like to take away those blue buffs, as Koro now going to reap the reward of that pushed up wave.
Oh, hold on. Long's looking at Deft. He sees him.
Yeah, not actually going to walk towards that
He's in
parallel
a
convergence.
massive
Yeah,
creep
massive
wave.
creep wave. Long may actually fall down here. There's the Q, and Def just grabs the 1v1. That was a bit silly, Long. And look at him. He's like, oh.
I've made a mistake.
Wait, what?
Okay, so he throws out the parallel convergence because he's expecting that Deft will see him and be scared and back up into it.
That's not what happens.
But what he didn't see was that Deft has a horde. My Freljord minions attack.
Freljord, attack. The queen herself able to utilize her army.
She
And
did. She had an army. It
Damn
was like
right she
2
did.
waves. You saw the immediate regret, too. As soon as he
I-
tumbled
that-
out of the bush, he's like, oh, God.
It's like,
I have
oh.
made a mistake.
Well, in goes
Oh,
EasyHoon,
wow.
the flash. Empress Divide comes down. Dandy is going to get the
Dead.
flash out of Pawn, and there's the collateral damage. Teleport going to be cancelled right now, and EasyHoon pulling out the moves on the Azir.
Wow, it's almost like this is his signature champion or
Like
something.
he's good at it, man.
No, but this is massive, too. So immediate difference from game 1, Dandy has 2 kills.
Exactly right.
Obviously, that gold is much better on Azir than it is on Lulu if EasyHoon's going to be put in a carry position. But typically, this is where Vici want to be. It's giving their power to Dandy and letting him impact the rest of the map globally because EasyHoon's just going to sit there and neutralize this lane further.
All right, now Deft right there to pick up all of the farm. 82 to 79 right now, very close. Culls have given a bit of money back here to the AD carries. As Vici now about 1,000 gold in the lead, a little bit less. As Stinger now to be built by EasyHoon as he has picked up that Abyssal Scepter first up.
Just these differences between the top laners, though, still 29 to 43 CS. Still an experience difference despite Long's kind of misstep on Daft, level 7 to level 6. There's a glare.
Yeah. Well, now only 1 level the difference, which is good, you know. It was 2. So, I mean, we can say that that's a positive there for Koro, but...
Well, he's also got the wave forward pushing towards him, but that's why Dandy's actually shadowing on top of him, just to make sure that Long's safe enough that he can be that far forward and have support.
Well, throws down the W.
Like, why is EasyHoon?
Yeah, looking to try and find something here as Vici just sort of falling into Fog of War.
They're waiting for Pawn, so what they're expecting is that Pawn will step into Fog of War and he'll Destiny down and try to take down Long on the extended lane.
Instead of waiting for it?
Well, they were waiting for it. Now they
Now they're
gave
like,
up.
okay, we're not going to try this anymore.
He'll come.
Vici still do have a slight goal lead for themselves, but still 11 minutes into the game, anybody's game. 2 turrets apiece, 1 dragon going over to Vici earlier. They're looking to still continue this split that they've created. They do have Lucian and Bard up in the top lane. EasyHoon, like we mentioned before, just isolated in that mid lane against Pawn, who is not having a good time. It's currently 20 CS, close to 30 CS behind this Azir.
Yeah.
It's fine. Twisted Fate doesn't care about laning against his opponent.
And Pawn's Twisted Fate is the one that just doesn't care about anything.
Yep. Doesn't matter. That guy can be 0-6 on TF as long as he hits the 1 gold card.
I think he was 0-7 in the sort of historic Twisted
The
Fate
LGD game, yeah.
Ooh.
It's just like, nah,
To this day, people tell
sorry.
me that Pawn carried that game.
He did.
From being 0-7.
The 1 gold card.
Yeah. That is all you need.
Never
Did he
mind
get
Deft.
MVP?
No, Deft got it.
Yeah, and Def deserved it as well. I believe, you know, a pentakill against Imp when he was in his prime, probably something that's worthwhile.
Koro's going to return up to this top lane, farm it out now that the wave's been pushed back towards his turret. Both the bottom lane AD carries and supports deciding not to meet each other yet.
The fact that this lane this lane allocation works, that Deft as Ashe is facing against an Echo.
Yeah. And was able to kill him before. Pretty ludicrous. Lucidity Boots now built up, so making sure that he can have that 30-second arrow window, which is just stupid.
It's about, with the CDR boots, it'll be about 40 seconds.
Cool.
45. There's
Well,
the arrow.
speaking of arrows, there's Dandy who's going to get caught out. The Flash Pulverized gets smacked back into the team, and Clearlove grabs the kill. Now EDG trying to consolidate, but Emperor's Divide is available. A lot of damage is still there, but Deft, look at these arrows flying through, and Vici has to escape. As Dandy's fallen down, I mean, it's just not a time where Vici ever feels comfortable fighting.
Destiny not even needed that team fight. Brilliant arrow coming out of Deft. And that's what's really cool about this composition is how much vision control they have. Not only the pick potential between Enchanted Crystal Arrow and Destiny, but likewise the vision that Destiny gives you and the Hawk Shot.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially against a team like Vici, who are so well known for their vision control and denial.
Well, it's not going to happen this time, as EDG going to start off the dragon, grab the first one for themselves.
Exactly. Think about it. First game, they lost a lot of these dragons simply because Vici would beat them into the river and control the vision, and EDG just wouldn't check into Fog of War. They have so many tools on this comp where they cannot be punished that way again.
And they are going to be able to pick up the first dragon for themselves, second of the game. The gold is still completely even, but EDG looking like they're the aggressors right now. Every time that Ash Arrow is up for Deft, he's going to be able to use it. And speaking of it, it is back up once again.
Well, Clearlove actually going to take away the blue buff here as Dandy was looking to try and steal it away. Not going to be able to, but is going to get a Gromp. So says, yes, screw you, Clearlove. This is not last game. I have the power now.
Look at me. I am the captain.
Exactly.
I am the jungler now.
Also, Mafia Graves. Very well-suited skin. As Explosive Cast going to be used to clear out this minion wave. Of course, Azir doing a heck of a lot of damage to it, meaning that Clearlove just wanted to make sure that he got rid of everything.
Harold.
Yeah. See you later, Harold.
Bye, Harold.
It's been nice knowing you. 14 minutes into the game. We may have another... No, we won't. No more Harolds.
That
Sad.
was the last one.
That was the last Harold. The last of Harold for this game. Possibly the series.
Goodbye, Harold.
If we could take a minute, that would be great. No, not necessary. Minute silence for Harold. Probably not. What we need right now is Easy Who's just going to continue clearing things out here in the mid lane. The Azir unable to get too much done in the last fight. Of course, everything's sort of happening a little bit too quickly for him. We'll see whether the Azir is going to be able to work out as we get towards the later stages of the game, where he is arguably at his strongest. Still needs to build up that Nash's Tooth, and of course the Rylai's Crystal Scepter being such a key item for him as well. But already you can see Pawn taking a fair bit of damage from the golden chicken.
I want to, as I'm saying this, I'm looking at Clearlove like he's going to gank Easy
Just jumps in, throws a barrel.
Jeff's build, we've already talked about how he did the Lucidity boots, but the fact that he picked up the CDR boots before completing his Essence Reaver, so he has the CDR on the Caulfield's hammer.
Yeah.
Wow, I wish I could speak today. He's got the hammer as well as the boots. Like, looking into your first initial team fight and prioritizing the cooldown on your arrow versus your actual battle stats in an elongated fight, I actually think is very interesting. And a pretty unique choice.
Would that mean that he has to use that arrow to get ahead before a team fight?
No, it's effectively the assumption that if I arrow someone, they're going to instantly die, rather than we're going to put ourselves in an elongated fight.
You might be in trouble right now as Pawn locks in the gold card. There's the
Oh, that
ultimate as he
juke.
throws it onto a minion. And he's able to juke away. Caveman was making his way in. So he doesn't even have to use his flash.
The rage gold card on a creep.
Yeah. Stupid creep.
Stupid Echo.
Does have the Lich Bane completed now on the Twisted Fate. Wanted to grab himself some of the stacks for his Dark Seal.
That's
Not going to
one.
happen. Yeah, cool. I think you start with one, don't you?
He's got the TP. He's got the Lich Bane. This is a split pushing Twisted Fate.
Vici actually not running the double teleport this time around now that they have Azir in their lineup.
Yep.
So EDG with Chorus coming up back up shortly will have that double teleport advantage and a Destiny advantage as well.
Yep, makes sense. Again, then why you would itemize the Lich Bane, just because you have a massive 1-3-1 advantage over Vici's comp.
Easy is still doing a really good job of farming effectively. He's 170 CS to 125. So has a nice lead for himself. But like you guys mentioned, Pawn doesn't really care about that too much.
He's, of course, Twisted Fate. Gets a little bit more money with his passive there as well.
Loaded dice.
This
That
is
is the one.
This is sneaky. Poor Endless.
Yeah, we'll see whether he
Don't
actually
do
does
it.
push out. They are invisible right
it.
now.
Oh.
Ah,
He immediately runs away from the creep wave.
nice ward. Just out of the way.
Oh, pings are going down for Bard. Here's
Oh,
the arrow.
Yeah. Oh,
Ooh.
dodges out of the way. Nice work by Caveman. Of course, I believe that actually went through that log as opposed to the choke point. A little bit unfortunate. But you can see Pawn. Now, with those wild cards, able to clear out a heck of a lot of these minions, as well as the pick a card there at the same time with the red card.
EasyHoon doing a great job making sure that Pawn's locked down, not being able to utilize that Destiny as effectively as he would like. As I say that, though, he's actually... No, he's not going for long.
Moving towards the bottom side of the map
He's
there.
thinking about it, though. If he leaves his lane, his tower's dead.
Yeah, well, Vici actually looking for Deft and Mako. Not going to quite find them as the magical journey did get Caveman across, but there's the Hawk Shot. Understands that the jungle is littered with enemy beasties.
Enemy beasties.
Oh my
You are-
goodness, that damage.
Karth assault, please.
Yeah, just insane.
And that's his tower, though. Especially because Vici have the inside track, making sure that EDG have to go the long way to get behind it.
So EasyHoon doing a lot of work in this isolated lane, so to speak, which has been ganked multiple times. And he will be able to take down the turret. Does have a sizable CS lead for himself, approaching 50, I believe.
Dragon will be spawning in 1 minute, though. We've already talked
It's
about
past 50.
Cool.
how...
I can't do math,
But you're the math guy.
apparently.
That's actually why we hired you.
Easy, who now has a blue buff. That's definitely good news. Of course, Pawn realizing that he got chunked out by like 3 Sand Soldier auto attacks, so says, I better get myself some magic resist, otherwise we done. He's going to be able to grab that Abyssal Scepter as his next item. Refillable potion there as well, making use of that Dark Seal and the passive that it does give you. Definitely a good pickup. So he now will head back to his inner turret there in the mid lane, and we'll see whether he can keep that one safer than he did his outer turret.
They've got to get control of these creep waves, so Pawn needs to start a push going in the mid lane. Likewise, Def needs to clean up the bot lane, especially if they want to walk into the river safely to contest this dragon.
Well, right now, Wildcard's able to be very helpful here for Pawn as he stands exactly at the right place in order to grab all of those creeps. Along now with that Iceborne Gauntlet, might be a little bit more difficult for Def to go 1v1.
They told you geometry would never be useful for anything in school.
Ah, heck
Twisted
no.
Fate players, every day.
What about Vel'Koz players, man?
Twisted Fate, I think, is the more
Speaking
applicable
of
one.
Twisted Fate, Long just going to run away, does have his ultimate.
He's gone.
Yeah, he runs very, very quickly.
Gets
now.
out of there another
Yeah,
time.
Vici are actually looking to try and pick this one up.
Can
the
he
barrel.
do it? He's going to
Yeah,
go the wall.
gets
Gets
over.
it!
There's the smite. Flashes back. The arrow's going to fly through as well as Endless is actually going to take that. But nice pick up there for EDG. 2-1 now in the Dragons.
Yep, burns the flash. Clear Love, nice calculation there.
Very cute barrel. Just waiting. So incredibly long. But another Destiny. And another failure here from EDG. Long just showing that Echo not too worried about too much at all. But Korra this time, very tanky. Spectre's Cowl doing a lot
He has to be
negate
careful.
a lot of this damage.
He's getting collapsed on. Dandy, Caveman, and EasyHoon are on their way up.
They're looking to try and collapse on towards this Poppy.
That's a big journey
That's-
from Caveman. Tempered Fate is going to
connect.
find him. And there's the Sand Soldier. Korra is going to use the flashes. EasyHoon.
No one saw
Emperor's
that.
Divide's a little bit late.
He flashed as well for that.
Yeah.
Big thing, though, is that
He's
EDG
out.
are not in a position to make use of how many resources Vici have burned on the top side of the map. It's not like they're trading that gank on Koro for an objective or anything.
Clear Love, though, is in a little bit of trouble as he takes a couple of shotgun pellets to the face.
Just got deft.
Yeah, Mako was
queen.
waiting there anyway.
The Hawk Shot's going to deter them from continuing their advance.
Eagle's pretty scary.
But this is what I've been waiting, is the 1-3-1. So you got Koro on the top side, Daft and Mako taking position in that mid lane, and just opening up space for Pawn to utilize his Lichbane as well as his double TP on Destiny and the Summoner spell to start sieging these towers. And now it's about where do Vici allocate their lane matchups, and it looks like they're going to send Azir to deal with Pawn.
has been working so far this game. Deft also has his Renan's Hurricane completed.
But this now means that Pawn has a play to make on the mid lane where Easyhoon cannot be a part of it. So with that arrow, a lot of kill pressure for EDG here.
And Endless as well. I mean, sacrificing a lot of his damage by
He's
picking up
done.
a very
Just arrow
early
him.
QSS.
There we go. Mako's going to jump in.
Polarized. There's the arrow, but the stun comes up again. Mako's going to be able to pick up that kill, I believe, with an Ignite. As now Endless has to be very, very careful. Flashes away the other side. Wildcards are going to go wide. There it is. Clear Love chucks in a big old cask. They are going to be able to grab that kill. Outer turret's going to fall in the mid lane as well, transitioning 2 kills into objectives, and this is what we've been waiting for out of this comp.
And this is exactly what we were just talking about by Pawn drawing aggro from Easyhoon to the bottom side.
Don't you love that when it just all comes together?
I just saw Endless.
BT is
Oh.
so in trouble. Does
It's
get
been
locked
good, man.
down. Def picks up the kill. EDG going to take even more out of this.
Yeah, they're steamrolling. They've got the creep wave behind them. They can continue to apply pressure up in the mid lane. Actually, the creep wave's too far. I would say top lane. Yeah.
And I don't know what it is, but Deft has just been playing out of his mind this series.
Yep.
Really, really impressive stuff. And I mean, I say I don't know what it is. I do.
Teleport.
It's just Deft. There's the headbutt. Lung's just not going to be here all that long, to be honest, as Dandy wanders forward. Tempered Fate is going to come down as Pawn just going to wander casually to the left one more time. But he may actually be in trouble. Headbutt's going to come down. The ultimate is there, but Dandy picks up the kill onto the Twisted Fate regardless of the cow. And Vici able to get one back.
An attempted save from Mako. Very well played. Unfortunately, Pawn does go down, but there's nothing that Vici can really get out of this. They are pinging for the Baron. Well, that's actually EDG, just to make sure that they don't rotate towards it, but they don't have control of their creep waves.
Mako's putting in a lot of work to try and keep his friends alive. Valiant effort. Was able to save Deft. Not Pawn, though.
Yeah, Pawn, of course.
No one can save Pawn. It's
Yeah.
fine.
You just got to let him do his thing
0-3.
sometimes.
0-3-3.
Pawn is here just to draw attention and resources from Vici. That's his primary purpose. As long as he's just as obnoxious as possible, EDG will win the rest of the map.
Get the Zhonya's. Destiny into 5 people. Gold card. Zhonya's profit.
Is this Messiah?
No, he doesn't even need to play the Messiah. He just needs to walk to the opposite side of the map of EDG. They'll send 20 people to kill him because it's Pawn.
Yep.
He either gets out alive because he's
got to
Pawn.
at least change his name to like Bishop or something like that, because honestly, like people put a lot of resources into taking down a pawn, and it just doesn't really make much
But that's
sense.
the thing. He's the Pawn. You've got the Queen, Ashe.
He's a sacrificial pawn.
Who's the castle?
Definitely Koro.
Yeah, well, I guess, Battle Regalia Poppy would definitely have been a better choice this game.
Then who's the king?
Clear Love. He's the
Clear
shot
love.
caller.
He is. Always the king.
So what's Mako?
He can be the bishop.
Or a knight.
We made it.
He's the knight in shining armor that just,
Yeah.
Oh,
just
the
flies
knight. Yeah,
in
he's
and
a
saves
cow.
The knight
you.
fits.
Yeah, see?
It's like
There
a
it is.
horse, but, not as fast. Don't even
People-
check it. It's not even worth it. Just run up mid.
Well, I mean, they've got a ward in the pit. They're not really cared about
Yeah,
it. Worried about it at all.
Not worth it at all.
This should be a turret for Koro. A lot of people using their recalls already to try and get back to base.
Now rotate down to the Baron.
Yeah, they've got another scrying orb. Counting the scrying orbs.
Pawn is still
None
swimming.
remaining.
Turret's gone. Echo will finally
Oh, they want Dragon.
head up into the top lane. But yes, they do look like they're trying to collapse towards the dragon. 30 seconds until that spawns.
There goes Pawn towards the top. Ping's going down.
Pawn's got teleport.
They need to be careful, though. If there's no pressure point to balance with Pawn, they're just going to collapse on him again.
25 seconds until that dragon does come up.
He's
Def.
got Destiny, though. He should
Is
pop
that
it.
not exactly what he wants,
Well, they're not in position to take anything underneath it.
It's like, I'll do it anyway.
They want to trade Pawn's life for things. They don't just want to feed him.
So Pawn
Tribute.
has gone back to base, has picked up his
the
Zonya's
Katniss
Hourglass.
Everdeen of
Yeah,
EDG.
exactly. I volunteer.
It's okay. Def can be PETA.
Oh, every time. You just got to follow it all the way to the bitter end.
This is how we start with jokes. It's like really broad. It just gets more and more narrow.
Yep, super deep, super deep. But
EDG.
as you can see, once again, very even on the gold until the very end of this game, where EDG have pulled ahead by about 4K, grabbed themselves the third dragon of the game for themselves as well, as Vici were able to get one very early in the game. But following along, Going back to a bit of the old EDG style where they used to focus very heavily on the Dragon, as Frostgreen has alluded to earlier
There was this
on.
brilliant moment where EDG used to have the worst Dragon stats in the LPL, and I feel like they just went away for a weekend and Aaron was like, stop losing to 5th Dragon. And then literally, like, the very next game, and since then, they've always had the highest Dragon control in the league.
Sorry, Aaron.
But it hasn't transitioned into Rift Herald for how important that objective is in the current meta. And I think that if EDG just, their obsession with Dragon just moves to the other side of the map, they would be 10 times a better team or better suited for the meta.
Yeah, most certainly. And they actually have been making that adaptation just a little bit recently.
Yep.
We'll see whether they can continue to do so.
This is
Not anymore. It's 27 minutes into the game. He's been out of home for about 10 of those minutes.
Vici are still 3,500 gold behind EDG here, and they need to try and find a way to get back into this game because
The only
this
way
is a
back
big game
in
for them.
is Easy Hoon. Easy Hoon's the big golden chicken.
Yep, and he's got
the-
60
no.
CS up against Pawn.
He does, but Def just finished his Infinity Edge. This Ashe is doing so much work. And I mean, that is 40% cooldown reduction, massive amounts of crit damage, and this is Ashe. Every one of those auto attacks is going to be doing a heck of a lot of extra damage.
You're throwing out the Enchanted Crystal Arrow every minute.
Twice a minute, aren't you?
I think with 40%, you're still... Well, we'll check his cooldown.
Isn't it 34 seconds? I thought you told me that.
No, that's Sivir.
Ah.
With a full CDR, Sivir's cooldown is ridiculously short. Ashe is about 54,
Okay.
50-something.
Still very, very
Yep.
quick.
She did get nerfed slightly a long time ago when we saw a lot of Ashe. in
Tell
Season
that
1,
to
Season 2.
Ashe.
Well, now that 80 carries are packing a bit of cooldown reduction, let's come back a little bit.
Yeah, the fact that the itemization is so incredibly easy.
Yeah, this is a big game for Vici. They need to win this series to keep their playoffs hopes alive in their hands. They still have a chance, but it's no longer in their hands that they drop this second game against EDG.
Our EDG want to finish first in the LPL. This is
sure
a big
do.
game for them.
Yeah,
They're tired of riding backseat to RNG.
Exactly,
Aw,
and this is
Caveman.
like the domestic kings as well. As there's the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Caveman, you are so dead. I think Super Dead can actually be used here, as that Bard was not on the Rift for long in that moment. As Koro now looking for the flanking play. Endless throws down the Scrying Orb. They don't quite see him, as there's the Sun Turret erected from Easy Hoon.
But they've got the creep wave in the top side. Deft and Mako are rotating towards it. Ping's going down for the tower. Can Vici get in position to save this?
Long and Koro still duking out down to the bottom lane. Koro looks like he's going to be winning that fight for now. As the rest of EDG grouping up towards the top side.
Most definitely. Culling is going to come through. Mako doesn't want to tank it up this time just because doesn't quite have the health bar for it just yet. So nice use of that. Clears out the minion wave, and Easy Hoon makes his way up and is able to take that one down. Of course, Lung was very low on mana, which is why he ran away from Koro, but now able to get back, grab himself a heck of a lot more of that. Sun Turret is going to fall down, though, as EDG, with all of their replacement abilities available, Destiny, Teleport, will be able to answer anything that Vici try to do, and we'll see what Vici can answer with when their backs are against the wall.
They just need to make sure that they don't lose control of the Baron pit. Dragon will only be 4th for EDG when it comes back up, so it's not the massive 5th Dragon moment. But for now, Vici still have a chance. Get this another 10, 15 minutes out. Make sure that Easy Hoon doesn't eat the arrow, and make sure that 3 Sand Soldiers are set up, and there is a chance for victory. Just EDG have a far more versatile comp and how they want to win the game. They can take towers from underneath you. Say it's a 4v5, but Pawn takes your entire base.
Yeah, and I think what you spoke about with Azir, the fact that he has to set up his Sand Soldiers in order to be effective at a moment's notice. It's very, very hard when you've got EDG just running you around the map.
With a 5,000 gold lead as well. EDG not going to stop this pressure anytime soon. Vici desperately trying to defend the remaining structures they have. They have Endless up at the top lane dealing with that creep wave. Clear Love and Mako gripping up here, but look, here's the Destiny coming in, looking to try and take down Easy Hoon. Popped his cleanse already, gonna get knocked up twice. It's the Temper Fate, might keep him alive a little bit longer. Pawn using the Zonius to stay alive as he gets a nice ultimate off, but he's gonna get taken out by that final auto attack from Def. Long is in the back line taking down Pawn, but Def, he's taking a lot of damage as well. Danny, he'll get locked into a wall, but Def finally goes down. And K-Man, he's able to escape. Endless desperately trying to run away. Clear Love is right on top of him. He's trying to finish this fight for his team. As Long still healthy and alive, they will eventually take him down. It's a 3-for-3 trade. Vici somehow hold on.
Okay, so Easyhoon was picked off. So many resources were taken to killing him. He actually survived far longer than he should have. Great arrow timed right as the Tempered Fate came out. So it was effectively Caveman stalling that team fight out long enough that Deft and Pawn put themselves in kind of precarious situations, so both carries actually went down. But there's the Tempered Fate. Pretty much buys time for Easyhoon to live. The arrow comes in, locks him up. He manages to get the Emperor's Divide off anyway. But since Deft had to go so far forward to pick him up, it's now immediately Dandy turns on the Ashe like, what's up, girl?
Yeah, you are so dead. Caveman as well escaping with a sliver of health. But EDG, the tanky members, really able to get the work done.
Yep.
When it turned into that 2v2 situation and Vici have to run away. So nicely played out of EDG. But a big team fight for Vici. You understand now a lot of focus on Easyhoon. They know that he can get a lot of work done because they were just trying to focus him out there.
But he does not have Flash this time around, so that's
True.
actually massive.
They're going to have to see if they can pull it off one more time. Or a couple more times even for Vici to get back into this game as Klilov is just going to do it again. Doesn't even bother to get away quickly. Just shakes his head. It's like, yeah, this is too easy.
There's only so many times when he smiles. But of course, Dragon steals when it's your 4th at 34 minutes.
Second Dragon
That's enough. Oh
Second
my
Dragon
goodness.
Steal against Dandy.
Oh.
And look at him. He's just sitting here going, what's up, guys? That's right. Just took your dragon. That's ridiculous. What a player.
Didn't even panic afterwards. Just, hugged the wall. It's like, you want to fight? Come. I'll wait.
Yeah, he ain't going to blow Flash if he doesn't have to.
There's just like the immediate defeat from Vici. Man, not again.
Yeah.
So that is Dragon number 4 for EDG. In 6 minutes, the 5th Dragon win condition will come up and be online for them. As Logakora still going to battle out in this bottom lane. This game, though, it is the Poppy that comes out ahead.
The damage to champions that both of these players would have will be ridiculous. Whenever they're clearing minion waves, they're also beating the heck out of each other.
It's hilarious to watch because Echo's doing all these backflips and somersaults and throwing out all these yo-yos. And Poppy's just like boop.
I'm a bonky with my hammer. That's her move.
Put the hammer down. Stay still.
Well, not even that. I mean, Echo's still dancing around. It's just like, if you come near me, I'm going to hit you with a hammer.
It's like a dance battle, and one guy's like a b-boy, like breakdancing everywhere.
The other one's doing like some contemporary type thing.
I don't know if she's like, with their hands? What do they call it?
Oh, yeah. No, that's a little bit too cool. Maybe line dancing. I don't know.
Traditional river dancing.
Oh, God. You just can't quite see her
It's
feet
still
'cause they're
impressive,
really little.
and she's really fast, but you're just kind of like standing still.
Yeah. Not flashy.
We've
Not
got
doing
cars,
any
we've
backflips.
got dance battles.
Movie reference. Oh, what's going on?
Oh, we don't. We've only partially got movie references because you haven't seen it. That's our problem. But you can see EDG pushing out these waves. Mako actually taking a big chunk there from Easyhoon, who does have the Void Staff now completed.
Oh.
Yeah, and Fawn actually looking for long. I've seen this movie before.
I think Fish has seen this one before.
Yep.
Yeah, I
about
think
4
so.
times
Thank goodness. Decides not to use his ultimate to get back. Lots of movement speed, though, here for the Echo, as he is going to head back to base. And hopefully we'll be able to defend against this 2-man push from EDG towards the bottom side. Inhibitor turret might actually be in trouble right now as there's a Lich Bane on Pawn.
And the unfortunate thing is that Vici don't have any resources other than the Tempted Fate to start a team fight. They can't say, there's 2 members up here, you need to fight the 3v4.
Long's going to take a bit of damage from this, though. Or going to try and dash back in, but Faves dies out of there. Here's Endless now. Going to try and rain some hurt down onto
This is going
Koro.
to be Baron.
But EDG, yep, looking towards that Baron. And these are their 2 teleport members, so they can rejoin the team at any time. Endless, however, has to waddle his way down towards that objective.
The big thing is Easyhoon cannot leave this area.
And he's still there, waiting around the Raptor camp.
That's the most important member. You are correct that if Endless leaves, yes, obviously Endless has to walk all the way back across, but the Azir is so much more important in stopping the Baron than the Lucian is right now.
It also really suits Endless's playstyle because he kind of wants the team fight to have already been underway, and then he can just come in and be the janitor that he's known to be.
Yep.
But still able to stop that split towards the bottom side.
Take a look at the items really quickly. Easyhoon has his Rylai's, Nash's Tooth, and 2 magic penetration items, as well as his boots. So he's going to be packing a punch in these team fights.
He needs a death cap, though.
Definitely does. That should be his final item, I believe.
It's a Banshee's Vow picked up from Deft as well.
He definitely wants to stay alive.
Well, it's just interesting that he hasn't gone for something like a More of Malmortius or a Mercurial Scimitar, something to get him out of any of this CC. Instead, Wants to make sure that, you know, if there's that one spell that's going to come through to start things off, it isn't going to be able to hit him.
Tempered Fate, Binding as well, Cosmic Binding.
Tempered Fate probably a big one here. Is actually Cosmic Binding, I believe, hits you and then stuns you. So Banshee's Veil not as great for that one.
That's why Bard counters Sivir.
Yeah.
Because the meep supply is slow.
So you just spell shield's gone and then you stunned. And then
I hate it. He auto attacks you and he takes it.
Yep.
And then he throws out. I hate him.
And look at this, Vici looking to try and get a flank up towards this AD carry and support. There's the Cosmic Binding, not going to land. Caveman, he's in a little bit of trouble now as he gets arrowed as well. Caveman pops the Tempered Fate, does lock down Ash, but look at this, 2 teleports are coming in now. Dandy going to get locked down for an extreme amount of time. It's going to be Ultimate coming up from Easy to try and keep him alive, but the Ultimate from Korra knocks people out. Clear Love, he's not done yet, looking for a flank into the back lines. The Destiny's going to come out as well. Gold card down onto Lung. He's going to get locked down. Another kill for EDG. They take down 2. They're looking to push for the inhibitor.
They are navigating around Azir so unbelievably well. This is going to be the inhibitor dead.
And we'll see what else they take off of that. But like you said, it's just so much respect for Azir and Easyhoon just not being able to be as effective in these team fights as he's needed to be.
10,000 gold down. Vici struggling to pull these team fights together. He looks for that flank. They couldn't get it. And then disaster struck. And Caveman,
and this
he's
is with
been
the
in this
arrow
position
being
before.
burned on the Bard. So Tempered Fate goes down. It means that Def's going to be out of the team fight for a little bit. But instantaneously, so many teleports coming in at the creep wave, giving a great advantage on positioning for EDG. Long getting kicked out of that team fight.
And
just
straight back in, yeah.
I love the counter of Echo on Poppy. But Azir, you know, when he's kiting backwards, it causes him a lot of problems because it completely wrecks his damage output. Again, he needs to be set up. He has to have his Sand Soldiers going forward.
It's Clear Love going to take a little bit of damage. Face checking Danny in this bush. Dragon has come up.
Dragon.
This is Dragon number 5 for EDG. If they can take it down, it has respawned. Long is nowhere close to try and contest this. He doesn't have his teleport. Has to waddle his way down towards his objective. As EDG sweeping out as many wards as possible before the fight can take place. Easyhood trying to poke at as many people as possible. They have the Scuttle Crab, and they need to try and take this dragon. They're looking for a fight.
Yeah, Long actually is going to jump on top of Koro right now. Half the health already down on the big tanky Poppy. Not quite committing just yet as Deft.
The arrow's up.
Quite far up, exactly right. As there's the Cosmic Binding. Tempered Fate going to lock down 2. As the ultimate is going to get channeled. Long not going to get knocked away this time, as it is going to get rid of a different player. Easyhoon now going to get knocked up. Mako trying to take down the Azir as Dandy. Very, very low on health, but Vici looking a little bit better in this fight. Deft able to fight back. Easyhoon's going to die. Grabs Dandy. Endless is dead. Of course, Pawn's off somewhere killing a turret. This is ludicrous, but that's a triple kill.
Not
and Pawn's
again.
going to win the game.
Not like this. Pawn has done it another time. He's gone for the back door.
Okay, as much as it's cool that Pawn just effectively backdoored them, Deft just 4v5'd and played the most gorgeous team fight.
That was the best Ashe play I've ever seen.
He sidestepped pretty much every single one of Dandy's abilities, including the ultimate.
What a game.
Oh my goodness.
And
Like, congratulations to Pawn for backdooring, but again, a 4v5, and the only reason they were able to execute on that team fight so well, because at that moment, they're buying time for Pawn. Okay, if we lose this team fight and it's a wash, it doesn't matter. We took their entire base. We'll maybe trade for a tower. But Deft's positioning and his ability to just walk around the skill shots won the team fight for them.
Still,
whilst also doing ludicrous damage.
huge game for ADG. Able to come out big, pick it up, a 2-0 victory against Vici. And that was a phenomenal second game for them. They played brilliantly.
Yeah, and look, actually having a conversation there, Dandy and Deft, chatting it up. Of course, formerly on similar organizations.
Did I miss you with everything? Yeah, mate, you did.
Yeah, you did. Sorry, it wasn't a bug. As there is a well-deserved bow to be taken from this team. Man, what a performance. And EDG, if there's any time for them to step up, it is right now, and they are definitely doing so. This is a team that's looking phenomenal.
Particularly in their AD carry position.
Oh, yeah.
Both games, Sivir and Ashe, Deft has played amazing. He is the best performing AD carry in the league right now.
Yeah, and this is Frosker saying this without any bias as well, despite the fact that these are our 2 favorite champions at the moment.
But Name is playing right now,
I
and I'm
know.
like, Deft.
That is a very good point. So, of course, there's a little bit of bias there already, but phenomenal, like unbelievable play out of Deft.
That was a big game drop for Vici as well. They're now 6-8, so they're still last in that group as well. And if they were able to pick up that game, they had an interesting run into playoffs. It's no longer in their hands. They're looking for OMG to try and drop one of their 3 games against RNG, Vici, EDG, sorry.
Wait,
and they're
drop
looking
2 of them, don't they?
Yeah, they have to drop 2 of them. And they're now also looking at IG to drop both their games as well to stay in this contention.
Yeah.
Sorry, one of their games as well. If they drop one of their games, no, they have to drop 2 because they have the head-to-head.
Exactly.
IG do have the head-to-head still. They're really banking on OMG to drop their games against RNG and EDG because then Vici can still take them down and they already have the head-to-head in that matchup. So it's no longer IG Vici now, it's Vici OMG, even OMG's up front, but it's no longer in Vici's hands. They're relying on these 2 teams to drop games now.
Yeah, and OMG with a relatively, I guess, rough run. They do have to face against Vici, like you mentioned before, but it's RNG at the end of the day today that they do have to go up against. So Vici still possibilities here for this team, and it's a team that looked brilliant, honestly. I mean, that was a phenomenal series of League of Legends in both of those games from both sides. Very close in the early stages, but EDG just coming out trumps with a slightly better team comp, and also a phenomenal bottom lane. The fact that, Endless was, Caveman was stepping up on the side of Vici, but it just wasn't enough to contend with Deft, who is going to grab another MVP. 9, 1, and 6 on the Ashe.
Damage share.
Yeah,
Whew.
you never get
40%.
Yeah, well, you look at 36%, something like that, and you're like, that's really, really huge.
Yeah,
40%
okay, so
is
just
unbelievable.
Just to 40%, like you said, that doesn't happen. People don't do 40% of their team's damage to champions.
If you think about
in a
this,
game.
there's 5 players on the Rift, right? And theoretically
In a
that
perfect
means
world,
20% each, right? But no, he's doing damage for 2 players. So it's like the entire bottom lane.
Basically
no
all of Pawn's damage.
Pawn wasn't.
Pawn was like,
champions.
I
He hit
die
some
in lane,
structures though, guys.
I get 1 stun off, I kill all the structures.
I Destiny into the bottom lane to try and kill an Echo who will just ult away every single time.
4 times.
Or just run.
Something that I do want to bring up, though, is, okay, so utilizing Pawn in a kind of distraction means having the Destiny as well as the double TP composition that they use. We explained how that works against Azir. The strategy that EDG still employed, though, is a little bit questionable going into playoffs. Again, we just saw a game. The first game, they used Baron to close it out. The second game, they were looking for 5th Dragon. 5th Dragon in this meta, where it's all about the Rift Herald, it's all about the Baron, it's all about the structures. Because again, it's a structure-focused meta. Baron's going to empower your creeps, going to take that down. Obviously, get the tower burn damage from Dragon, but still. So that's a little bit of a concern for me going forward. Yes, it was well executed in the back half of just taking free objectives and trading Pawn's life or Pawn's positioning for it. But still, it's, why not set up for Baron a little bit earlier? Why not try to deny a little bit more of that vision? Instead, teams being very content to just kind of passively farm and wait out that 6-minute window. And it's kind of this difference between engineering specific points on the map.
Well, honestly, I sort of want to challenge that just a little bit because I actually really loved what they put together just because they did have the Twisted Fate that was picked last because they understood that if Azir is able to set up, just don't go anywhere near him.
Just think about it this way, though. So, because I completely agree, but Azir does really well in like Dragon and Baron pits. So
Yeah, and they were the only ones actually starting off these Dragon fights. Remember, Clearlove just stole them away.
Yeah, but it's the difference of understanding that vision is an objective.
Yeah, true.
So right now in LPL, we have this issue where like, come to the Dragon pit, come to the Baron pit, because this is the objective you want, and I want to fight you. And so I know that you have to come here, and so I'm going to set up a team fight. Whereas if you trade information or if you treat vision and wards and information as the objective and you go into like the red jungle or the blue jungle and you set up these wards and you start pressuring waves, you're like, I know that you have to come here because you have to clear this creep wave, or you have to come here because you want this blue buff, or you think that I'm out of position here because I know what vision you have and where. It's about moving these engineered team fights from the Dragon pit, from the Baron pit, and moving them around the map so they're closer to better objectives to take to streamline the efficiency of your game. And that's kind of the step that we're missing.
Yeah,
and
that's true.
EDG kind of forced that as well with Twisted Fate, with Ashe as well. You force the fact that they no longer have to do these dangerous things where, okay, we don't have to go into dangerous territory. We don't have vision.
Wards because we have Destiny.
We have Destiny.
Hawkshot.
We have Hawkshot as well. That forces Vici to do all of that. And we saw that in that game as well.
Yeah, it's like vision on trainer wheels, something like that.
But it's like
throw out the Hawkshot and the Destiny, you'll be fine.
A little bit cleaner. And I expect it from EDG because they're like the top team. Like they've been the premier flagship organization for the LPL for so long. And it's just tighten it up slightly. You have this amazing pick comp. You can place these wards. You can draw them in. You don't have to just fight over the Dragon.
I agree with that. It felt like EG doing all the right things. They were doing exactly what they needed to do in that game, just it felt like it wasn't glued together properly. It felt like they knew exactly how to win, what they're going to do. They do it nicely as well, but they're just missing the steps in between that they really crucially need leading to playoffs as well.
Yeah, it felt like they'd put together the plan as far as like to deal with what Vici had done, but it's all about that execution and whether it'll actually work against any of these other teams, because that was a comp built around let's not die to EasyHoon.
Yep.
And they did that beautifully well. But what happens when you have multiple extra threats? I mean, Dandy got a little bit further ahead, but they dealt with him as well. It was all about Deft having phenomenal positioning towards the end of the game there. But what happens when Deft is going to get shut down? What happens when he doesn't get early game advantages, kills a top laner randomly by himself? Like,
Well,
what happens then?
It's fine because it's a pick-based composition, so there's never really a moment that EDG have to look for a 5v5 to win the game on that comp, because it's like Destiny and Ash Arrow. That's the core of your comp. And it doesn't always have to be, the core of your composition doesn't always have to be your carries either. It can be something like the top laner with like an Ezreal. Like if you have an Ezreal and a Trundle, guess what? The core of your composition is going to be Kite, Disengage, and it's those two champions that matter, and anything else can be kind of like fill in the blanks, like Mad Libs.
Yeah.
It's just on this comp, it's Ash and Twisted Fate. So you don't have to 5v5. So if there ever was a scenario where Ash fell behind or Pawn we did see fall behind, it didn't necessarily matter because we're not here to 5v5 and outsmart them or outfight them. We're here to outsmart them and outmove them on the map. And we have the tools that if it comes into a scenario where we can't take them 5v5, we have the tools where we can set up a 4v5 because we can immediately blow someone up.
I'd honestly like to see what happens if EDG do fall behind early with that team composition, because they adapted to being ahead with that composition very nicely. They were able to get the early items on Nash to get lots of cooldown reduction on the arrow. They used the arrow onto Bard quite frequently, getting a lot of picks and using it very early in team fights as well, not afraid to
But they
use
were
that.
they were behind at the beginning. I mean, Koro felt horribly behind after dying to the turret. Of course, wasn't having as much fun in that split push scenario. And Vici were moving around the map, picking things up. But it's exactly that. It's the fact that the cooldown reduction was easy to purchase. The fact that, you know, you've got this Ashe that's able just to throw out an arrow, they grab a pick, it looks like free money, and then they snowball it from there. They have what they need in order to orchestrate that lead. So it's not necessarily playing from ahead and what are they going to do when they're behind. They were behind, and then they said, well, let's just get the picks and get ahead.
Let's purchase the Lucidity boots as well as the Caulfield's Hammer instead of completing the Essence Reaver, so we have the extra CDR, so we have the arrow to make the pick. You're absolutely right.
Oh, so beautiful. And this is why we go back to talking about Ashe, talking about item builds.
I love
Name
Ashe.
is going to be playing at the end of the day. We did see him, of course, on that roster for RNG. And I want to talk about this as well, because we're talking about the tippy top of this group. And it's going to be EDG and RNG fighting for that spot. Now EDG one win ahead. If RNG managed to win their game at the end of the day, we are going to have one more tie.
And they're split 1-1 in the head-to-head because
They
RNG
are.
beat EDG the first time when EDG didn't have Clear Love. They were running Fire Lolly.
Yeah.
And then EDG with Clear Love on the second rotation through group stage beat RNG.
RNG still do have one game extra to play, though. Or now, effectively, 2 games to play. So EDG, they're 11-4. RNG, they're 10-3 in that group. They're both secured for the playoffs. There's no way nobody can knock them out, but seeding between the four teams going to playoffs is still questioned. Like, nobody knows who's going to be first. Nobody knows who's second, third, or fourth either. But they are secure for playoffs. So they're really fighting to get that first seed and the priority as well.
Yeah, and if you're looking at this top 4 as well, I mean, you've got RNG, EDG, and then it looks like OMG, IG are going to be the options there for the last couple of spots. And what I'd love to see is the first semifinal match, the IG, EDG. Big battle. Once again, of course, this is a matchup that is very exciting just because the IG were able to take down the first iteration of it. And I could imagine that EDG probably looking for a rematch, which means they really want to be able to get to that top spot. Might be why they're playing so incredibly aggressively at the moment.
Maybe. We'll see.
We will certainly have to see. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, Hyper Youth Gaming are going to try and upset Invictus Gaming to try and kick them out of that playoff contention. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. We've already seen our first series for Week 9, day number 4. It was, of course, EDG coming out ahead 2-0 over their opponents, Vici Gaming. And now we're up to our second matchup, Invictus Gaming versus HYG. I'm, of course, Max Alice Anderson, joined still by Indiana Frosker and Black and Matthew Fish Stewart. Guys, as we head into this game, of course, it is not necessarily a one that we're expecting to be all that close, but HYG have now an opportunity to topple the
Blue
LPL.
shell.
The blue shell. That's the power play, you know? It's like this is the trap game.
This is the trap card.
Yeah.
So
It's
HYG,
been activated.
yeah, just to be clear, they have no chance at playoffs. They are the last place team in the LPL. They are not making any sort of playoff run, but this game is still important to Invictus Gaming in particular because they could still mess up their playoff chances because it's a very tight race between OMG, IG, and Vici Gaming, who we saw last game. So still important for IG, but HYG, they're playing for glory and to mess someone up.
Just to sum it up, I believe OMG win this game. I'm not sure how head-to-head works going into playoffs.
It's going to be so hard for OMG to win this game.
Sorry, if IG win this game, watching you, if IG win this game, they'd be
The delivery on that was...
Well, it is. It's going to be very hard.
They would be 8-7, which means even if they drop their game against RNG and Vici win both their games, they would both be 8-8. So effectively, the head-to-head would mean that IG are ahead of Vici and they'd be into playoffs. So this is a big game for IG to pick up. It almost guarantees their position in playoffs.
Well, we'll see whether they can actually pick that one up, because IG is a team known for inconsistency, of course. Consistently inconsistent has been something we've said about IG multiple times.
Inconsistent, yes. That's the only thing that you can count on for Invictus Gaming. They're like LGD. Like, I have no idea which iteration of the team is going to show up. Maybe Rookie will be a god. Maybe Zatai is playing. Maybe Kid can play.
Yeah.
Or maybe they're just... I have no idea.
Well, we are going to have a look at HYG first up here, a team that has been struggling in the LPL. Of course,
Shimmin.
He's been the shining light for this team, I have to say. As he stepped onto the roster, they have looked a whole lot better. That being said, not necessarily able to come out with the win. 17, they're still towards the top side of the map. Happy to mix things up. The Kale, an interesting addition. We'll see whether HYG are going to be able to come out swinging because, you know, the nothing-to-lose mentality is definitely something that you can bring into these series.
Yes, but you are correct. Shimmin's kind of been their shining light for them alongside mid laner Gosu. Gosu plays everything. He actually has one of the largest champion pools in the LPL. Just kind of hard randoms.
He does. Hasn't recently, though. Of course, looking pretty standard there in the last 5 picks, but you're exactly right. He can certainly whip out some crazy stuff. The Viger was an odd one.
He's got 7 champions that he's played once that split. Just to sum up his champion.
Just throw him out there. Who even cares?
XQ in the AD carry position, formerly of LGD, but was replaced by Imp, and then joining him down there will be Shu. And that was also kind of the shining light for this roster. When looking at them on paper coming into the LPL, it's Shu and XQ actually have LPL experience.
Yeah.
And so they thought that they would be like the solid point of the roster, but it's actually been the top lane, 17. That's really kind of been the most consistent member. But speaking of consistency... Yeah,
or not. As we are going to have a look at Invictus Gaming. Rain, of course, stepping in that 80 carry position instead of Time. Of course, 4-letter words, meaning completely different things used as names. Kid. I just like it. It's
time for some Rain.
Kitties!
Yeah, there he is. The man of the hour, the disengaged Lord himself. Kitties. The bottom lane that gets nothing from their team.
They just leave them on an island.
Yeah, no, they're in the desert. There's not even an oasis in sight.
We literally mean this. Kid will never gank bottom.
Yeah, he's like, I hate you kitties. You deserted me. You sent me to the jungle. I'm never coming down to assist you ever. As there's the tie towards the top side of the map. And I find it interesting. We're talking about the bottom lane of HYG and Chimmin being sort of the strong parts of the map. But you look at Zatai and you look at Rookie as the players that can really go off for Invictus Gaming if they are going to hard carry in their games. So a little bit of a mismatch as far as where the power lies. But you mentioned 17, relatively consistent. If he can neutralize, it will be very important. As there's Rookie, a man that can play basically anything. And I want to see his Orianna more and more. I mean, normally I'm talking about way less when I'm talking about Orianna, but Rookie, his ability to mechanically lord over someone is ludicrous.
What's interesting, though, is Rookie actually hasn't been playing up into that height that we expect him. So, yes, when Rookie's on point, he is possibly the best mid laner in the LPL. But as of recent in his performance, he's kind of actually been on a bit of a downward spiral. which is partly why Invictus Gaming have been so unsuccessful in their most recent series.
Yeah, and we'll see whether he's actually going to be able to step up to the plate, because he's against Gosu this time, a relatively easier opponent, and maybe might give him some wiggle room to try and get themselves back into form, because it's all about momentum moving into the playoffs here as well. And Invictus Gaming is a team that finished off 3rd in the LPL at the end of last split, and they don't want to be faltering here and falling out of that playoff run, because they want to make it overseas. They've got a lot to prove as they head out. We are in Champion Select for game number 1, and we'll see whether it is going to be a fired-up Invictus Gaming or whether HYG can throw in that monkey wrench.
Blue shell.
Yep. Something, blue shell.
Froskin's going to say the sky is blue again, but both these teams have played against the same opponents in their past 2 matches. They both played OMG and before that EDG. Both ending up in losses for them, but OMG were able to pick up a sneaky win in the first match against OMG.
Why would I say the sky is blue?
I don't know.
Your tie
I was
is blue.
assuming. It is very blue.
So are the bans on the side of Invictus Gaming, as they are going to take away Kindred and Rise. Lulu, Cogmore, and Nidalee are going to be banned on the side of HYG. Of course, remembering the fact that Rain, despite the nerfs to Cogmore, or the changes to Cogmore with his scaling, still plays a heck of a lot of it, because they do like to have that late game insurance as they move later and later.
And they had that champion in their win against OMG as well. That was a key factor to how they picked up that game. So, Hyper Youth Gaming, identifying that is something they need to take away, they do it nicely.
Yeah, and Chimin actually with his Kindred banned away, Nidalee gone as well, so Kid not going to be able to pick up that champion. They are going to take away the Gragas, the team-fighting jungler there, a champion that we saw Clearlove do incredible things with last game. Without those S-tier junglers in the Kindred and the Nidalee on the board, definitely looking like the second option. As Zatai hovering the standard Heimerdinger.
You know what? It's a tie, so I don't even know.
That's
if
the thing,
he's
right?
Joking.
Normally the rule is like don't talk about hovers because it's probably not going to be serious.
Yeah.
But when it's a tie, everything could be serious.
We expect Kid to go for the Grace, however. Speaking of
Yeah, makes a lot
hovers,
of
it's
sense.
been kind of his go-to champion. Was actually banned away from him at certain points during the LPL. Again, he is an AD carry that has role swapped into the jungle, so much more comfortable on the likes of that champion. As it is, locked in.
Yeah, so Graves going to be picked up. The Braum there as well. IG take away their first 2 picks. 10 seconds to go, actually, but I would not be surprised if this Braum was to be taken away.
Kitties. Nope, it is going to be the Braum. No surprises right there. Again, IG's mentality around their bottom lane is if we just give them something like Lucian Braum, Alistar Kalista, just something that cannot die,
Yep,
and just leave them alone, it'll be fine.
that's the thing. It's sort of like put your head in the sand. It's the emu mentality when it comes to your bottom lane. It's like, surely if we can't see them, they'll be okay.
Of course,
Oftentimes it doesn't necessarily work like that.
Coach Chris
Who is
is
that?
behind them. That's Hecarim.
Ah,
Yeah, he's a horse.
He runs fast.
Yeah. Magnificent stallion, one could say.
I have not seen that splash.
Black Beauty.
Yeah. Farlap.
Well, we have to see what HYG pick up during the next rotation. I like the Gragas pick up already. That was the champion that Chimin used to bring Hyper Youth Gaming for their first victory. We'll be excited to see him play that once more. But it does look like they're going to respond with picking up Corki and Alistar in their second pick rotation. Oh no, it's not going to be Corki.
Yeah.
It's Maokai.
Yeah,
Just
that's why we don't talk about them. Hovers
Nah,
is Maokai
it's
is going to be
Maokai.
the one locked in. The Alistar is also there, so the second tier support champion, of course, varying in which sort of tier of power you put it in based on what the support players are, but Shu is able to pick that one up. Not really showing their hand too much, as HYG could build almost any composition out of this.
Yep.
I like the priority of Maokai. I like that he's returning to the meta, and I also like the fact that he was picked up not necessarily in tandem, the same rotation, but on the same composition as Gragas. Now, you would think that these champions might be a little bit
Counterintuitive.
counterintuitive to how they want to go about it, but you're taking away a disengage option. A very common one against Maokai.
Oh no, Braum can't go anywhere else. No, kiddies, where is your Janna? He's the Janna player.
He is the Janna player.
And with Maokai making his way back into the meta,
Oh.
could have been his thing, but Rain is going to be raining down the ricochets.
Silver.
Beyblade Arena. But it's against a Maokai. Dangerous stuff. Of course, can nullify a lot of that damage with the Vengeful Maelstrom.
Yep, and that's the big reason why Maokai is starting to re-emerge in the meta, is the power of Azir and Sivir, and just how his ultimate will interact with that as we have the Insta-Lock Jhin.
John.
Yeah, of course, the Dancing Grenade working out relatively similar to that of the Ricochet, although not going to be bouncing as much.
And the thing about Jhin is he's also in a healthier spot. Not only was his mid-game buff because he can now semi-crit towers, so he doesn't go through as massive a lull as before,
Yeah.
but he does really well against Sivir and lane.
He does really well against anything
everyone
in lane. But the last pickup yet remaining here from HYG, waiting for Gosu to make up his mind as the Corki is going to make its way into his hands.
Are
so
you up to snuff?
Wow,
And
that
got
me
you
an
an
ace
ace
machine. I can tell you that much.
What does that even mean?
Up to snuff. Up to snuff means
Ready.
are you up to it?
You know, but is it just like, come at me, bro? Is that the translation?
Yeah, it's basically like, are you
says, "I'm
ready?
ready."
Because I've got a really sweet machine. Yeah. Sort of like letting you know what he has so that you can... Okay, I think I'm over-explaining it here as Rookie just locks in the Twisted Fate.
Okay, so very 5v5 oriented composition coming out of Invictus Gaming. I like the fact that you have Twisted Fate there, so a bit
Into
more...
XQ's Jhin, which is very scary.
He hasn't played Twisted Fate this split. What? Corki was taken away from his most played champion. Gonna pull this one out.
Frosco, do you want to take us through Rookie on the old Twisted Fate?
Rookie's a god,
Yeah,
and he can play Twisted Fate really well.
he certainly can.
We'll see how he utilizes it with his team, however.
Yeah, and look, this is what we were talking about before. It all comes back to it, the fact that which Rookie iteration are we going to see? Which
I'm gonna-
IG iteration are we going to see?
Make a educated guess and say that Rookie is going to Destiny top lane, and they're going to camp to Ty's lane multiple times.
And he's going to be a big old underwater guy.
Yep.
Does make
Big
a heck of a lot of
anchor.
sense. Yeah, exactly right.
On the other side, though, you've got a mid-game power spike in Corki and a mid-game power trife in Jhin. So Hyper Youth Gaming actually did a good job bridging their different power points throughout the game. So they should have an answer at all stages of the game.
Well, we'll see exactly how it does work out, ladies and gentlemen, as we hop onto the Rift. And here we are onto the Rift for game number 1 between HYG and Invictus Gaming. HYG starting off on our blue side this time around, as we are going to see Rookie's Twisted Fate for the first time this split of the LPL.
Zoom.
Yeah, very excited to see it. It's been quite a long time.
Say big rookie champion. Smashery's coming through. Nothing too out of the ordinary, although it is Warlord's Bloodlust coming out on Graves. Not too out of the ordinary, but not necessarily standard. Deathfire Touch on Jhin, which is to be expected.
Oh, yeah.
Otherwise, yep, we're all good.
Since the change to Warlords, I believe.
Are you okay with this, Fish? Anything?
I like
Are you
it.
okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
Look, it's your
Musings.
favorite bush.
The fight push. Nobody's fighting.
No, well, someone copped a Winter's Bite, but then Kitty said, no, no, no.
What's
Hey,
actually
Malta
important
Field.
about the Jhin pick, because you have to expect that you're getting a lane phase, because again, in a split push, or excuse me, not split push, lane swap scenario, Jhin is not going to be as effective as other champions, simply because A, he doesn't push as well, and B, his primary power is in his 2v2 or his 1v1 ability. IG never lane swap.
No.
They have the lowest lane swap percentage of any team in the LPL. I believe it's 17%.
Well, it's going to suit Hyper Youth Gaming nicely. They do have that matchup they would want to bring down to bottom lane, and they are very strong in the early game, as Korra is going to pick up 3 cheeky CS very early on with the
Sir,
saplings.
that is 17 God to you.
And did he also
Korra,
not get
goodness.
them? Did it get started off by those and then Gosu grabbed them all? No, he didn't.
I think
No,
he
he
just got the little ones.
Yeah, I thought he threw a phosphorus bomb in there.
Maybe he did.
That was very cute.
I didn't check his CS.
It wasn't. It was 17 that actually grabbed the 3 of the little ones.
Thing to watch out for, however, is that Kitty's is on Braum, and the thing that Jhin is susceptible to, as we do have a cheeky invade from Kid.
Yeah, Kid.
Is he
He's
gonna
in
get
it.
He's got Smite. German's Smite still on cooldown. Kid's going to get this blue buff for free.
The delayed invade, the classic from Krugs to blue buff.
That was more like a, oh, thanks, mate, for starting it off. See you later. More than a, I'm going to steal your stuff. It was more like they were just working in tandem, and Chimin's like, all right.
You just got 3 buffed.
Yeah, I did. Casually 3 buff.
Casual 3 buff.
That's ridiculous.
As I was saying, though, Braum.
Yeah.
Jin's susceptible to the all-in, so it's really on Kitties here to hit the concussive blows in the Winter's Bite.
Make stuff happen.
Make it happen, Kitty.
The other thing I want to talk about is sort of Rookie on the Twisted Fate as we look back to sort of the Katie Arrows days as well. I mean, he's used to playing with the likes of Cacao.
Nocturne,
who
TF.
loved the old Nocturne TF. Really beautiful to watch. Of course, actually one of my favorite games was when they were running that gauntlet.
Yep.
Katie Arrows back in the day.
That's probably one of the greatest games ever played.
Oh my god. The Cacao. Oh my.
4
Okay,
buff?
we're going for
4
a 4 buff.
Chimin actually taking a beating here as Kid looking to try and take him down instead.
Does Kid have Fog of War on?
No, it's disabled.
It's just ludicrous. Well, that's going to be a 4 buff
a
start.
4 buff start for Kid.
The only reason he's able to do that, though, is A, because Graves is going to jungle so much faster than Gragas, and B, because he has the push in all of his lanes. The fact that Rookie and Rain both have control of their creep waves, holding down Gosu and XQ so that IG can get the faster rotation.
Well, big play from Kid. He's going to move in towards his side of the jungle for now and actually take away his 3rd buff.
This is
of the game.
huge.
This is so big.
It is. It's massive. Insult to injury, 17 did take away these small raptors as well, so even more denial to jungle.
And this is the thing, Chimin has kind of been the bright light.
Oh, and Rookie's going to get first blue buff as well over their side of the map.
That doesn't look fun.
What do you mean? Invictus Gaming is having a hell of a time.
Yeah, they're having a hell of a time. Gosu is not going to have fun in this mid lane anymore.
He never was, let's be honest, as Rookie throws down a red card. Gatling Gun not going to be able to catch up to the old Twisted Fate. Is just slinging cards left, right, and center, and can do with impunity.
Chimin does have a window of opportunity, though, to look for the red buff steal.
Really
He
nice
could get
gotcha.
one.
Oh, yeah, possibly.
Because he saw Kid invade him knowing that he didn't have red.
He's going for it. It looked like he was going for it, but instead he's actually making his way towards this mid lane. He is behind
I want
Twisted
this
Fate.
blue buff.
He was behind Twisted Fate.
He lost his
Decides
window.
not to go for it, though.
Yeah, can't actually get the red buff here either. So Kid just going to grab everything on this map.
Goodness.
Out of
Chimin,
control. 18 to 7.
yeah, 7 CS. It's going to be 20 to 10 in a second. Whew.
That hurts.
Yeah, and this is a Graves that's not necessarily as powerful as he used to be as well. A few of those interactions not quite as clean.
HYG coming from the LSPL as well, known for their strong early game, but in the strong laning phase. But shutting down Chimin is definitely one way to stop that.
It's very true. And Chimin has looked like that bridge, especially in
4
games
buff
that they've been
starts.
able to win. But a 4 buff start
Someone's
means
been
that he ain't going to win much.
Watching the Rocks Tigers.
Yeah. Well, it's a tie. He's going to head back. Very close on the old farm there towards the top side of the map. Nothing really to report. And the Nautilus probably just going to teleport back in as well. You can see Kid. He grabs himself an extra buff. Chimin's just eating himself some Krugs. But well and truly on the welfare right now in the jungle.
So many items. Look at how strong that Graves is after first back.
Skirmish the Saber, Longsword, and the boots.
Chimin doesn't even have his second. Okay, now he does. In his first back, didn't even get his second jungle item. Had to get the Hunter's Potion instead.
The old Seckle jungle item.
But this is the
Seckle.
thing. If Invictus Gaming continue to apply pressure toward their lanes, keeping them locked down, it opens up more space for Kid to continue to invade and abuse this Gragas.
Yeah. Rookie actually with an interesting adaptation to his build decided to go for the
Swifties?
Swifties instead of the Lucidity.
Makes sense because he can walk out. Again, if your primary position is just to keep your lane opponent down,
Yeah.
it helps you dodge out of the Phosphorus Bomb and the big kind of damage burst out of Corki. And likewise, it's still going to help you with your Destiny because you can walk that much quicker to the side lane. It's just not going to help you in terms of the CDR on the cooldown.
On top of that, the way Kid is playing, invading very heavily and keeping Chimin shut down, means that Rookie can potentially aid him faster with those boosts as well. But Gosu might be in a bit of trouble as Kid looking for a gank, pops down the smoke screen.
Remember, every Valkyrie is important because it's a heck of a lot of mana in the early game.
Thank you, Spawn.
You're welcome. I learned these things. We did a duo cast over the last week. All of those micro interactions in my brain.
I'm sorry I was sick.
That's okay. I think Spawn and I have done some casting together before. It wasn't really too bad. As Gosu just going to continue clearing things out. You can see Chimin able to at least pick up some farm here. Only 10 creeps behind. His kid's going to make his way into the enemy jungle once again.
Yeah, he's got the timers.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Rookie just going to help him out.
This
Kid
is
saying, "You'll get one of them."
You
mate."
can have hours.
No, it
I
makes
want
sense
his.
naturally to smite it. Oh, good flash.
Oh, 17
well.
might be in a bit of trouble. Kid's going to take a bit of damage here. Pops the ultimate to try and get away even further. to Ty now taking a lot of damage. Pops the ultimate. Chimin's now going to jump in as well. Gets the body slam as well as the flash, but does knock him away. Here comes the door though as Kiddies jumps in, throws a couple of chairs. Chimin is going to go down. First blood goes on over to Rookie. And IG turn around that fight.
Surprise support there that turns the numbers advantage in Invictus Gaming's favor.
Surprise.
Super cool, calm, and collected as well out of IG. Just wandering around, making sure that, immediately the flash was burnt out of Kid. He's like, all right, rechange my position. Vengeful Maelstrom is there from the Maokai, but he won't be able to use it for too long if he's dead.
Also disaster for HYG as it's Rookie who ends up picking up that first blood. Still has his Destiny available and managed to cheat in another back looking for that Abyssal Scepter.
Yeah, has all of the components now as well, so only another 775, my memory serves, in order to pick that item up. Really nice play out of Rookie and showing us that it's just like riding a bike. Back on the Twisted Fate, he's more than happy.
Curious if we're going to see or continue to see Invictus Gaming challenge every single one of those buffs. This was something that we criticized EDG for last game. Not contesting or utilizing the buffs as kind of an engineering fight point.
Yeah.
IG look more than happy to do that. Snowball their lead further.
This one is yours, Rookie. You can have it.
And again, the idea is that when you're stealing a buff, you want to secure it first and foremost. So no reason to not smite it and just hand over the safer one.
Exactly right. Glad that Rookie was there to actually get some extra damage down as well, because think about it, if that wasn't there, Kid would have been caught a lot closer to HYG's side of the jungle.
And this is not looking too good for HYG. It's only a small lead for IG, but that is their jungler shut down quite heavily.
He did get a buff this time, though. He took his own red.
Did it.
That is true. And as well, I mean, you have to remember that the rest of the camp's still worth quite even on the old experience. He just won't have the added benefits of the buffs.
You'll take
what
a
they're
look.
giving to him. Little Sentinels are going to be taken down now as Kid's going to start on this
Find
risk
each
scuttler.
other.
Chimin.
Hello.
Oh, end of the line. Now on cooldown, so Kid's not going to actually run into the jungle and kill the Gragas.
He's going to actually try and contest her. It doesn't get it.
No.
Chimin.
Insult, meet injury.
Oh, no.
Just grind some salt in the wound.
Oh, God.
Here comes the invade from Zatai. They're looking for the dive.
They're probably going to get this. They are spotted by a ward. Immediately,
Rippy.
Kosu's like, I'm getting out of here as the curtain call has been popped in the bottom lane. XQ just sitting there patiently, waits for the door to go down, puts a couple of shots into Braum.
He effectively last hit 2 creeps with it. The splash damage off of the Braum.
It's good wave clear. You know, people use the culling for it. Why not use the curtain call?
That's how I like to utilize my gen.
Damn right. Oh, trap going to come down. Rain says, cheers for the mana, bro.
Destiny.
And we're top.
Yep, makes a lot of sense as Rookie's going to come in. Of course, the
Gold
Destiny's
card.
down. Kid able to get a bit of damage there, but the gold card not quite in time. 17's going to make it up.
Well done, 17, to immediately pop the TP, knowing that the gold card wouldn't come up in time.
Very cute play. Waited for the first gold card, I believe.
But this is what we expected the Destiny to be utilized in the top lane. Again, Invictus Gaming completely sandbag their bot lane.
Oh, yeah. No one's ever going to come down there. Not ever. Even though Jhin is a phenomenal Destiny target.
Yep.
It's probably one of the best targets for Destiny ever. You see the curtain call come up? Oh, well, I'll just pop in over here then. How are you doing, sir?
Meanwhile, Rookie is head back in towards his mid lane.
Day.
Kid's going to be able to take away his own red buff as well. Lots of control over the buffs for the side of IG. So we take a look at the items really quickly. Abyssal Scepter finally be picked up by Rookie. Both the top
The
laners
Rot Portal.
moving
it's a
towards Rot
portal off.
Portals. It is going to be Tatai that picks up his first.
Well, he's the one that started it, you know, and then 17's like, oh, God, the only way to fight Rot Portal is with another Rot Portal.
Key difference in these two top laners. 17 did opt to go for the second Doran's ring, so doesn't get it earlier.
What's cool about Nautilus is that he actually gets more than most champions out of building Rot Portal first, because the issue is that you get MR and armor on the item, but you don't get health, and it's, what's the word to use?
Efficient?
No, it is efficient, but diminishing returns
Ah,
for
yes.
not having a health stat with your armor. especially this early in the game. But Nautilus gets to augment that with his W.
Titan's Wrath, pretty good.
Exactly. So it's much more cost efficient for the stats that you're getting. And he's one of the few champions that can build Rot Portal first without suffering those diminishing returns. Poppy, the other one.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
Echo, I could imagine.
Yeah, I think Echo
Yeah,
probably could, but he gets
doesn't
more out
want
of,
to,
yeah.
The old silly visage, pretty good on him.
his W does scale with extra health as well, but you're right.
But the
Shield's
other
gonna
thing is
help.
also, like, with his E, he doesn't need the Bomby Cinder.
Look at this. Here comes a gank coming into the mid lane.
Everyone underneath this tower is a
He's
Titan.
gonna get locked down.
Anchor's going to land as Gosu flashes out of the way, but my god, that is some serious overkill.
Goodbye.
This
Turret
is
goes down and the mid laner.
a well-formed Invictus Gaming, not missing a beat right here. Continually diving, getting Rookie ahead. Typically IG, they just, you know, sack Rookie's lane. It's fine. Ward him up. See you in 35 minutes, buddy, when you have all of your items. But this time around, they're ganking constantly, trying to snowball this ahead.
And they're going to be able to take a Rift Scuttle. Rift Scuttle.
Harold.
I'm calling
Harold.
everything the wrong name today. As
Well, it's
Harold does
Harold.
get taken down.
You're
To
fine.
tie picks that one up.
It's okay. After 3 best-of-3s, 2 days in a row, your tongue gets tired. And you just kind of,
See-
like, the words
see,
lazily fall out of your mouth.
Speak for
Fumbling
yourselves, guys.
words.
I'm terrible at speaking any day of the week.
Fumbling words is fine. I'm just calling everyone flat out the wrong name. I called 17 Korra. I called IG EDG. Harold was Rift Scuttle.
You just called EDG OMG just then as well.
Where are we?
That was really good.
What year is
proving
it?
No, you were proving your point. It was really good. Gosu, though, just going to be able to clear out this minion wave. Of course, you can see IG now with about a 3,000 gold lead.
My question is, with Rookie not having a tower, does he go bottom?
But no, what happens, though, when IG wins the bottom lane 2v2? It's like everything goes okay here for Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, they look phenomenal.
And they're against a Jhin. Like, down there, like, Rain and Kitties should not be winning.
They're
Well, to be fair, when you lane against Sever, you don't lane against Sever, you lane against her creeps.
That's a
They're
very good point.
They are about 3,000 gold up as well. And HYG, we've said this over and over again, very well known for their early laning phase.
The only
Not
thing I
working
want to
out.
see is I want to see Rookie gank bottom lane for Invictus Gaming. If that happens, I'm like, they're back, boys. IG's on top.
Well, Kid might not get a lot of ganks for Rain and Kitties, but they're going to help him out with this dragon. They take down the first dragon of the game. It goes on over towards IG.
Oh, you are... Is he going to do it?
Is he going to get his own blue?
No, he's going to let it go. I thought for sure Rookie...
But he gets a red.
Oh, my God.
Come on, Kid.
All your buffs are belong to us.
Yeah, he looks bottom, says no, goes to the red buff instead.
And he wasn't looking bottom, let's be honest. This is Invictus Gaming.
He looked
was
top.
he was like, hey guys, tips his hat and says, I'm going to take the enemy
No,
jungle.
look, here he comes.
Whoa,
What?
what is going on?
Kid is going bottom.
No,
Rookie's
Rookie's going
too.
bottom. We
He's
did it.
spotted out by Ward. He's just going for the turret, you know.
No, this is beautiful.
They
They
take
grab
the
the Rift
Herald?
Herald and they put it down in the bottom lane. They take the free objective. Oh my goodness, they're working around the map. They're
And they
working as a
denied
team.
the red buff. This is such a beautiful moment. Sorry,
Are
that's...
you guys okay?
No, we're
I
not.
promised myself I wouldn't cry.
She has, though.
Help.
So have I.
No, this is excellent. Invictus Gaming, again, they usually have a very one-dimensional strategy. Continually gank Zatai as he sits up here with his little rot portal. Thank you, Observer.
So many creeps in this top lane.
The Observer's having a hell of a time. He's like, yes, look at them.
They just pass each other. Like, we've got no interest in fighting our own kind. As the tanks even just slap each other a couple of times. Like, okay, we're going to part ways as well. Just like our rot portal.
Rookie.
Just silly.
No, but snowballing the game, being proactive. Again, typically Rookie just kind of farms his lane and they pick him up at 35 minutes and he's just a god out of all this itemization.
Package.
It's actually very hardly ever that Rookie is moved from his lane to snowball the others.
Rookie might be in a bit of trouble. There is a package on Gosu. He's going to
There's
go
like
and just do
600 people
nothing.
here. Yeah.
Well, they also saw them.
Yeah. That's the problem, I think.
Good job, Gosu. Got the minions.
Kid actually wards more than majority of junglers in the LPL.
And puts them mostly around the mid lane.
Yeah.
if my memory serves.
It's pretty much a standing ward for Rookie.
Oh, Kid actually might be in a bit of trouble here. The
That's
treaty has
Destiny.
been broken. Destiny's coming in. There's that stun card. Going to be locked down by the Brom as well. Ultimate even comes out. 17.
Rain's here.
He's not going to get out of this one. Even Rain is there. Rookie picks up that kill.
And they're there because obviously taking down the bottom tier tower freed up the Rain and Kitties to roam, so they rotated towards the top side. It was a really well communicated in time Destiny. Hey, my bot lane's going top. Guess what? I'm going top with you. And we're going to take the last standing outer tower.
They got to get through the rot portal first, though, and the cavalry has arrived on the side of HYG.
That rot portal is not as well placed as it could be.
True.
It should be placed behind the tower.
When you're dealing with a Nautilus, though, I guess, you know, maybe a little bit of a different scenario. But XQ going to try his best with this turret here. Uses up his 4 bullets, though, and runs away.
Poor Jen.
Yeah. It's just not a good time, is it?
It only counts to 4.
HYG doing their best, though, trying to neutralize these lanes. They've now adjusted Gosu towards the top lane. And Maokai is going to follow Nautilus.
Kid also gets spotted out by the Wolf Spirit inside of HYG's jungle. Going to be able to take away this ward, potentially. It is a Graves. He does have problems with that.
Quick draw helps him with the little ones. It's just the pinkies that is his problem.
As XQ, he's going to be stuck into mid lane now, farming it up, taking whatever scraps he can find, missing that final one.
Reload. So frustrating. That's all the kills, though, under Rookie as well. So he's finished off his Lich Bane as well as the Abyssal Scepter and the Distortion on the Swiftness Boots.
It's massive.
Super massive. Black hole.
Aegis of the Legion has been picked up by this man in the bottom lane, Zatai. So he is
Zatai's
going to be looking towards
unkillable.
Banner.
Yeah. He's going for the Banner of Command as well. What
Banner of Command.
Well, that makes sense. You've got a
combo.
Twisted Fate. You're all about sieging. Again, it's just making your composition as versatile as possible. Even if someone collapses on Zatai in the extended lane, because of how tanky he is and how far ahead of the clock he is with the Aegis as well as the Rot Portal complete, it gives so much time for Rookie to walk across the map to either Destiny or immediately teleport to him.
Yeah.
Like, this is Zatai just being a big target. Like, either you try to gank me and Rookie, like I buy enough time that Rookie helps me, or I take your stuff for free because I have Banner of Command and Rot.
Meanwhile, both these teams are going to be looking towards the top lane as Rain taking a lot of damage. Teleport is now going to be coming in as well. Another teleport from HYG's side. It's going to be Tatai that gets there first. They're putting a lot of damage down onto Seal, sorry. Here comes the curtain call. Gets popped. Kid will pick up the first kill onto Alisai's Chimin. He's going to get locked down. The wildcard is not going to connect. Doesn't find that second kill. But it is going to be 1 kill picked up for IG, and everybody is up in this top lane.
And with that, they're going to continue the siege here.
Some low health bars on the side of HYG as they're trying to hold onto this turret.
They need to give a lot of respect to XQ. He's very high health on this gen.
Does have the curtain call on cooldown, but you're exactly right. Massive range. Dancing Grenade also to help out clearing out that mini wave.
Hyper Youth Gaming lose 1, but they managed to hang on to their tower. Dragon spawning in 30 seconds, so I predict that that will be the next big objective for IG. Assist ping went down.
Well, you can see Rookie throws out the Destiny. Where's he going?
Onto
Looking to try
Chimin.
and pick up Chimin.
Need to see the last auto.
Got him.
There it is. Cool guys don't look at explosions.
Load of dice gives him 4 gold as well. Profit.
Oh, wanders away. Deadly Flourish. Not so deadly now if you can just stop in your tracks.
Yep, just goes home. He's going to utilize the Rift Herald empowered recall to quickly reset his position on the map, grab the home guard, and run straight back down mid lane to catch the incoming wave from Corki and Alistar. Meanwhile, Invictus Gaming will split up their resources and take the dragon and possibly a tree.
He doesn't see
Definitely a
this
tree.
coming. Now he does. There's the On The Hunt pumped as well. 17 is going to try and desperately run away from this one. Locks down Rain for some time. Rookie's here as well. They throw him the chair, and they just absolutely decimate him another time.
That was a man that saw his death. He saw it and he stood there and took it like a man.
You cannot make a single misstep against this Invictus Gaming squad right now. They're looking truly on form this game, better than they have pretty much all split. Yes,
The rough portal.
and they're also against HYG. So again, the last place team in the LPL, the inexperienced LSPL squad. But it's about how proactive IG are being around the map and how they're winning the game. It's not just mechanically brute forcing their way through. It's being very smart about contesting, the minor buffs and then creating openings in the lanes.
Yeah, and this is how we saw the rise of EDG as well, as Shu's taking a bit of damage. But yeah, it was how they took down HYG when we were talking about Edward Gaming, because this is a team that is also, they were on the rise, they were going to win that series, right? But it was how they were going to win, and it's the fact that they adapted. They grabbed Rift Heralds, they were doing all this sort of stuff. And it's still important, even if it is a lower tier team.
Also a very important match for IG in general if they want to secure their playoff dreams.
Yeah, it shows that they are taking it seriously as Rookie dodges out of the way of a phosphorus bomb,
Going back
understands
in.
that he can win this trade. Flash comes down.
Got
Gold
him.
cards there.
Oh,
Immediate
good
cleanse
cleanse.
gets out of the way. Collateral damage blocked by Chimin as well.
Okay, so the mentality from Gosu there is he saw that Rookie burned the blue card on the creep to get mana back, and as soon as that cooldown was, the pick a card cooldown was down, he immediately tries to go for the trade.
Look at this, looking onto Seal now. He's going to try and headbutt Rain backwards. Good spell shield will not make him move anywhere.
Oh,
they
God.
lock down the other side, even through his ultimate, take him down. But here's the curtain call coming out. That's one onto Rain. Body blocked by Rookie. Body blocked by Kid and Kitty's Chimin actually come in as well. Gets tagged by the passive from Brom. Not going to get locked down, but lots of damage put down. Kid now trying to run away with Kitties as the package comes in as well.
Nice.
Good flash
Destiny.
coming in, but there's that Destiny. They lock down the Corki. They take him down. IG find another kill for themselves.
Just styled on. Beautiful flash from Rain right there to dodge out of the package.
The aggro management out of IG as well. Who was standing forward at each time was the member with the most health. This is a team well and truly on the same page.
And this is the thing. Most people looked at Invictus. We say this all the time. Most people looked at IG. This team is dead without Kakao. Kid in the jungle, are you kidding me right now? This is a Hail Mary for his career. If you talk to IG, they think that this is the strongest iteration that their team has. They feel stronger now with Kid in the jungle than they do with Kakao, and they're getting better results.
And they're looking to try and prove it here against HYG. Although it is the bottom team of the LPL right now, it is still a perfect game for IG right now. They might want to try and keep it that way.
We'll see whether they can, as there's a horde, an angry horde bearing down on this inner turret towards the top side. As Zatai just says, yep, thank you very much, buddies.
And here comes the rest of IG, just like clockwork, trying to chase down this tree.
That is, the Titan's Wrath tanked all of that. Explosive Cast comes down, but just to attempt to disengage. Rookie is still just creating space here in the mid lane. Pressure points everywhere right now as he's just wandering casually out of the way of everything.
Swifties.
Yeah, pretty important.
He's 5-0-2.
The boots with the fur.
He's got that Lich Bane. Abyssal Scepter picked up looking for the Zhonya's next.
The whole club. Looking at Rookie. I had to. I actually couldn't stop myself there. Like, as Fish was talking, shouldn't have said anything, but there's the Unbreakable Will. Shu, though, still going to get stunned, and Rain makes that ultimate look like it does no damage prevention at all. And IG grab another one. Can't go Warden that, my friend.
They make Seal hit the floor as they're looking to try and take down this Baron. They've got it down to about a quarter of its health already. Looking to take it down. Nobody.
How are we
From the
supposed to
side.
cast with our palms resting on our faces? As the Baron is going to stop. Vengeful Maelstrom now going to be utilized here by 17, who's trying to peel for the rest of his squad as Gosu. He's going to die. Zatai picks that one up. Rain is bearing down on this HYG squad, and it's a whitewash, a massacre, as IG style all over this team. The flash door to pick up the final kill. That's ludicrous. IG just looking unstoppable here against HYG.
This is how you play perfect League of Legends in all frank honesty. They move from objective to objective. They engineer. They set everything up correctly across the map. Again, this isn't IG.
This
just
is going to be hard. This may be Baron taking the perfect game.
Do it.
Kid,
Oh, Rain!
Tank, Kid,
Oh,
tank.
spell shield!
Oh.
They did it. That was stunning. See, aggro management, guys.
This
Works
isn't
at PvE as well.
Invictus Gaming just being better players, although it has been in a few mechanical outplays, but it's not just brute force winning. This is strategically winning. And that's something that Invictus Gaming aren't known for.
It's actually teleporting down into the bottom lane with
Free
these
objective.
empowered minions. Going to be able to take down this turret. HYG, they don't want this perfect game. They're looking to try and take it down. They knock the Nautilus backwards. The teleport's actually coming in. They're using so many resources to stop him. Tatai is going to be able to fall out. Maybe not. Kurtikor comes out, misses the anchor.
no.
The door's not going to keep him alive. And now they're looking to try and take down Kitties as well. They've locked him down, getting a lot of damage
God.
onto the support. Cask that comes out to separate the rest of the team.
Report.
HYG, they pull back 2
Report.
kills.
Yeah.
But this turret
Ruining the
is going to
perfect
go
game.
down.
But still, I mean, strategically, that was a beautiful play. He got the turret,
And trades it for
2
the
kills,
inhibitor.
and he'll grab an inhibitor and inhibit a turret
No,
towards
you
the
know
top
what?
side.
It's
Nah.
done. Invictus Gaming, I had...
Surrender.
we had
Slash-
faith.
Slash FF.
It's worlds all over again. Let's get out of here.
Don't ever believe.
Oh,
God.
Rookie! He got
Oh
it!
my God. What a beast. He's got the Zhonya's, so he can buy himself a little bit
He's
of
looking
time.
for
What he's
Seal.
actually going to get out of this?
He doesn't have pick a card for another Second.
There it is. Oh,
Ah!
he's dead.
Where's his Zhonya's?
Well, look, he wasn't going to go anywhere after the Zhonya's. He could have bought 2 seconds.
Nope.
Look at him. He's like, yeah, okay. You guys are on the perfect game. I'm going to go suicide as well.
If my team would stop feeding.
Yeah, exactly. Rain and Kid, on the other hand, they're like, well, we're going to continue not dying. You guys can go throw this game away if you want. 3-0-7 for the Graves. Like, Kid's looking brilliant. More Malmortius as well as the Phantom Dancer. Swifty Boots. He's got himself the Sight Stone as well. And that Skirmisher Saber there. The Warrior Enchantment. So massive on the Graves.
And I like that they're in the mid lane. Obviously, it's the easiest objective to contest right now as it's the last standing inner tower.
And they also have that inhibitor down towards the top side of the map. So man advantage most likely when those super creeps start pushing in.
Meanwhile, Rot Portal in the bottom.
Yep.
This guy.
Oh, Zatai. The one-man army.
He's got a Sunfire cape as well now, so...
He has one goal.
Playing a huge PvE mission. We're going to push down that bottom lane
We're
tower.
playing League of Legends? I thought we were playing WoW.
Yeah, exactly. Jeez, Stardew Valley here towards the bottom side. Just farming, farming, farming.
That's the rest of IG slowly making their way down towards this bottom lane as well. There goes that bannered up minion.
Inhibitor has respawned for HYG, so there are multiple pressure points on the map for IG right now. Assume that they'll move in and take that.
This turret is definitely going to fall down sooner or later for IG as Rookie. He's in the bottom side dealing a decent amount of damage to this turret. 17 is the one that's been sent down to try and stop him. Both the turrets taking a lot of chip damage so far.
What did I say? No, they want to take the inhibitor. I'm losing my mind.
Yeah, I think they are. Most teams want to take inhibitors.
No,
Here
they want
is
the
the
mid
package.
inhibitor in particular.
Ghost has got his package. Going to try and clear out the super minions up in the top lane as Rookie is still trying to split push against 17.
Not finding too much damage, of course. Frozen Heart completed as well as the Rot Portal and Merc Treads.
Well,
Got a
when
bunch
the
of health
map
there
is
as well.
so short and very small now for HYG, you lose a lot of your power off of your destiny, because obviously it's much harder to make these picks inside the base.
Yeah, true. Although a base gate is not necessary here for this Twisted Fate if they do decide to go for some sort of dive play.
The lane allocation is a little bit strange.
Get him.
Well, with no Baron actually available anymore from IG, they are still able to get that turret as Lichbane just doing so much work here for Rookie. Split push against the Maokai was enough, so IG now pushing forward, looking for this inhibitor. Rockets flying through. There's a massive 4-man pulverize. The package is going to be delivered if HYG can win a fight. It is this one, as Shu right in amongst it. Unbreakable Will is helping him out. 17 takes down Rain. That's the big deal. As now Zatai will answer back. Destiny into the backline as Shu just eliminated. There's the Zhonya's from Rookie, and IG just flat out too far ahead. Double kill for Kid. They've still got an AD carry, and IG are probably just going to win the game.
That was best case scenario for HYG, but like you said, the gold deficit speaking for itself. Flashy Destiny into the backline just deletes Hyper Youth Gaming, and IG will pick up game number 1.
Extraordinary game. The Nexus turrets are going to fall down. The Nexus to follow. Some teleports to be thrown around, but Invictus Gaming, such decisive victory. They didn't drop a turret, didn't drop a dragon. Wasn't a perfect game because they decided to go all suicidal towards the middle there, but otherwise, phenomenally well played.
Frankly, just another day in the office, and if you're Vici and OMG looking for your playoff chances,
Yeah, don't take it off this team.
looks a little bit scary from here.
Sort of makes the OMG Vici matchup a little bit more exciting as well because we're looking at IG going, well, we ain't seeing them losing.
That said, they still need to close out the series, and we know that Invictus Gaming, if they're anything, it's inconsistent. So we could see this incredible game from them where they're like, oh, we understand how to play around objectives. This is amazing. We know exactly where we're going. And then guess what? Game 2, we have no idea what we're doing.
That's exactly right. Of course, we actually saw it quite recently. The first Orianna game from Rookie, 5-0-15 or something like that, and then plays 2 games after that. Just where have you gone? But this game was a whole different story. IG looking fantastic. See this tower dive, that was just 1 kill. Not badly played there from HYG.
Oh, but this was so good. And like you said, this really just captures the difference in Invictus Gaming. Like allocating all of that aggro so appropriately.
Oh, yeah.
Collapsing, working together. They look like a team. This flash from Rain, though, as the package comes over. Whoop! And here comes Rookie.
Destiny just comes in. Ghost is like,
See ya,
I
mate."
regret my decision. Get me out of here. And this was a big Baron fight as well from IG. Able to lock down their back line very
I hope
nicely.
they show the highlight from them actually taking the Baron as well, because that was beautiful. Extraordinarily well orchestrated by the team. And look, we'll see exactly what happens in game number 2, because what do HYG do now? If we're talking seriously about whether or not they're going to be able to like win a game here, do they
Think we'll
take
see
certain things away?
A TF ban, although I don't think that that's
well,
necessarily
blue
the
side.
problem.
I'd like to see them not so much have winning lanes. They did have some winning lanes in that game, but have pressure in those lanes. Because Chimin, he was locked down in his jungle by kids so much in the early game, they could do absolutely nothing. They need to somehow relieve that pressure so they can help out across the map.
No, that's absolutely correct. I agree with that. I think it's prioritizing a better jungle matchup, be that if it's a contested pick for Kindred, Nidalee, or Graves. But I don't think that we'll see a Gragas into Graves matchup again, or that kid will get his hands back on that champion.
Yeah, and of course it was the blue side going over to HYG. This time around, they will have a couple of extra picks here, maybe grab themselves a little bit more priority. Maybe the Braum could be something. Of course, Kitty's played phenomenally on that champion, so some of these options. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, HYG are going to try and claw it back against a brilliant-looking Invictus Gaming. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. It is going to be Rookie picking up the MVP. I agree with this one as well. They're not doing too badly today, as that Twisted Fate play was unbelievable and just a wonderful play out of Invictus Gaming overall. I mean, Kid definitely could have put up some sort of fight for that MVP. What do you guys think?
Well, Kid definitely had the MVP in the early game there for buffing the enemy jungler there and running away with it, but it was really Rookie taking down that mid lane. You know, actually, Rookie got a lot of help taking down the mid lane, too.
Yeah.
There was actually 2 tower dives that came in from the top lane, Zatai and Kid both roaming down to assist with that. But I do like, you know, just kind of the flashy, historic legacy plays of Rookie's Twisted Fate.
I thought Kid should have got it. He was the one that really started that for the team, and he never faltered, was always really good throughout the rest of the game as well. Rookie did play really well later on, but I think Kid started and finished strongly as well. Just like, hello.
These guys will pull it together, I assure you. I also thought that okay, I'm just dying now, just completely over it. No, the IG bottom lane actually played phenomenally well as well. I mean, we're talking about Shu and XQ. I mean, the shining lights, you know, for HYG, and 2 of the players that if anyone's going to do anything, it's going to be these 2. But Reigning Kitties really stood up. And the fact that Kitties was able to roam around, get out of that lane, and Rain was still absolutely fine, Siva really suits him.
Yeah. And especially in the gens, we knew that HYG were going to look for standard lanes because they took Jin. Jin's phenomenal in the 1v1 or the 2v2.
Yeah.
And it didn't even matter. Like you said, the fact that it freed up Kitties, the big turning point was really Kitties randomly showing up in the top lane and helping with that collapse after Kid contested jungle.
Yeah, and could this be a lot about sort of both of these teams having relatively similar styles as how they want to start out the game? Because, of course, HYG and IG, neither of them really all that keen on the old lane swap. So this might be playing into IG's hands just a little bit.
I mean, both of these teams will prioritize winning lane matchups just because they're a very lane-oriented team. But where their power is weighted, I think, is actually very different. Because, again, XQ and Shu are supposed to be the big standouts for HYG, or one of the lanes with the most experience. 17 does have experience as well, formerly being on LGD. Whereas Invictus Gaming have entirely been weighted around the top side of the map. It's Kid effectively warding for Rookie, letting him do his thing and get the 1v1, and then bouncing back and forth between him and Zatai.
And that's the exact reason why I think it's going to work out so much better for IG, because they put a lot of resources up into the top lane, making sure Zatai does fine. And their bottom lane duo, able to nullify a lane that's meant to go in HYG's favor, frees up so much pressure for Kid to do whatever he wants. And we saw when he does whatever he wants, it means Chuman has absolutely no jungle camps. So
yeah.
I think it really favors IG coming into this, even though HYG are known to have a very strong early game and very strong laning phase. The way IG are playing, their playstyle just completely tears apart HYG.
Yeah, and of course, HYG, what are their options here as far as like changing up their bans, switching up their strategy moving into this game? Is it sort of getting Kid off the Graves? Maybe it's picking away that champion. Chimin, of course, known to play these carry-style junglers. Do they have an option?
I wouldn't say take away the Graves or get him off it, but find a way to relieve that pressure in the jungle. Could be by having your laners have more pressure in lane so they can push out, shove out, make sure that they can help out the jungle if they need to, or have a better jungle matchup. Have it so that Chuman can take the jungle to Kid and so that he doesn't get shut down so early. Fix that. Once they can fix that, they can move on to how they're going to win the game eventually. Because if he's going to get shut down again in game number 2, or potentially game number 3, it's just not going to work out for HYG.
No.
I do agree with what Fish is saying, but I think the easiest way to do it is actually just to ban the Graves. If you look at HYG's bans, it was Lulu, Kog'Maw, and Nidalee. I think you can definitely drop the Kog'Maw ban simply because of the patch that we're playing on. Yes, Rain still likes to play the Kog'Maw, and he hasn't backed away from it since the adjustments of moving where the attack speed is, but at the same time, I don't think it's a necessary ban. I think you pick something else.
Yeah. And as far as that mid lane is concerned, I mean, picking the Corki away from Rookie is definitely something that they're trying to do here, but the Twisted Fate may not actually get seen. And do we want to see Gosu stick to that Corki pickup? Do you think that we're going to have any priority, as we are going to actually have a look at the first couple of bans already brought out here, as Kindred and Ryze going to be hitting the bench on the side of IG?
Just to touch on what you mentioned, Corki is still the most played champion between these 2 players. It's 8 times for Gosu, 10 times for Rookie so far. And they've both played the same amount of unique champions in the mid lane too. So they do have a really wide champion pool. I'm not too sure if he's trying to just take it away from Rookie. It really feels like this is the champion he wants to play as well. But he can play other champions at the same time.
I feel like it's the 1-2 punch. You give Rookie Corki and he just automatically wins.
Yeah. Well, IG now with the first pick. We'll see what they decide to take away. Lulu is banned as well as the Kalista. Of course, Braum still sticking out a little bit like a sore thumb right now, as the Alistar is, of course, still there.
No Kog'Maw ban.
No, but probably not going to be first pick. Quite a lot given to Kitties if this Braum is going to be locked away.
Also hides your matchups. It makes sense that when you prioritize getting your top and mid laner ahead, that you would hold those picks to look for counter matchups. Zatai and Rookie have phenomenal champion pools, so definitely the capability there. So I don't mind the priority pick support, especially because, again, Invictus Gaming's weak point or their Achilles heel is their bot lane. Make sure that they get the comfort matchup.
They prioritized Braum in the previous game too. So not too surprised that being left open, IG would pick that one up immediately. I'd like to see what HYG respond with now, because they have the opportunity to take the Graves away. They have the
Sivir is here,
opportunity
do it.
to get
the
two
golden
important
combo.
picks too. We'll have to see what they decide to pick up.
Sivir is here. I just want it. I think it's the best.
Kindred's not
the
banned
best
out.
ever.
So Chimin could potentially get that.
Kindred's banned.
Yeah, it is.
It is?
Where?
Oh, goodness, I'm blind. Sorry. I
No,
even
it's
wrote
fine.
it down
I'm
as...
blind all the time. I'm
I even-
actually Send.
What have I written? I've written Alistar down twice. What am I doing?
Alistair's not even banned once.
Here's
What are you doing?
Alistair's banned
He
right
is
there.
banned!
What?
Oh, wait, no, it is there. Okay, got it. Okay,
I'm
right, never
done
mind.
with both of you.
We can pack
Never
up and
mind.
go home. at
Hi,
once.
I'm Frostger, and I'll be taking over Champions Select for you today. Trundle and Graves were picked up.
Oh, hi, I'm Billy, and I'm here to help Frostgreen as the other two idiots who've gone away. Gragas is going to be picked up here. Kid actually taking the counter matchup. Frostgreen, is that bad?
I actually think it's really important that Chimin decided to grab Graves and pull that away from Kid. In terms of Kid getting the Gragas, I actually don't think it'll impact a lot.
Well, we'll see how it goes. I'm not very good at this, Frostgreen. No other guys come back.
Okay, this is just getting ridiculous. Azir was locked in, though, from Rookie.
Dig up, dig up.
He's a fantastic player. Fantastic Azir player as well. We'll see whether he is going to be able to make good use of the champion. Because it was, of course, the Trundle locked in from 17. Definitely a flex pick there for Shu towards the bottom side if they want to, but
The immediate Lucian.
more likely towards the bottom side is, yeah, that's the Lucian locked in. Whoa, Gosu.
Anything you can do.
I can do not quite as well as you, Rookie, because you're a very good player. Is that the song?
Ghost
Kind of.
also a Korean import.
Hi, I'm Gosu.
Is he Rookie?
No, he's definitely not Rookie. He does look a little bit perplexed, though. Can I play this? Is this okay? I'm locking it in.
Guys.
The champion?
EDG did it.
They win.
There's the Twisted Fate. So in response, and we talked about this, how Twisted Fate acts as an excellent counter. Not a counter. No, I'm going to call it a counter. Counter to the Azir playstyle.
Yeah.
Do it.
Hey, it's time.
Oh, hello. Welcome
Welcome
back.
back. So
Did
interesting.
not notice that.
Yeah, well, there's also the fact that he was hovering the Cogmore as well. It's like, oh no, it's just a general rain champion. Oh wait, nope, time, back in. Never mind.
So 80 carry rotation between games for IG instead of their Korean 80 carry
They
Rain.
have the best team comp in this current on this current patch.
They'll be using their Chinese 80 carry time.
Also makes sense that Cogmore was not banned out by HYG.
Very true. Very true. Instead, they are going to take away the Callista this time around. Time. We
No.
always say,
Just get it out
way
of your
too
system.
Oh, I can't, yeah, that's what I was trying to do. So incredibly frustrating. So it is going to be Shu picking up the Trundle as we take the Echo towards the top lane. Seems to be the answer here to the Poppy every single time it is locked in. Every time I say time. Oh, God. I hate you, Invictus Gaming.
Otherwise, both these compositions up and online, so you have a lot of pick potential anytime a Twisted Fate is in the game. Otherwise, it's mostly about winning lane matchups again. HYG find their strength in the early game. On the other side, Invictus Gaming, it's the Beyblade arena.
Damn right it is.
HYG also got Echo over the top lane. He is the boy that shattered time. See if he can do this in this game.
Oh,
Their
Please, God.
sustain damage is out of this world. Can you imagine a tight-knit corridor with ricochets and sand soldiers everywhere?
And 17 played Maokai last game, sees Azir Sivir picked up this game and doesn't play it.
Again, prioritizing your individual 1v1 matchups.
Yeah, so we'll see whether HYG can actually win it in the very early stages of this game. It has been where they've been strongest, of course, putting their pressure there, it makes a lot of sense. We'll see whether it works as we get onto the Rift. And here we are under the ref for game number 2 between Invictus Gaming and HYG. IG looking to try and close this one out as emphatically as they did game number 1. Now with Time on the roster, mixing things up. It's Rain and Time just subbing out for one another. We'll see whether Time can be as impactful as the lane has not changed at all.
Well, we get like direct side-by-side comparisons because both of them get to play Sivir.
Yeah.
Keystone Masteries now live on your screen. Everything looks standard.
I do like the Grasp of the Undying on Shu. Of course, can be a legitimate late-game beast on the Trundle.
Chimin decides he doesn't need the Warlord's
Whoa,
bundles.
Fight Brush.
Get him.
Oh, Gosu.
2 auto attacks. Worth.
I would have chased for the third for the Thunderlords.
Hello?
Well, Time and Kitty's actually just going to wander past.
Time, fight. Hello?
He wasn't looking. He was looking at the top side. He was like, oh, kid, that skin looks cool, man. Didn't even see what was going on the bottom side of the map. Never mind. Ships in the night.
Unique.
Yeah.
So what I'll use.
Interesting. New.
Something like that. So we're going to have top starts from both junglers, and it will be a camp steal. Not camp steal, but a camp secured for both bot lanes. See who's going to get the advantage on the 2v2, or excuse me, the 2v2 level
Rookie
2.
with the chicken start.
Hello.
That's
Look at
rude.
Picks up 2 little chickens for himself, which will give him the experience advantage. Have to see if he's able to abuse that. He's known as a very aggressive laner. I think Gosu's experienced that from the last game as Chimin. He's going to be working on his red buff. Did take the Krugs away at level 1. Kid did take away the blue buff. So not going to be 4 buffed this time.
Definitely
Already
good.
starting better.
In fact, in fact, Kid's like, okay, last time I invaded, I took his blue, so I'm going to start a blue in case he does the same cheeky thing. Doesn't even take the Grump away. As Chimin finally taking down his red buff, moving towards the rest of his jungle.
We'll see how it's going to go. There's one thing I do actually really love. I mean, we were talking about Rookie taking those couple of little popcorn chickens as being relatively cheeky, but it's so important for Azir to get to level 2. He wants to have a button that isn't his W. And also, his combo in lane is all about that QW,
It's
or
also
the
gonna
WQ.
offer him a lot more safety.
Yeah, doesn't quite have the level 3 though, but takes a lot of damage, has to use the flash. Big deal from Chimin.
See if he can punish on that, however. Again, a lot of kill pressure having the gold card available, but he does retain his cleanse, so not quite in as much trouble, but surely shouldn't see him extend like that again.
Yeah, can't cleanse death as level 3 has been hit here by HYG's bottom lane going aggressive, but nice door to be placed up by Kitties. Everything's going to be fine as Kid takes down his red buff.
He
Nailed
got 2.
It. He did. Gragas
actually
can
think-
get more than a buff at the beginning.
You didn't even get one last game.
I actually think it's really important that Braum stands on the same side that Lucian stands on, just because it's not impossible, but it's a little bit more difficult to spell shield the Lucian Q, as we see Time do it on your screen right there. And having Braum stand on Lucian's side, threatening with the Winter's Bite, as well as blocking majority of the double tap damage with the door.
Well, we'll see exactly how it is going to work out here in the laning phase. Of course, switching up the AD carries, it will be, like you said, will be very interesting to see who's going to win out. But it's a very different matchup here with the Trundle and Lucian as opposed to the Jhin we saw last time around.
HYG still able to push out that bottom lane nicely. As Rookie, he's already sent Gosu back to base here. Oh, it was more like Gosu sent him back to base, shoved the minion wave in, and came back himself. As soon as Gosu gets back in, Rookie reminds him who he is. Chunks
So
him down.
aggressive.
Stands
Oh, yeah.
at his caster minions. And HYG looking to try and respond by sending 2 people to this mid lane. Was spotted out by a ward, so Rookie knows this is coming.
He has the shifting sands now, though, so Rookie with a lot more mobility here in the mid lane.
Actually, going to try and walk all the way around back to this bottom lane. Time and Kitties being very cautious.
Time and Kitties have done this, like, have been in this situation before, though. They understand that they can never play up in their lane ever because no help is coming, and they will probably get preyed upon. So,
But it's eaten a
I
lot
like
of
it.
time out of Chimin, walking back and forth between mid and bot, looking for a susceptible gank. He still has the advantage on Kid, but Kid trying to now make this gank work in the top lane.
yeah, we'll see whether he can actually get it to
Good
happen.
flash.
Yeah, really nice flash. This Kid doesn't actually answer with his own. Retains the flash body slam for next time.
And again, Chimin trying to find some sort of counterplay here, looking for Krugs, doesn't find it. Could look at Kitties in time. Instead, is just going to back.
Well, Miniwave just got decimated there from the IG bottom side, so no reason to stay aggressive. Just look at Rookie.
And look at this action taking place in the bottom lane. Time taking a lot of damage. Chimin's going to flash in aggressively. Does get exhausted.
So well played by Kitties, making sure that he got in front of Chimin, just slightly on the edge with the Unbreakable.
And there's no teleport. Like, nothing to happen here. Of course, 17 had his. He decided not to come down. But Zatai could have theoretically headed down there. There was no one else in his lane. But no. It's like bottom lane. Nah. Desert.
Is it on fire?
Yeah.
I'm not coming down.
Yeah. What, there's only 3 people there?
No.
Call me when there's 5.
Exactly. Call me when there's a
Call me
problem
when I
bottom
get
lane.
something from it.
You may have actually been able to get something.
No, you'd just be saving them.
What did that Sand Soldier do?
That was pretty cheeky.
He was weaving.
Oh.
We're calling it drifting sands from now on.
He's as bad as Wayless.
Yeah, just drifting around
What
the
is
rift.
walking when I can shuffle?
I'm the Emperor. I do not walk. Carry me, Sand Bros.
In the top lane, though, 17 almost looking to get the stun off onto Zatai, who's able to escape the parallel convergence.
You know what the best part about it is the lore synergy between Sivir and Azir. Like, they're both golden. They're great to play together. They work together really well, like, compositionally, but...
Yeah, but Civ is like the one that stole all his stuff or something, right? Isn't she like a bounty hunter or something like that?
So they were involved. There was sand. I don't know. It was hot.
I love your follow-up. It's like, sweet story. Can we hear some more? No, there's
No.
something about sand. Like, that's all I got for you guys.
Cassiopeia, I think, was involved. Hired Sivir to go find some stuff.
Yep. Some snaky stuff, probably.
No, it was what cursed her.
Ah, not
Come on,
quite.
man.
Yeah, look, I don't know anything. You're the storyteller right here. We're getting nothing from you. Just trying to learn some lore. Didn't happen. Rookie, though, got a blue buff. That's good.
Look, he's got a blue buff. Going to head back into his lane, continue this pressure against Twisted Fate. We take a look at the items really quickly. Once again, another Twisted Fate game where
Swifties.
Swifty Boots picked up very early. And the top lane,
He's
Zatai
going
now
top.
might be in a bit of trouble. Does get locked into parallel convergence. Gosu is here as well. 17 putting a lot of damage down. He's just going to get locked backwards.
Zatai!
Use the ultimate to get out of there.
Here comes Rookie.
Rookie? That's Kid. Kid's
No,
up here.
Rookie's
There it
still
is.
coming.
Zatai
Oh,
gets it.
buckler out of 10!
There's Rookie. He's going to shuffle his
Oh
way in.
my God.
But just forces the flash out of Chimin. The buckler picks up first blood for Zatai.
And Kid played that immaculately, delivers the kill.
Zatai
and then
played that immaculately.
Yeah, and look at Zatai as well. I mean, the man goes into like full, oh, I could get a kill here. It's not, can I get to safety in any way in this 1v2 gank opportunity that just happened and I'm on really low health. It's no, I can get the heroic charge under the turret. This guy could be dead.
Bring your jungler. Make sure he has double buff.
Exactly. Feed me.
He's got his sheen. He teleported bottom.
Throws the buckler
That
again.
was because IG said, why didn't you teleport last time, you jerk? And now he's saying, see, look what happens when I come bottom. Nothing. You guys go back to farming.
There's always a moment where it just becomes like a role play. Everyone just pick a character.
Well, you're just going to drive by the mid lane. Not going to find too much there as Kid able to pick up some farm here
But what
in
did
his
he
jungle.
feel, Atlas?
I don't know. I don't even know. I do like what 17 bought on his first back, though. Grabbed himself the Dark Seal.
Yeah.
Already had the potion, of course, so a little bit more sustain with the passive on that item.
Dark Seal, Doran's Blade, Chronotic Potion. Good synergy.
Oh, yeah. Even if
Costs
it is a
a lot.
Doran's Ring.
Doran's Ring. Goodness, I can't name anything today.
It's all right, we
Thank
got
goodness
That's
you don't
why
have
we're
a
here.
job where you talk.
Yeah. That would be disastrous.
What a disaster.
What a disaster. Here we go, though. We're back to farming. Zatai does not have that TP available, so unable to make any follow-up play, especially as XQ and Shu are so far forward here.
Zatai doesn't really mind about that, though, because, you know, he just waits for them to come to him, you know? That's how it works. It's not about teleporting.
My best explanation for Zatai is that he doesn't win lane. Like, he doesn't go into top to be like, I'm going to win this lane. He goes into top to be like, I'm going to kill this person.
Yeah. Everyone in the LPL has wronged Zatai at one point or another, and
Formerly
he needs to get revenge.
A mid laner.
Yeah.
Role swapped into top, only has a split of top play underneath his belt professionally.
But it's definitely fitted into the role very nicely. We had
Sure
questions
has.
about it.
Kind of in the theme of Invictus Gaming, the role swap from AD carry to jungle.
Yeah.
Kid looking much better. Who knows? Maybe in another split, Kid will be the Zatai of the jungle.
Yeah, Rookie's going to be supporting next season, I reckon.
Let's take a look at HYG.
He's going to be an AD carry because they've gone through 20 of them.
That's true.
So HYG were able to take down the Dragon. That'll be the first Dragon going on over to them for this game. And they're still relatively even between these two teams. IG do have a very slight goal lead after first blood.
Much better start, though, from Hyper Youth
Definitely.
Gaming.
And Zatai is building a Trinity Force as item number 1.
I told you, he has a Sheen and a Phage.
Yeah, I didn't...
Gosu, though. He's going to get locked down by Kid.
Alley-oop.
There's the Azir. We'll pick up that first kill. Now he's going to try and knock Jimin backwards, but he just jumps over the wall. We'll be able to take down Rookie as XQ joins this fight. Zatai now getting locked down by 17. Lots of slows coming out. And IG will be able to escape trading 1-for-1. Well, that was a very dangerous tower dive that went in their favor. HYG, they're not done yet. They're still looking to chase down the remaining members of IG. But it will be Echo that does get tagged by the door.
Pickup, though, for XQ right now. Has a CS lead, as well as the blue buff.
And he's looking to complete his Essence Reaver shortly as well. And like you mentioned, Frosco, and HYG definitely playing a lot better early in this game in comparison to how they played last game against IG.
Issue, though, is that they've always been able to play the early game. It's kind of this translating this into mid and late game decision making.
And whether they're going to be able to do it against what is one of the most phenomenal team fighting comps that you can possibly build.
Likewise, one of the most veteran teams left in the LPL.
Destiny's been popped.
Well, Shu actually in trouble after this one. Is Destiny not actually going to be used? Is Gosu just going to get back into his lane?
Speaking of the CS deficits, the mid lane, Rookie, despite getting ganked really early, he's been doing pretty well in this lane. 25 CS
He
ahead
won't
of Gosu.
let Gosu into his lane.
Yep.
So, like, I mean, there's a reason.
Sand Soldiers pushing him back. He's going to continue to shove this underneath the turret. That really denies a lot of opportunities for Twisted Fate to move around the map as well.
I swear, the thing is, like, he just doesn't give any respect to junglers ever. Rookie's just like, I am going to be up in your business.
Well, he's
no
allowed
matter
to
what.
do that because IG makes such a priority of warding his lane. I mean, check out the amount of vision placed around Rookie right now. He has a dome of wards.
Oh my goodness.
That is 5 wards around mid lane.
Well, Sand Soldiers still doing work here.
The arena. The
Yeah.
arena of wards.
It's the Thunderdome. Rookie's like, enter if you dare.
Zatai, though, he's getting jumped on by 17 again. Actually taking quite a bit of damage and slowed down significantly. It's just going to be 2 tanks trading back and forth.
No, it's not 2 tanks.
Okay, 2 damage dealers.
He's got a Trinity Force
coming up.
It's a tank and a melee assassin.
It's a tank, it's a tie.
Yeah.
That sums it up.
I really hope he built a Ghostblade second or something like
goodness.
that. Some ludicrous Duskblade of Drakthar.
Okay, it's a tie. It's not PDD. Like,
On the flip
calm down.
Still Invictus Gaming, okay?
On the flip side, though, 17
Oh.
does have
The
his
dream.
ninja tabby.
Gosu.
Gosu.
He gets out.
He's not going to get ganked by in the same spot from Kid this time, but in the meanwhile, HYG were able to take down the outer turret in the bottom lane.
We
Looking to try
found
and
the
push.
Achilles heel.
And here comes a gank actually coming in from Jimin. He's
No
just
one
going
is
to
coming.
put down that smoke screen. It's going to shuffle them out, and the teleport for Participate will go back towards the mid lane. Nobody is coming down from IG to help them out, but look at this. Kid's already behind Gosu, gets a gank off. Rookie's there as well, puts down a couple of Sand Soldiers, gets bopped back and forth between the Azir and Gragas. They pick up a kill in the mid lane, but do lose their bottom lane outer and inner turrets.
But this is the thing. Again, no one is coming to help Invictus Gaming's bot lane. They do trade the mid-tier tower as well as a kill, but losing a inner turret on the bottom side is still a massive swing of map control for HYG.
How long do they hold on to their inner turret in the mid lane, though? As Zatai is going to turn around here, and look, he's got a he's got a Trinity Force. This is dead.
That's Sheen proc.
17, able to keep it alive a little bit longer, but Rookie will be able to just poke it down slowly.
Oh, come on.
That
Just
turret
press W on it.
is going to stay alive for a little bit longer. The Sand turret just keeping these minions at bay for now. 17 and Seal will be able to take this down. So that objective is going to fall eventually, but stays alive for a short amount of time, making sure that IG can't get a huge lead with that gold. It's currently only about 500 in their favor.
That is a stiff breeze from going down.
Yeah, you just need to lick it. Something like that.
What?
Get Tom Kench in there, you know? Lick that turret.
Dragon will be back up in about a minute 30. HYG clearing out the bottom side of their jungle. moving a couple members down into that bottom lane. 17 does get spotted out by Ward, but a teleport. Destiny's going to come in here from Gosu, looking to try and take out time. Actually, shuffling
So
to try
cute.
and bait out the spell shield.
Oh my god.
Time does not fall for his tricks, though, and is able to escape. Even gets away from the parallel convergence.
That's just embarrassing.
That was so cute.
That was beautiful.
Oh,
It's a
Guy's going to get watered.
Gets spotted out, doesn't care.
Here's the counter TP.
Yeah, and Zatai, not exactly all that tanky, just smacks away the AD carry, chases after him because he wants to finish it off. As the ultimate comes in from 17, just going to get himself back down to the bottom lane. Nothing to see here.
So, during all of that, the mid-tier tower did fall, as we said. So that was the one objective that's been picked up. But otherwise, it's kind of been a bit of a circus.
Rookie,
Yeah.
though.
Rookie
Looking
coming
for
to
top
town.
lane. Chumin is right behind him, putting some damage down onto the Aziz. Kitty's looking to try and tag him with his passive. IG not quite able to get the junk onto the rotating jungler. They may set their eyes on towards the Rift Herald, but 17, he's still down in this bottom lane, split pushing for HYG.
I really loved it from 17 as well. The fact that he wasn't in the top lane for more than 4 seconds, went up there, got a kill, and just heads back home again. No
Yep.
worries. Big minion wave to be picked up here from Time, though, as it crashes into the inhibitor turret. Essence are even now done here for the Sivir. No problem. But standing alongside XQ, who already has that Zeal and the Swifty boots.
Invictus Gaming need to start consolidating their resources towards these outer tier towers. Top in particular. Rift Herald is definitely an objective that they should be contesting right now, but I have a feeling they're going to go for the dragon.
And they're still sending their bottom lane duo down to the bottom lane, which means they could potentially put more numbers there.
I just feel like you have more control over...
Rookie, though. Control.
He's already used his Shifting Sands, but the rest of the cavalry has arrived. Kid is going to try and make his way in here. Body Slam comes down, doesn't actually connect with anyone. Does still have the flash available. Explosive Cask is still there. We'll see whether they are going to use it. As Kid actually now caught out of position. Oh, the double tap's enough. Gets the ult off, though, and that's only going to help Chim and get into position. As now IG on the back foot. Whoa, that boomerang did a lot of damage. As we just check out Kid's corpse for a moment, you can see Zatai. He's made it to the mid lane. But not the tanky man that they're looking for. We'll see whether he can get his damage down. And HYG look at the dragon.
The reason why I was saying that I didn't want Invictus Gaming to go for the dragon is because they don't have control over the bottom side of the map. They've got 2 tier towers that have fallen down. Their control is between mid and top because you still have your standing outer tower as well as the inner tower down for mid. And so the Rift Herald and bouncing between there is much safer for them because the waves will constantly be more pressured.
Yeah.
And HYG is the team that eventually picks up that dragon. With the aggressive play from Kid, HYG are able to capitalize on it, take him down, even up the scoreboard. It's 3-3. 2 turrets apiece, 2 dragons over to HYG and none for IG. And the gold's completely even. IG and HYG are dead even. Stark contrast from the last game after Kid was able to dominate Chumin in the jungle.
And this time, XQ actually looking a lot better. That's where a lot of this gold from HYG has gone. Whereas, you have a look in the mid lane, Rookie so far ahead. That's 40 CS. More than 50 CS. Has his Rylai's Crystal Scepter there as well, so really huge.
Eventually XQ would have to show up, prove what I've been saying about this guy.
Yeah. I still don't believe it.
We'll see. He definitely has the power in his hands.
Sure does.
To put HYG on the map here as they continue to expand a slight lead.
17. Still looking a little bit cheeky down in this bottom lane. Kid and Time are here. He's just going to back off towards his turret. Nobody else from the side of IG going to pull down except for Kitties. So parallel convergence will just slow them down slightly. Take a look at the items really quickly. Poppy continuing with this trend. Looks like he's going to pick up a Hex Shrieker next.
Yeah, more Mortius. Just Zatai things.
This guy.
Yeah.
Hex Shrieker also has been picked up by Chumin on his graves. Whereas 17 going a little bit more of the conventional route. Has a Sunfire Cape looking for a magic resistance item, either the Banshee's Veil or the Spirit Visage next. As Seal going to take a lot of damage from these Sand Soldiers. As IG are consolidating their resources towards the bottom lane. Helping out Time and Kitties once again. Seems like Kid only comes down here when there's a turret to be taken. XQ going to pop that culling, try and clear out the minion waves as much as possible. Both the top laners from both teams still up in the top lane. They both have their teleports available to assist if a teamfight does break out. But for now, it's just HYG trying to hold off IG, who are pushing aggressively for this outer turret.
It'll definitely go down. Rookie with a fair bit of damage there at the same time. He's going to be the one that finishes it off, and we'll see whether IG continue pushing towards the inner turret. Zatai actually backing away. We'll see whether he's actually looking for a flanking play here.
HYG are actually backing right now. The creep wave isn't necessarily the strongest behind Invictus Gaming, so it's just going to be low chip damage on this tower, but here comes the flank.
Looking for a teleporter coming in for IG as well. Tatai's here, waiting for 17. We'll be able to slam into the wall. On the hunt has been popped as well. Ghostu did use the Destiny, but decided not to port in. IG just immediately pulled the trigger and tried to fight back. Nobody is going to go down, but this means IG can continue their push.
Exactly, because the creep wave is here, and so they'll continue the chip damage. No TPs are coming through, and this will be a free objective for Invictus Gaming.
Has Zatai able to lock that one down, utilizing that Sheen proc that he so expertly picked up for himself. Rookie, on the way by, is going to be able to pick himself up a blue buff. That is almost the essence of a drive-by.
And suddenly, IG are in the gold lead.
Yeah. Of course, they did have it earlier on in the game, but a few fumbles led to HYG clawing that one back. Chimin looking a lot better in the early game this time around, but Kid actually has the CS advantage. If Kid brought anything to the jungle, it was his ability to farm. Most definitely.
Spends a lot of his time warding up for Rookie and farming his camp, so I agree with that.
Yeah, Rookie actually making an aggressive move. Doesn't pull the trigger on the ultimate, though. Didn't quite get close enough. Didn't want to blow the flash.
Next objective should be the inner tower and the outer turret in the top lane. So we've now moved Rain up there. Time.
Yep, one of them.
Insert Invictus Gaming AD carry here.
Exactly. They are relatively similar.
No, they are. That's what's kind of curious. Why the rotation at all?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they know something that we don't.
Especially because you are theoretically could be shoehorning a language barrier in between your support and your AD carry because Rain is Korean.
Yeah, true. Maybe just testing that one out. Of course, Kitty's able to play with a whole lot of different bot lane players.
And IG are doing exactly what you mentioned, Frostgren. They're using their resources towards taking down these outer turrets. Sending 4 people up into the top lane this time to try and take it down. They do get it down quite quickly in response. HYG are going to send a lot of members towards the mid lane. They are able to take down that outer turret. And they're looking to try and push towards the middle lane inner turret. They've already taken down towards half itself. Poppy's ultimate did come out, knocking away the Graves. But it will fall for HYG.
So the mistake here from Invictus Gaming was where they allocated their lane resources. And it was Zatai instead of Rookie.
Kid.
Kid's going to get locked down, does get stunned up. Chimin now going to put a lot of damage down onto this Gregor. Kid has to flash away, but he's running away from a lot of members at HYG. Another stun card comes out from Gosu. They will be able to take the Gragas now. Sand Soldiers are here as well. And look at this, 17 now jumping onto the team. There goes Empress Divine in a nice choke point, but so much damage is coming out from HYG's lineup. 17 still looking for it. Wanted to try and dash in towards the Sivir, but wasn't quite able to get it off. HYG looking towards taking the Baron.
There is no smite from Invictus Gaming, so there's no way that they can contest it without just using their faces. Time and Kitties are running towards the pit.
It's 23 minutes into the game. This Baron still hurts a whole lot. It will last quite some time. Already down to half health, though, as HYG really committing to this one as Kitties all the way in amongst it. He's a big tank. Massive Glacial Fissure comes in. They'll grab the Baron, but can they actually get out here as there's not too many members of IG waiting around?
Here
Look at
comes
this AoE. Massive from Rookie, but HYG able to pick up Kitties. Rain's going to fall down. Sorry, Time is going to fall down as well. And are they going to escape? Shu, he's going to die after 17. And Zatai and Rookie do answer back, but that's Baron down, and they only lose 2.
And it's on 3 members, the jungler, the mid laner, and the AD carry, which is important, which means that they can run a 1-3-1 and get the Baron buff in all 3 lanes should they look for multiple pressure. But the massive mistake from Invictus Gaming that started this entire play was the fact that Rookie went top instead of staying mid. If Azir had been where Zatai was and they had traded places, completely different result. HYG would not have been able to get the same counter push on mid lane against an Azir as they did a Poppy.
It's definitely true. And we're seeing sort of the different side of Invictus Gaming. This is when they go a little bit overly
Sideways.
excited. Yeah. Gosu actually playing a fantastic Twisted Fate at the moment. His Destinies have been very good in these teamfights to try and make sure that they got in HYG's favor. Oh, Chimin may actually be in trouble. Gets tagged there. Uses the ultimate. Tries to get back. But there's the pickup. Throws the big cast. He actually gets out with a quick draw. Massive amount of sustainability there with the Maw of Malmortius, and they may have bought some time here as Jimin did eventually fall down. Gosu is going to die as Zatai with massive assassination potential comes in, and the Sand Soldier's only one more auto attack is necessary as Kid. Is he going to get the barrel? There it is, as Zatai charges the ultimate and just goes back to base. Interesting maneuver, but a massive play from IG.
The Trinity Force and Maw are online right now, and like you said, Zatai actually has quite a bit of kill pressure, despite Rookie not having any mana for that fight.
Big team fight coming from IG then. I think there's a big difference between the two teams as well. HYG, they've looked good this entire early game. Even took the Baron away, but still can't make a goldie out of it or convert it into more objectives or more fights. IG fighting back against a Baroned up HYG, against a team that just got almost an ace against IG as well. And then now, 1,000 gold behind this team.
We went from almost a flawless strategic victory to IG relying on their superior mechanics to outplay as we get another look at this team fight. So really nice quick draw to avoid the Emperor's Divide, but it does stall Shu and Gosu getting involved in this team fight. And then there's the assassination potential that Atlas was talking about. Gosu runs in, immediately gets deleted by Zatai.
Hey guys! Oh.
This is a Poppy that's built Trinity Force and Maw of Malmortius. She is going to hurt if she slams you against the wall. Finally picking up her first few tank items as well. Has that Giant's Belt and the Chain Vest picked up, looking towards what seems to be Sunfire. No, not Sunfire. It doesn't build that way anymore. It's the Dead Man's Plate that should be coming out of Poppy.
Yep.
He wants to do damage. He's not a tank.
Run at you and smash you into a wall. It seems like what Zatai wants to do in these games.
Can run faster there with the Dead Man's Plate. Looking at that, I'm like, if you're going to build a tank item, may as well make it a damage/tank item.
And you look at the flip side. 17, he's got his Iceborne Gauntlet, has the Sunfire Cape built up. And Zatai and him are just going to go head-to-head, battle it out. Kid is nearby in case anything goes south for Zatai. On the flip side, Seal is there as well.
I was wondering about this from Rookie. He's built the Rabadon's Death Cap instead of what could have been Azonia's Hourglass. I like it. You know, more damage, please.
Lots of damage.
I think him and Zatai are on the same page.
They certainly are.
We must kill people.
If any players have meshed better than we were expecting, it's Zatai and Rookie.
I mean, this is 2 series in a row where we've seen this. We saw the first series, Vici Gaming, their bottom side of the map doesn't look... it has a stark contrast between the top side. Same in this, and it's reflected in the score as well. Their bottom side is 0-1 and 4 apiece.
But speaking of bottom side, have to watch out for Gosu. He does have the Lich Bane online for this Twisted Fate, so the split push pressure is massive.
He has his teleport as well, and IG, they're trying to capitalize on the man advantage, looking to take down this top lane inner turret. They will be able to take it. Gosu already working on this bottom lane inhibitor turret. Zatai is trying to get back to base here. He may be able to get there in time. He is, but that turret will eventually go down. As soon as he goes back to base, HG try to pull the trigger.
Oh, Jimin.
And looking for a fight. He does get stunned up. Kid's going to be locked down by 17. The rest of the team's going to try and converge in on towards him. Destiny's been popped as well. Twisted Fate is here, ready to look for a fight. Kid is going to be locked down. Takes quite a bit of damage from HYG, but immediately they're going to turn around. Sue gets taken down. 17 now, locked up against the wall. Pops the parallel convergence. The Braum ultimate will connect, but it will only be Braum that gets stuck in there. Double kill coming out from Rookie. They're looking to try and take more members of HYG down. The Sand Soldiers are charging forward. Kitty's looking to try and get the stun off. Will pop down the exhaust. It is going to be Executors looking to try and stop them. Zatai charges in. The flash will come out and we'll be able to get to safety, but IG still pick up 2 kills.
What was a clean play from HYG is completely undone by their overreach and overextension. Invictus Gaming again fumbled the lane assignments. Zatai not being down there to match Gosu's presence, but thankfully HYG chase off of tower and give IG a foot back in this.
Yeah, IG now trying to focus here towards the mid lane. Able to get a little bit of damage there on the inhibitor turret, but they've lost the inhib on the bottom side of the map. Ping's now down from HYG. As you can see, 17, he's got a teleport. See whether he can actually get any splitting happening towards the bottom side. Gosu as well with that opportunity in a couple of minutes. XQ trying to get some work done, but you can see Miniwave now just going to be picked up here from Zatai. We'll deal with that very, very quickly. Dead Man's Plate, like you mentioned before, is going to be picked up now. Time even able to close out that gold gap just a little bit. He's 50 CS behind, but does have very nearly those items that he needs in order to be very effective on this Sivir.
Yeah, looking for that Infinity Edge. It's going to effectively double his damage output. Should be able to get it before the Baron spawning in 51 seconds here.
And it almost feels like HYG are really going to be looking at XQ once again. He has 3 major items picked up as well as the Hex Shrinker, so definitely a strong point for Lucian right now. He's a 4 item ahead of Siva. HYG would have to try and leverage that in the next few fights. They're still only 2,000 gold behind IG. But HYG is a team that wants to be ahead once the laning phase ends, and being behind is not something great for them.
Rookie needs a blue buff.
I don't know whether Rookie really cares at the moment. He's playing with reckless abandon this game, looking for his Void Staff as his 4th item. Going full damage, not really minding about too much else. Now's the tie in the split push towards the bottom side of the map. Wildcards flying through here from Gosu, trying to help with this wave clear. You can see definitely working out from IG as Rookie's actually going to get caught out just a little bit.
He goes back in.
Yeah, time taking a bit as there's XQ and he's dead. Brilliant cast as now Jimin trying to dodge away from these Sand Soldiers. Rookie taking up the turret, takes a collateral damage. Not going to find too much. Kid with a bit of an over-aggressive play, but 17 out there when the Emperor's Divide comes through. HYG able to defend, but they trade 1 for 1.
Exactly, 1-for-1 trade, and Invictus Gaming don't translate this into any sort of objective or actual advantage. Baron is up and online, so everyone racing to respawn and reset the map.
Have a big wave up in the top lane as well. IGB looking to send somebody up there to farm that one up, and it will be Rookie to go pick up the extra gold for himself.
Standard stuff.
Looks like he's moving towards a Void Staff as his next item. He's going to be able to take this wave down for himself. IG, they don't have teleport on their mid laner. 2 teleports on the side of HYG, but the only teleport for Tatai in this match. His teleport is up, so is 17's. Ghost is down, and so is his Destiny. But look at this, they're going to try and take him down. Lots of damage down onto this Whisper. Will get locked up by Tatai, and the stun coming from Braun. Pops that zone his hourglass, but look at this, a teleport's coming in.
Yeah, Gosu is going to die here. Parallel Convergence is going to come down from 17, though, and Tatai, he's going to answer. It's a 1-for-1 so far, but no one from IG is around. They lose 2 members, and HYG that just collapse faster.
To be frank, there's no reason that Invictus Gaming should even be there. What are they fighting over? What is the purpose? If you win a team fight there, what does it translate into?
Well, they think a dragon right now, as they are going to be able to take that one down. They're second of the game, evening things out here with HYG as Rookie. He's just going to get out of here. Time struggling to deal with this as Rookie now able to get a bit of damage down. Time is going to fall. Chimin picks up that kill, and HYG actually playing some coordinated League of Legends right now. IG not quite on the same page.
I frankly think that IG are just fumbling around this map wildly. No one's where they really need to be. And we're just having these chaotic, random picks.
Yeah.
They were able to pick up the kill onto Ghost earlier, but that's it. That's all that IG got out there. They traded so much for it. HYG looking to try and take a Baron for themselves. They are 5 members strong. Twiz of Fate is trying to get towards this pit. Has his teleport available as we... that didn't happen.
Damn it. That is the worst time for a bug splat in the history of League of Legends.
Twiz of Fate broke the game.
He did. Something happened. They're still playing, by the way. I believe it's just our PC.
That's my face right now.
No, here
Back
we
in.
are.
Triple kill! IG turn it around in the box, so they pick up a flawless ace, a triple kill going on over to Tatai, and they're going to be able to take down the Baron.
Approach Baron pit.
Oh,
Bug
no!
splat. Ace.
that is the essence of
Invictus
get Poppy, build 2 damage items, question mark, profit.
You know, and the question mark is really, really obvious
No,
here.
don't worry. Yeah, we got that fish.
We
Thank
don't
you
know
for
where
that
those
one.
came from.
Oh, my God.
My God.
Well, they managed to get the Baron after that.
I looked away for 1 second.
You had no choice, Roscarin. I promise you. Now's the tie, continuing the split push towards the bottom side with some Baroned up friends. Oh, what a disaster.
Now I'm really excited to see the highlights of this
Yeah, I
game.
want
Oh,
that highlight. Okay, a single team fight has put Invictus Gaming back in this, but maybe not another one.
Yeah, Kitties is actually going to fall down as Graves picks that one up. Chimin now with another kill under his belt. HYG saying, yeah, you may have a Baron, but that's not going to give you too many extra stats. We are going to capitalize. IG still pressing forward, though. Being very aggressive. As soon as Rookie's there, Sand Soldiers make up the extra man. And they do just evaporate that turret. That did not last very long at all as Gosu and wildcards to be thrown through. We'll see whether they do manage to actually take down this inhibitor. There's Kid with a different engage. XQ is going to utilize that one. As you can see, Rookie doing so much damage. Takes down Shu. Parallel convergence comes in, but no stuns to be had. As now Kid very low on health. Has to body slam his way away from the wild cards. In goes Rookies looking for an Emperor's Divide. Doesn't quite find it. There's the tie in there, though, as Chimon's going to get locked down. Inhibitor's going to fall. And look at that, the Moral Mortius and the Sterix Cage doing some work here for the Graves, keeping him alive. Destiny. And the Destiny now to follow up. Chimon running after them. In goes the Twisted Fate. This is going to be a heroic maneuver. Not quite able to find it here as Zatai turns it around. So much damage. Zonya saves his life as the ultimate not going to land. Nice movements there from Gosu with the flash. And HYG find nothing. Kid's still looking for more.
That was pretty clever from Zatai. Not quite able to get it, but IG, they're still looking to try and chase down the remaining members of HYG who are running back towards their base. Not going to be able to get anything out of it.
Clever. The guy ran in home guarded, stood next to a wall, and got heroic charged.
Yeah, that was the move. Destiny in to die. But really nicely played from Zatai. You don't expect a Poppy to do that much damage. He's also got a Randu and Zoman now, so he's incredibly tanky. Can dive with impunity. And IG looking like they have regained control of this game. 8,000 gold is what the lead has ballooned to, approximately, as Chimon now just trying to clear things out.
They've got a mid inhibitor. They have a gold lead. Perhaps a clue.
I'm not sure about that.
See where they're going to siege next. Looks like it's going to be the top side of the map, although they should definitely be sieging the bottom side since they have a window of opportunity where Baron is not in play.
Yep.
Rookie is huge in this game as well. He has the needlessly large rod looking for his last item. Already has that Void Staff and Rabadon's picked up as well. Pretty sure that would be a Zonya's Hourglass Rim as his last pickup. But he's 8-1-7 with 358 CS.
Luden's Echo.
Over 100 CS
stats
against Gosu.
Gosu has not had a great game, and his day may not get any better here, although they're trying to set a trap.
Yep, Zatai is going to wander away. And the rest of IG now towards the top side of the map. They understand they've got the teleport. Chimon's waiting, but he may actually be waiting to die. As IG are going to push forward. Everyone moving very aggressively right now as Rookie. So much damage, so much wave clear. The wildcard's actually helping out here for HYG. So can they hold off is the real question, as Zatai is going to continue to pressure towards the bottom side.
And again, we have to pay attention to this mid wave. We'll have the super creeps crashing in eventually, so IG will have 3 points of pressure on this map. HYG need to be proactive about how they approach this.
XQ taking so much damage from those Sand Soldier, and it's just not stopping. The pressure is being pushed out. Don't IG. They have sent to tie down into the bottom lane to go up against 17. They're going to duke it out there while the rest of IG look to continue their push up in the top lane. This turret will eventually go down.
Not long for this world as IG do lock that one down. Zatai able to hold off 17 relatively easily now as well with the extra tanky stats that he's built up. Gold card comes in. Zonya's now going to be used to dodge out of the way of the Glacial Fissure, but Gosu's in a very sticky situation. They lose two. Chimon's dead at the same time as IG just collapse all over HYG. It's a double at the back of it.
That's game.
For Rookie. Gigantic play out of this Azir this game as 17. He's tanky, but is he tanky enough? As XQ now just trying to dance around his fountain. IG have one thought, though, and that is win the game by killing the Nexus. You can see first Nexus turret's going to fall. Second one's going to follow. That is a bare Nexus, and Rookie with the Emperor's Divide tries to get XQ. He is eventually going to fall down, but Rookie dies. And 17 now the last man standing, trying to deter them from just winning the game. Zatai underneath the turret will be able to lock that one down. That is going to be the ace, and that is going to be the game for Invictus Gaming, who make short work of HYG.
A 2-0 in a definitive series. That means that IG are just one step closer to solidifying themselves into their playoff position.
Yeah. So maybe not as clean as game number one, but they look like they were having a little bit more fun, you know?
That's definitely what I'm going to assume. There were some giggles.
Many, many giggles.
There was a Baron fight. It happened.
Irrespective of that, I mean, a 10-2 scoreline for Rookie on the Azir. He looked brilliant this game. Even if Zatai building some crazy items. Didn't put them in too much of a hole, despite them having trouble there in the mid-game.
And again, the rotation between AD carries, Time, and Rain, both of them picking up the Sivir, both of them filling out a very similar position. It's not like either of those AD carries really changes the composition and strategy for IG too much.
And you know what? It almost feels like HYD did exactly what we said they should do. Take the Graves away, use something, which was the Graves this time round, to get that early game going for them. And they did that. They were ahead for some time against IG as well, but they, once again, not able to convert that into anything else except for a small lead early in the game.
Yeah, and this is the thing. HYG is sort of known to be able to actually get some leads early on, but then unfortunately unable to really translate that into taking things from their opponent. It seems like when they're playing on their side of the map, things are fine, but when they have to move out and actually start taking things, things tend to fall apart.
They actually had a couple of really good plays, in particular when they took the bottom inhibitor out from under Invictus Gaming. And again, it was it started out really good because Invictus Gaming constantly messed up who their lane assignments were by having Zatai attempt to be the wave clearer as opposed to Rookie. Rookie following the group and trying to get involved as opposed to just clearing out creeps. And this happened in 2 different instances, but HYG would then immediately throw away their victory by then overextending in the 4v5.
They're just not very good at folding,
So.
you know? Like, they get the good cards, and then they like...
They just tunnel on
They do.
trying to get ahead too much, I would say.
Yeah, a little bit.
They,
Like,
they
maybe
know
some
what they need to
extra
do,
desperation.
but yeah, they know what they need to do, and they're doing the right things at times, but they're just certain situations, like you mentioned, where they just can't continue to push forward, but they try to anyway.
Yeah.
And teams are punishing them time and time again in the LPL and stopping them from getting any further ahead than they do after an early laning phase.
Yeah, and actually, I want to mention Rain and Time just a little bit, because you mentioned like that the identity doesn't change, and you're definitely correct. But honestly, as far as the laning phase was concerned, Time didn't necessarily look nearly as dominant as Rain was able to, I felt, in that game.
But there was also a massive difference between what Kid was offering, the map as a whole, not just the bot lane, because again, like Invictus Gaming, they're never going to offer their bot lane anything. But Kid had complete control, and he had shut down the enemy jungler, whereas this time around, Chimin was able to actually impact the map and show up in these lanes. And so I think it was a little bit tougher for the bot lane, just kind of passively across the map.
And Chimin was the guy that showed up big for HYG when they put him in the lineup. His first games for HYG were the only wins that they have in LPL, and that game really showed. If Chimin is unlocked, he's not being shut down by the opposition jungler, he can affect those lanes and help HYG get ahead. We saw that right there, and it was a huge impact, a huge difference in game number 2 as well.
Yeah. And of course, you know, Chimin is a player that we're going to be looking at, and we'll see whether they can actually make it through the relegation, which is where they're destined to be, unfortunately, HYG towards the bottom end of the LPL this time around, so have to fight for their lives. We'll see how they're going to go as they make their way back through, because I think that Chimin actually has a bright future. This guy, despite the fact that he got 4-buffed in game number 1, just put that out of your mind. Some of his other play has been fantastic.
And that's always the case. Obviously, HYG joining the likes of Masters 3 and Energy Pacemaker all in the promotion tournament. See if they're able to fight their way back. And the LSPL rosters, in this case it's EPA and HYG, who are the promotion teams, they take the LPL very seriously, and they actually take the scrim culture very seriously, because obviously it's like a notch in your belt if you're able to beat one of these LPL teams, not just on the stage, but in scrims in general. So I expect that they got a taste of opportunity and the growth that being in the LPL offers them, just because you get so much more exposure to top tier teams, that they'll continue to fight back.
Yeah, and there's also the fact that, you know, they have improved. EPA especially, I mean, is a standout team that has looked better and better over the season. Of course, they did actually get promoted in the first seed out of the LSPL, HYG underneath them, and EPA were dominant in the LSPL as they were fighting through, so it's really good to see it sort of being proven on the Rift, not quite to the level of the likes of Snake and QG, but still looking powerful.
Both the LSPL teams have really impressed me. EPA bringing Soul into their lineup has looked phenomenal, taking games off very high-level teams, actually winning a couple of them as well.
Oh, yeah.
HYG, same thing, bringing in a new jungler, looked impressive. They still have things to fix, though.
They certainly do. As 10-2-9, Rookie is going to grab himself another MVP. And look, there is no other real option. Just very, very strong on that Azir.
Yep. There's something that doesn't need to change. It's Rookie. He knows exactly what he's doing. Pretty much even when his team falters around him, Rookie still has a very solid performance, and hopefully he'll be able to maintain that into playoffs and take Invictus Gaming for another deep run.
Yeah, and hopefully they can actually make it to the playoffs as well, because there's still a slight question mark there. Of course, Vici Gaming going to be an obvious one, but OMG also could potentially falter.
The next match between OMG and RNG, the last match of today, is really going to show us how next week is going to pan out. Because if OMG drop this game, they're 8-6. RNG are only 8-7 now after that win, and Vici just trailing behind 6-8. It's anyone's game still in Group B, and anybody could be knocked down into the promotion tournament, and the last seed, or the last 2 seeds, in fact, are still up for grabs for any one of these 3 teams.
Yeah, and it's all about how these playoffs are actually going to play out as well, because it depends on 3rd and 4th, not only just who's going to make it into the playoffs, but what is that playoff bracket actually going to look like? Because over the side of Group B, it's all sorts of different options that we do have. And I mean, you look at the likes of, EDG fighting for that top spot, but I mean, who are they actually going to be fighting for the chance to go up against? We don't even know yet.
And it's interesting, too, because EDG in particular, again, like making their late split surge, returning to form, maybe even adjusting to the meta. EDG historically had been very slow to adjust to new metas.
Yeah.
And the likes of RNG, QG, the other kind of top teams that have been leading the standings for so long are starting to crumble a bit. You've got last-minute rotations coming in on both of those teams, particularly through the AD carry position. Who's starting? Is it Pekko? Is it Uzi? Is it Whoosh? Is it Name?
Yeah.
Likewise, the mid laner for QG, Borisal versus Doinby. So it's going to be a very interesting playoff run, and kind of curious what form these teams are going to appear in. Are QG just taking it easy simply because we know we're guaranteed into the playoffs, so rest our players, maybe hide our strategies a little bit? Because historically, teams like Snake, like QG, really fumble in the playoffs.
Yeah, and of course, we're not quite there yet, so they shouldn't even be at fumble times. And if you're talking about Snake, I mean, this is a team that really needs to find some momentum moving forward. They've looked, choppy at best, honestly, in a lot of their victories, and they were sort of known for macro play and then team fighting earlier on, but now not necessarily looking like it. So a lot of these teams sort of not necessarily filling into their form. But what I've loved about today is the fact that the set that we just saw, Invictus Gaming, really showing us that they can play the map.
Yeah.
And yeah, these are the highs of this team. And EDG as well, a team that just honestly styled in our first series of the day, really looking like they're coming back into their former selves. And like watching Pawn play the Twisted Fate as well, just absolutely beautiful.
That's the thing about Invictus Gaming. We call them inconsistent. I'm going to have to just write it off and say Game 2 was them having a bit of fun.
Yeah.
It was still, rookie scoreline alone, very much in control. But Game 1 was so dominant and so cleanly played. And if Invictus Gaming can recreate that on command, they are an absolutely terrifying team.
Yeah.
I agree. And even game number 2, although it did look like they were having a little bit of fun or fumbling a little bit even, they still performed really well. They knew exactly how to come back from a deficit that they had against HYG. They knew the exact positions where they needed to be on the map. In the middle of that game, Frosco mentioned they needed to send resources to take down the outer turrets. That's exactly what they did 10 minutes later. We're able to take down those outer turrets.
10 minutes
10 minutes
2
later.
hours
Exaggeration.
later.
A little bit of an exaggeration.
Eventually.
10 minutes later, the minion wave built up so much that it took down the outer turrets.
But they were able to do the exact things they needed to do to get back into the game and eventually take the game as well. So even when these teams are fumbling per se, they know exactly to get out of the deficit that they've created for themselves and know how to get back into the games, which is really good to see the top teams doing once again.
Yeah.
Kid looked great on Gragas.
I was going to bring this up, exactly.
Yeah, the Graves game was phenomenal, but his Gragas casts, some phenomenal just mechanical ability. And again, this is a guy who role swapped from the AD carry position to the jungle position. Again, like a Hail Mary for his career. Everyone's saying, oh, there's no way you can replace Cacao. And not saying that he's a better jungler than Cacao, but it doesn't look bad.
Yeah, and especially when he's playing the Gragas as well. I mean, Cacao really playing that champion incredibly well when he was on IG, especially in last split of the LPL. But Kid, I'm actually trying to remember back right now. I can't remember a cask that wasn't phenomenal, especially like in between the mid lane outer and inner turrets, setting things up for Rookie. The fact that he was able to just place people exactly where he wanted them to be with that cast.
Looks much more comfortable and confident on the champion than he has in the past.
In fact, the only thing I can criticize Kid for in that game was his first ever play around the mid lane where he was a little bit overcommitted and he did eventually get taken down, giving HYG to Dragon. And that's it. The rest of it from Kid was phenomenal. Like he said, his mechanical play was great. Got some good flash body slams off as well. Good cask as well. And exactly where he needed to be at what times as well. Played really good in that champion. I think Kid has been evolving really well as a jungler in this split of the LPL.
Yeah.
And I think that he just has even more to come. That he's just going to keep improving the way he has this entire split.
Yeah, I actually just really love the transition that that Kid's been able to do as well, because he started off jungling in like the full-on Graves meta. Of course, comes from being a Graves player for IG. Just says, all right, well, I guess I'll just hop on the Graves, get in the jungle, and take down some creeps. And of course, looked like he made the transition quite well. But now his Elise looks good. His Gragas looks fantastic. I mean, this guy has really made himself not only into a AD carry / jungler, which is what it seemed like he started off as, but as a jungler in his own right. And I really hope that he stays around, stays as a jungler, because this is a question mark for the first few weeks, and now it's like, all right, no, this is legit.
No,
He's got his style. He knows his
Yeah.
responsibility, his role in the team. Again, it's to ward for Rookie, make sure that he stays safe. But now we're introducing other elements where he's not going to misplay mechanically. That kid will be solid enough on these champions and just the execution basis to set up these amazing plays. So now the question for Invictus Gaming becomes about their bottom lane. Is it going to be Time? Is it going to be Rain? Can they step up? What are the actual skill ceilings of these players? Kitty's looks a little bit better in terms of just like his cohesion and synergy with the team, but right now IG are still just a little bit too top-heavy focused, and they don't have the consistent performance out of their bottom lane to completely sack it.
And that's what I wanted to touch on, because Kid, he's been, now he's adapted to the jungle role a little bit more. He's been playing stuff like Sejuani, pulling out some small pocket picks here and there, impacting the jungle very nicely with the 4-buff start we saw earlier. Still helping to tie a lot up in the top lane. They focus a lot of attention there, helping Rookie out in the mid lane as well. But their bottom lane receives no attention whatsoever. In fact, in the 2 games we saw, the only time that he moved down to that bottom lane was to take a turret, and then he left that lane. It's a very stark contrast we see from Vici that pour a lot of resources into the bottom lane and make sure they get ahead and make sure that they're able to facilitate the late game. So the question really for IG is how they're going to use Rain or Time and Kitties in this bottom lane. What is their role? How are they going to affect the game? How are they going to impact IG when they go up against teams like EDG, like Chaogu, like Snake? They're going to punish them for that style of play. And I really want to see how they evolve from here.
The other scary thing is how important Sivir is in the current meta. Yes, it's fabulous that Azir is potent because Rookie's just going to pick that up and be a monster. But with Sivir kind of being as your big secondary champion and having, Rain and Time both played her, but it's not Death Sivir.
Yeah, exactly right. Of course, not necessarily finding it on the side of HYG, but IG looking fantastic in that last series. We do have one more to go, ladies and gentlemen, as OMG are going to take on RNG after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Atlas. I'm still joined by Fish and Froskerin. And look, we're excited to get into our final series of the night. RNG are going to be taking on OMG in what could be a very telling victory for OMG if they do manage to take them down, because they will have probably secured their playoff spot most definitely this stage.
Big thing, though, is that RNG are faltering a little bit. They recently fell down to EDG. They have swapped up their roster, though. It's not Wushin in the AD carry position, at least not starting initially. It is going to be Name.
Yeah.
So Name facing across from SMLZ. SMLZ has the highest CS difference of any AD carry in the LPL right now. He's actually really coming into your own. It's funny because Name is the guy with the reputation that said, I am going to be the next king of the AD carries. I will take down Wei Xiao. And SMLZ was actually supposed to be the protege to Wei Xiao, finally coming into his own. So these two forces now meeting head-to-head.
Like you mentioned, Max, this is a big game for OMG. They have 3 matches left to play in the regular split of the LPL, which is going to be which is going to be RNG, EDG, and Vici. Currently, OMG are 8 and 5. Vici are 6 and 8. If Vici pick up their 2 wins and OMG drop all the games, they would both be 8-8, with Vici having a huge head-to-head. It would either be 4-0 or 4-1. So it's big games for OMG to pick up. They have to win one of them. If they can win any one of these 3 games, they will be in playoffs. 100% secured.
Well, we'll see whether they actually can do that, because it will be a fight against RNG. And look, the thing is, right, we're talking about RNG as like faltering, you know. They've got that top spot and all of that business. But EDG looked brilliant. Not only was it, you know, earlier today, but also against RNG. So we'll see whether they can actually bounce back from that. Lupa, MLXG, Xiaohu, Name, and Mata. If you're looking at a star-studded roster, this is definitely up there with the likes of LGD. Good God.
Hiccups.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That was a hiccup, me comparing them to LGD, because this is a team performing a whole lot better. As there's Lupa towards the top side of the map, the man unlocked by his support.
MLXG.
And MLXG, the Chinese jungler extraordinaire.
I thought you were going to call him the Chinese Harry Potter.
Well, look, that's relatively close to.
No, he definitely looks like Harry Potter, but it's Xiaohu, the little... God.
She's got the hiccups.
I have the hiccups.
The little tiger.
The little tiger in the mid lane, Xiaohu, formerly of Gamti Feng Shui.
The best team to ever grace the LPL.
He's a big Azir player. Azir is back in power, but this is the guy that I love and the guy that I love talking about. It's Name taking the AD carry role. He came out in their game against Vici Gaming.
Got there.
This is awful.
With a whole bunch of different players on the RNG roster. There's Mata as well, of course, the man able to get around the map so beautifully, facilitate the rest of his team. Of course, working with Lupa, especially with MLXG as well.
Rusty has the greatest explanation. What's that card in Yu-Gi-Oh? Exodia?
Yeah.
That Mata is Exodia, and all of the other members are just pieces of him. So, like, MLXG is like his right arm, and Name is his left arm.
Yep.
Xiaohu's like the head.
So Mata is the body of Exodia, basically.
Yes. He's the starting point.
Yeah. Well, we'll see whether he's going to be able to make it work, as we are going to have a look over the other side of the rift. OMG.
Whoa, that's many, many peoples.
Yeah, there are certainly a lot of players on this team, but Cool is going to be gracing the mid lane. That is the man to watch there, as Icon hasn't been playing for quite some time.
OMG has publicly said that they prefer Cool to be on the roster just because they prefer to have a more consistent shot calling basis.
Yeah.
This is awful.
This is really not great.
What am I supposed to do?
I don't know. I think you're supposed to get a drink of water.
Yep.
Fish, hold me upside down.
Yeah, I think maybe something like that. We need to scare her. But I think we've done that this whole
is scary
cast,
because
so I think
Twins
we're
in the
done.
jungle for
yeah,
them.
He is. And look at his last 2 picks. The champions that he can play.
Lee Sin and Gragas.
Beautiful.
That said, speaking of legacy players, joining Twin for the veteran on the team will be Cool. Kind of the all-star building block for OMG in their new... I know I'm sorry.
Can't handle it. SMLZ there. AD carry extraordinaire for OMG. A man that has stepped up since moving over from M3. He's definitely been playing well. You can see 76% kill participation. The man has done work.
Whoa.
8 MVPs. And yeah, 5 likes himself some Thresh.
He likes
and
anything.
always has.
He's
He
a
likes
massive...
anything he can engage on, basically. You okay?
No.
Let's just not draw attention to it, Fish. Just calm down. Easy.
But yeah, 5. Likes his Thresh. He's played 5 games of Thresh in the past 2 weeks, and he just likes anything that he can engage with. He's very good with Alistar, very good with Thresh. Anytime he can go in and be aggressive against somebody, he wants to.
Yeah, big playmaker. His Thresh mechanics are on point, as typically any professional Thresh player will be. In fact, I think it's been SMLZ and 5 in particular that have really stood up for OMG and kind of made them the re-emerging power. Because again, this is the first... I can't.
It's all right. Take your time. We'll get through it. It'll be absolutely okay.
You'll get there.
I want this. It's only making the story better if we're
The
taking
cool
a few
thing
moments.
about OMG is that this is the first ever time that this team has rebuilt. The same thing with Team WE. They had the legacy players, the likes of Going, Loveling, Son.
Yeah.
I'm going to throw Dada7 in there. And they retired or left the team, and so they rebuilt the team from the ground up around a single player, Cool, their all-star mid laner now, and a bunch of developing Chinese talent. And also remember that OMG are the last remaining all-Chinese team in the league. They refuse to take on any Korean imports because their philosophy is, and they're very public about it, that the only way for the LPL to actually get better is to invest in domestic talent and build it up there rather than relying on foreign aid.
Yeah, and there's a lot of teams that have actually taken this up as well. EDG, we know, are actually building up secondary rosters
But
at the same time.
they'll take on Korean imports,
They
whereas OMG
certainly
says
will.
no.
They're not saying that they won't actually take on any extra help, but they do understand
Yeah.
that you do need to invest into the younger talent. It is about growing sort of the grassroots of your league. Otherwise, what are you going to do when everyone sort of runs out?
And this is the thing. So then you look at the
You're
team
done.
and you say, okay, so this team's probably all about Cool. But I would actually argue that OMG have looked just as good with Icon, their rookie mid laner.
Wasn't he the Korean slave for quite some time as well?
He's just the everything slayer. This guy, I mean, he almost has a narrative that's similar to Faker. Not to the skill ceiling, but to this idea that he came out of solo queue, no one really knew who he was, high ELO player, and just started dominating all of these really established mid laners.
Goodbye, Thresh.
Yeah, so Thresh is going to be banned away with Twisted Fate as we do hop into Champion Select on the side of RNG. OMG going to take away both of the S-tier junglers in the Nidalee and the Kindred. See what that means Schwen is going to be looking for. Probably anything else, because he just doesn't want to have to deal with that. MLXG versus Schwen. This is going to be an interesting matchup. Most definitely. Of course, MLXG stepping up incredibly this split. Schwen, the obvious question marks, but has been looking better on the OMG roster.
And OMG, where they find their power, if we're going to talk about these two teams' identities, RNG are a skirmish, or I call them a battle ward skirmish team. They place very aggressive vision, they pick winning lane matchups, and then they collapse and skirmish over the vision that they place in your jungler. OMG on the other side are a big, brawling 5v5 team.
Well, first pick going to go over to the side of RNG. Of course, a big contested pick for both of these teams is going to be that Azir. Now I have the hiccups. This is a disaster.
Oh, thank goodness, because I got rid of mine.
Oh, you've transferred it. Poppy and Kalista were the final bans, though, so none of that Poppy to be seen towards the top side of the map. I believe there has been at least one in every single game we've had so far, as the Azir has been locked in. OMG, we'll see what they do answer with, and the Maokai makes a heck of a lot of sense. I'd really like to see that one as there's the Gragas picked up as well. A lot of answers on the side of OMG.
Yeah, a reminder that Xiaohu made his debut on Azir and Xerath almost exclusively, so he is very practiced with the Sand Emperor.
Okay, I'm gonna probably be biased this series because look at what's happened. RNG looking at the golden duo.
They got it.
And they are going to pick it up.
Sivir and Alistar as their next two pick rotations in response to the Maokai and Gragas that OMG picked up in their first.
Vical doing work behind RNG.
Man knows if you can get Sand Soldiers out there doing their speary thing, plus throw a whole bunch of ricocheting Beyblades around everywhere, you're going to have a good time.
Vical is the only coach other than Koma who has been to 2 World Finals.
Wow.
Yep, fun fact.
The old Starhorn Royal Club.
Yep.
We'll see whether he can do it again. RNG are going to have to make their way through OMG. They actually don't. They are definitely in the playoffs, but still, another test on their way forward. As Jin is being considered, SMLZ has played this one before.
I really like the picks coming out from RNG so far, even the bans. They banned out Thresh, which 5 has played so much. He's played 17 games of that champion during this split alone. Alistar is his next most played champion, which he plays a lot of, and he's very, very good at it. We see a lot of 5-man knockups, and look at this. He's not afraid to pick up another playmaking support. They take away 2 of it. They give him the Bard, though, which he has played before. I'd love to see how they're going to dominate with this bottom lane duo of Lucian and Bard.
Well, I mean, that is the lane domination duo. So we'll see whether RNG actually decide to go for some sort of lane swap. As Echo is being looked at. Locked in now as well, possibly for Looper. course, can go... Well, it is for Looper.
Definitely for Looper.
There's MLXG now considering the Graves. We'll see whether he does pick that one up. Sort of the last remaining carry-style jungler, as he can go between almost anything now, as Name is going to lock that one away. So, a lot of damage on this roster. And a lot of split push potential out of Looper at the same time. Very safe is that Echo. We saw that in the EDG series this morning. Vici utilizing it quite well, despite not finding any victories. Not too many Destiny ganks were had by Pawn. See how Looper's going to do it.
Cool's responses, however, to the Azir. Again, typically we see kind of Victor, Varus, Kassadin, Twisted Fate, his TF, of course, hitting the ban bench.
Yeah.
Lulu, also another one. She can outrange the Sand Soldiers by using help picks on a back creep and then throwing Glitter Lance from there.
Works pretty well with Lucian as well. Not so much in the hyper carry Lulu style that we used to saw from the Juggernaut team compositions, but Lucian can still benefit from being able to dodge and weave inside and out of team fights.
Yeah, also able to be a little bit more sustainable, play aggressively with reckless abandon. So that is going to be the Lulu. One thing I'm worried about here on the side of OMG is
damage.
They have enough damage, yeah. When you look at RNG, they've got Azir, Sivir, and Graves, and an Echo, which does pretty considerable damage himself.
Just making sure that they can get that snowball up and online before Maokai, Lulu, and Lucian fall off.
Really feels like OMG are investing a lot into that snowball, investing a lot in their early game, and then hoping that with that they can translate it into a really solid mid to late game with all the protection they can provide to Lucian, all the protection they can provide to the rest of their team composition as well. And the fact that they can catch a lot of people out with the Twisted Advance, the ultimates from Gragas, with the Tempered Fates as well, the Cosmic Bindings. Yeah, OMG really looking to try and take the game to RNG as early as possible.
Well, they're certainly going to have to, because this late-game team comp from RNG is looking absolutely terrifying. Xiang is going to have a huge job on his hands, making sure that Vengeful Maelstrom is across his entire team. Otherwise, Xiaohu and Name are just going to go to town. And I love this. We've seen sort of the Azir players, honestly, on the Rift today. We saw EasyHoon first up. Of course, Rookie there as well, playing a phenomenal Azir. And now Xiaohu, the man that erupted into the LPL while he was playing for Gamty, as our coaches are going to shake hands, playing that Azir. We'll see how he's going to perform as we hop onto the Rift. And here we are onto the Rift for OMG versus RNG, our final series of this week of the LPL. Of course, it is week 9. Our last remaining regular season week will be the one following. We'll see whether RNG are going to be able to keep that top spot with EDG hot at their heels. Of course, actually EDG with a win advantage now, but RNG with a couple of games to play before they even that one out. Name going to poke his head out.
He's got the Australian Sivir skin.
Primal Sivir. I like it. Throwing actual boomerangs. Because his other boomerangs aren't boomerangs. Like, not even nearly.
No, nowhere close.
There is no way that they can actually, you know, curve. Like, why do they come back when they're just discs? That's a Frisbee. Frisbees don't come back. Very silly. Has the only relevant skin as far as the mechanics of the champion is concerned. That being said, I always use PAX Sivir because it's the best. So.
Did you go to PAX?
Nope.
I went to PAX.
Well, that's why you have the PAX Sivir. I don't know, I'm a magician. Well, RNG, setting up here towards the bottom side. You can see Name content to be on the bottom lane. OMG there as well. Setting up a little bit of an aggressive move.
Yeah, no one looking for the...
Oh, Mata. He's going to be locked up. Name takes a little bit of damage in return. Actually, a truckload of damage as the Meeps are going to slap continuously. Mato is going to start with the heal in response. The minions have already come down to this lane as Name almost gets locked up. Actually forced to use the heal there. Not good for RNG.
So OMG set up a trap, expecting that RNG will delay invade to contest the Gromp, stand in the bush, and RNG's bot lane eat so much damage that it's forced Mata to start the triumphant roar to keep them alive in this lane.
So only the CC coming in at level 3. Name as well now having to farm with the boomerang. That is not good news, despite the fact that it is actually a boomerang.
That said, there's not much Alistair can really do early levels, especially against the likes of Bard, so this was already going to be an uphill battle coming into this lane, as is expected.
We saw the Keystone Masteries earlier. SMLZ did start with the Fervor battle, I believe, which gives him a lot more additional damage, especially in a lane that he's already doing really well in from level 1. So not going to need that extra sustain and going to be able to dish out a ton of hurt onto Name and Mata.
Oh.
Mata on the other side went Bond of Stone, so might be able to help Name a little bit in this lane.
Definitely the respect coming in for the Bard lane.
Yeah, but nice spell shield. Difficult to get rid of the piercing light. As the Cosmic Binding does go wide, and we'll see whether RNG will be able to fight their way back into this lane. Of course, you do normally talk about the fact that you play against the minion wave when you're up against Sivir, but at the moment, it's looking like they're definitely unable to do that because the Sivir not with that lane control.
Yep, needs more
CS
points
lead.
into that W and Q.
Yeah.
But otherwise, things fairly slow and stagnant. We've got standard lanes across the board. Standard starts from either jungle. No level 2 or level 3 gank shenanigans happening. And cool with the advantageous push on Xiaohu early.
Yeah. Sort of something fairly standard for the Lulu, but definitely good news for the OMG lineup. As you can see, one of the first games that we've seen today without an early jungle invade from anyone. Of course, telling of these two junglers a little bit, but Kid was able to take it very aggressively to the Gragas that he was up against on the Graves, but unable to do so this time around is MLXG against Schwen.
Tren actually looking to try and move up towards that top lane. There are no wards to spot him out. Looper doesn't have much mana either. Has been slowed down by Si Young. He's going to get locked down in the top lane. This should be first blood going on over towards the side of OMG. They take it down with ease. No flash to be burned by Looper either.
Just too easy at that point, and that's really the power of Maokai, especially on these champions that have skill shots, Lisa and Nidalee. Even the Gragas with his belly bop. You just lay down the twisted advance and it's free damage.
Yeah, it almost looked like a free kill there as well, as Xiaohu not going to quite find the advancement on the Sand Soldier for the extra auto attack or the damage. And Looper back to lane.
Look at this. MLXG actually up in this top side. Doesn't see Gragas recalling just inside the river. Not going to be able to capitalize on that. Instead walks over towards the Krug pit, which is also gone.
Not great hit from MLXG, but
unfortunate. Unlucky.
Xiang is going to be able to get back with his teleport most likely. We'll see whether he does actually blow that summoner spell, whether MLXG is going to stay towards the top side of the map. RNG now the back foot just a little bit in a couple of lanes. We'll see whether Xiaohu is going to be able to pick up that slack from the mid, as he's setting up for some funny business right now.
Just staying safe. A lot of people missing on the map. Maokai was walking to lane as opposed to TPing, so the possibility of a top laner getting a cheeky gank in there.
Speaking of Maokai, he's gone back, picked up 2 Doran's rings for himself, looking towards picking up the Spectre's Cull as well for his next item, as Tren is going to be able to take away the Raptor Camp. MLXG moving on towards Tren's side of the jungle, taking away his Raptor Camp as well.
Trading
Raptor Camps. As SMLZ and 5 still being very aggressive in this bottom lane. They are 10 CS up ahead of Name. And making sure that he stays pressured in this lane. Name has not been able to push out and farm as Tren.
Oh my goodness.
And MLXG just going to continue farming each other's camps.
Well, you can see wards are going to go down. Mata is going to spot
You can do it,
Gragas.
Mata.
Oh, sad.
Didn't quite get it. Tren also just body bops his way out of there. As
Right.
now it's
Gank on
MLXG up in
top.
the top lane. Gets a little bit of damage down to Xiang. Will smite him as well.
End of the line comes down, but Looper a little bit too low in order to follow up with that dive. Not a lot of extra CC there either, as Name's going to get tagged. OMG chasing through. Ardent Blaze doesn't tag him, but means that the Sivir has to get out of this lane.
Yeah, just really relying on Mata's triumphant roar at this point. This is just going to be a rough uphill battle until they get some sort of jungle pressure. See if MLXG gets involved. He is walking down to the bottom side of the jungle, but it is lit up like a Christmas tree. Check out those 3 deep wards from OMG.
Yeah. Schwen spending some time down there, able to make sure he gets that vision down.
That really feels like the difference between Tren and MLXG. That he was able to get that deep vision in. MLXG only the 1 pink ward there to spot out. Small amount of vision.
Which is funny because that's typically the RNG move to light something up, but Mata and MLXG unable to get coordinated.
He teleported in for this one. They're looking for the dive. MLXG is here to try and stop this one. Another teleport coming in from Cool here. OMG really looking to try and force this. Cool will actually cancel that one out.
Good rotation from Xiaohu to deny that, and now Xiong cut out.
Yeah, Emperor's Divide comes in. You've got Mata coming down here as well. Xiong is going to use that flash in order to get away. Is going to do so, but no summoner spells are to be blown on the side of RNG, and they save their bottom lane. This is the big deal. We'll see whether having no ultimate is going to affect Xiaohu, but otherwise, nicely played.
A lot of time alleviated off of Looper as well after feeding First Blood. He did get the entire wave to himself, pushed that in, so able to recoup a lot of the CS lost.
They're still at it. Trent and MLXG just taking each other's jungle camps away. Blue buff was taken by Trent. Cool came over to assist him with that. MLXG looked like he wanted to make his way over towards it, but encounters his arch nemesis, the pink ward. And now is spotted out by the rest of OMG. He is hovering around the dragon pit. That instead, just going to jump back in towards his side of the jungle. Immediately does get spotted out by one of those deep wards that was placed down by OMG. So, Trent, out jungling MLXG a little bit, is able to take away the blue buff on his side and take the one from MLXG's jungle as well.
Yeah, lane dominance actually paying off here for OMG. As Cool able to pick up his blue buff. And no blue buff on Xiaohu is going to be a very big deal, not only for the fact that Azir loves to have that extra mana, but also for the fact that you get that extra bit of experience into your lane. It's a big camp. It's a lot of that, even if you do not have Smite, which does help you out quite a bit. So Cool has hit that level 8 mark a little bit sooner than Xiaohu, but Xiaohu probably just wanting to scale as best he can. Has himself the Stinger, also with that Negatron Cloak as Looper. Getting a little bit aggressive. We'll see whether he's going to be able to get anything done. As very even on the items, just an extra Doran's Ring for the tree.
Yeah, still incredibly calm. Both of these junglers resigning themselves, like Fish has been saying, to farming, particularly their enemies' camps, but... The thing is that this suits RNG's composition more simply because they want to simply scale into the late game. They have no problem elongating the lane phase, funneling more farm onto their carries, whereas OMG, with control over the bottom lane and a superior rotation from the mid lane, they need to be making plays right now.
Well, you can see Sivir in a whole bunch of trouble here towards the bottom side of the map. 60 to 86. That has ballooned out to a 26 CS lead. There's now 5 going to start off this red buff, but OMG standing on a ward, are going to back away as MLXG makes his way around. Saves this one for now. We'll see whether Schwen is going to be able to get in there with the steal.
He's looking for it. Definitely waiting very patiently as Gragas. Does have wards deep down in there, but he is standing on top of the ward as well.
Yeah,
Not going to be able to jump
able
over.
to smite that one away. All too easy.
Now this might be Dragon for OMG. No smite on the side of OMG for another 15 seconds.
There's no way that they can contest the dragon right now, simply because RNG are still in position to contest it, and this low level it would just do far too much damage to them.
Trent just body bops over and hops back in towards his jungle. Looks like he's working on the Scuttle Crab now as MLXG is going to be able to take away the Krug camp. His own Krug camp, I should say.
Well, Mata is going to get caught up here.
Look at the CS disadvantage in this bottom lane.
Yeah.
And SMLZ is 30 minions ahead of Name now.
SMLZ, again, has the highest CS difference at 10 minutes than any other AD carry in the LPL. There's one thing he can do, it's farm very well. But with this and the back got by the team, they are going to go ahead and pull the trigger on the dragon.
They've taken it down to about half its health. The rest of RNG actually looking to try and group around here.
This is still dangerous.
Looper does have his teleport, but can't just quite get there because Xiang is bodying him and following him around. 5 now has to go through the magical journey. It will be Xiaohu that takes it out. Actually uses ultimate to try and secure that one. Mata taking up a lot of damage with his ultimate. Will eventually go down to the culling from SMLZ as the rest of OMG are trying to run away. They did pick up the dragon for themselves, so very happy with just running away after taking the objective. But look at SMLZ all the way in the back lines trying to take down Xiaohu. Not quite able to do so as MLXG will pick up that kill, and OMG now trying to go back to base underneath these turrets. Looper is here to stop though, jumps on top of Cool, gets a lot of damage down onto the Lulu. Here comes the flash from MLXG, picks up a double kill for himself, and RNG pick up 4 kills for 2.
But this is what I said, to do Dragon this early was a massive misstep. Yes, they had control over the lane so they could get the earlier rotation, but the damage that it did was just too much. A beautiful collapse from RNG, and they clean up massively.
You can see Mata here. Just plays the ultimate, more than happy right now. And look at Xiaohu on the back end, just deletes 5. Doesn't have the ultimate for the rest of this fight, but it's all just about OMG being on the back foot. SMLZ plays decently here towards the back of this one to try and take advantage of low health members, especially Xiaohu, but with the heal and after the flash, he is going to be safe. And MLXG, lots of burst damage on this Graves.
Yeah, and so much mobility, especially to get involved in the back half here. Looper having his ultimate, knowing that the dive was available and communicating that beautifully to his jungler.
Stunning stuff. Well, Mata going to roam up the river one more time. As you can see, RNG have closed that gold gap quite considerably. 300 is only the lead that OMG have. Xuan going to be taking down his red buff. Oh, the pink ward of destiny here in this brush.
Big thing for me now is that Lupa had to use his teleport to get to that fight. Xiang was doing the right thing. He tried to follow him down the river.
Is it only a big thing for you, or is it a big thing for everyone?
Big thing for OMG.
All right, cool.
Lupa had to use his teleport. Xiang was trying to follow him to stop him from teleporting
it's a big thing for them?
Because now they have the teleport advantage. They could potentially use it to make a play.
What are they going to do with it?
Have to see.
Make a prediction.
Let's go.
Well, I'd like
Money
to see
where your
them
mouth is.
What is your TP power play?
Xiang teleporting to the bottom lane. Tried that earlier. Didn't work out thanks to a good rotation.
Well, he definitely has a deep ward to TP to.
Dun, dun, dun. Wow. How is that ward not visible?
I'll go back to play casting. Stop swinging.
No, I love you, fish fingers.
It's just sometimes,
Come back, Fiskaren.
My God. OMG pushing up aggressively here towards the bottom side as Name throws an actual boomerang across them. I'm not going to let this go. SMLZ still able to play aggressively, knows that there's a lot of members of his team waiting in the wings. Frost Queen's claimed to come out here from Cool, but he's taken a fair bit of damage. Tempered Fate finds Xiaohu.
What are you going to do?
He will have the shifting sands as SMLZ, he's just going to flat out... Oh, die here on the bottom lane. Very quite close, though. You're exactly right. Name picks up the kill, and Xiaohu's going to survive, uses his ultimate, helps himself out.
Though, is that he managed to catch the piercing light with the spell shield there, but good attempt from SMLZ as the power is now shifting back in favor for RNG after so much attention.
Oh, Mata, look at him
Are
playing.
you going to go?
Yeah, super aggressively. Actually just headbutts the jungler away, almost needlessly. Now going to get out the golden cow.
But the skirmishing is fully online for RNG after their play bottom, and it's starting to leak into OMG's jungle.
The more they can do this well, the more time it buys for Lupa to get his teleport back up so he can match Xiang if they decide to make a play bottom. But just with that...
That is so BS.
Yeah, they should not be able to kill that ward.
Just like that, RNG do have about 1,000 gold of a lead ahead of OMG. It's only 14 minutes into the game.
Like, there's nothing that annoys me more about Azir than his ability to clear wards from 5 lanes away.
There aren't even 5 lanes in this game. Ludicrous. Oh, there he is. Xuan actually finding the pink ward.
Got it.
He's found 2 pink wards there. He's rich.
Finally, 60 gold.
Not even enough to buy one.
Well, Xiaohu going to make a point of clearing out that pink ward once again. Does so very easily.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. I feel like you should get a 2-for-1 deal there.
Teleport going to be used towards the mid lane, though. Cool. Making his way back in. He's going for what looks like a Lich Bane as his second option. As Mata, yeah, looking for the headbutt. There it is. Pulverize comes down as well. Lots of damage on SMLZ, but there's the teleport. Can the tree get the work done as Xiang is waiting to clap his hands and get his way in there. There it is. Name uses the flash. And the teleport to come in now from Looper as Empress Dubai going to get Xuan out of the way as Looper actually completes the teleport. Might be a dangerous play right now. Uses the flash. The Q not going to be quite enough as he's just going to accept his fate and see whether he can get back over this wall. Turret is going to help take him down, but SMLZ going to grab that last hit. And Lupa probably should have just stayed in the top lane, man.
Yeah, it goes a little bit too deep as OMG are now looking to continue the dive, knowing that they have the numbers advantage, which means that RNG are going to have to sack their bottom tower.
OMG will be able to pick this one up for free here.
I feel
Nobody
like
from RNG able to contest it.
if Lupa had pressed his ultimate button like a second earlier, he would have just gone back to the top lane and it would have been fine.
Wait, this is not where I want to be.
This is not where I want
not
to
where
be.
I parked my
Think
car.
of the mind games there from an Echo. He TPs in, you see the TP be complete, so you freak out, and he's just kidding.
See ya. Give him all the focus, and then he just ults back to the top lane. There we are. I soaked some aggro for you, team. On
Takes
you go.
all of the cooldowns and your tower across map.
Damn right. Think about it. The power play.
The Echo
Oh,
relocation.
could you imagine the Baron power play numbers that could come from that fish?
Goodness.
The epic.
Over 9,000.
Possibly.
Yeah,
We did
saw
see one
that
of those.
yesterday.
We did. Cool. Glitter lancing these waves over and over again. Of course, an awful feeling for a mid laner to be on Glitterland's duty, but he is on it right now and doing an admirable job.
That tasted purple.
That tasted purple.
That's the one I can't do is Lulu.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
At least you can do Nami.
Yeah.
Huh? I can't do it at all. My gender makes me struggle, honestly. As Xiaohu is going to continue clearing out
The
these
real
minions.
struggle.
The real struggle is my gender.
Being a beautiful white male.
That rhymes with something else. Xiaohu is going to get ulted back here as Xuen trying to get the work done. Shifts
He's
his
gone.
way over.
Oh.
The ultimate is going to be flashed here from Xuen, who has a drink and bops him on the head. Xiaohu, despite your fancy moves, you ain't going to be able to beat a flash over a wall. Xuen going to lock it down.
Nice flash there. This is very important, though, because Dragon's up and available. So we'll see if OMG try their fancy this time around with a numbers advantage, or if they're just going to push down this tower. At least get some decent chip damage. No, it's the Dragon.
Cool, and Trent decided to back away, looking for Dragon number 2 for their team. As it will be trying to body buffs over this wall very shortly.
MLXG and Looper are both getting in position. Xiong does not have TP, but he's slowly meandering down.
RNG do have a ward inside of this Dragon pit. They know that this has been started.
Look,
Mata
it
already.
didn't go well last time, OMG.
It did not. Mata already
It's a
posing
4v5.
aggressively.
We can do it this time, boys.
Zed doesn't have a teleport. It is Xiaohu. He only has a heal this match, but OMG should be able to take this one cleanly. They do kind of catch out Sia, who's going to advance aggressively towards
Who
Lupa.
caught who?
Yeah. This is my forest now.
Got you in my parallel convergence.
Lupa going to move
They're
back towards the
continuing
top
to be
side.
aggressive here.
Man, LXG going very aggro.
You're not doing any damage to that tree.
No.
Still not doing damage to him.
Sunfire Cape Spectre's Cowl. Pretty good right now. That's a Giant Spelt and a Negatron Cloak, as well as that Nash's Tooth now picked up.
This is actually an interesting counterplay. They give up the Dragon to OMG, but knowing that Chuen doesn't have his Smite, they look to contest his red buff. So technically there is a trade out of that. Still very handily in OMG's favor. But
at least RNG gets something.
Yeah, they're trying to find the small advantages.
I like it. Cool. Still has to deal with minion wave after minion wave as Azir just shoving it in over and over again. Slight CS lead now for the Emperor of Shurima. As Lupa starting to farm this one out very effectively. Actually almost has that 20 CS advantage now over Xiang, but Xiang doesn't really care. He's a tree. He's very big.
Has a Sunfire Cape, which seems counterintuitive as a tree.
Again, the biggest CS discrepancy is still between SMLZ and Name.
Yeah.
Ballooning closer and closer to 40 CS as the Rift Herald may be contested.
5 for the steal. Not going to happen as Lupa is actually going to get the stun onto 5. In comes SMLZ though as Lupa not as tanky as he wants to be right now. He's trying to run. Does
Got him.
fall down
Wow.
as SMLZ gets the last Light Slinger. Comes through and picks that one up. I don't even think Rift Herald was taken because I believe Baron spawned.
And just a mechanical misstep from Looper. He had his ultimate as well as his flash, which he burns the flash after he's pretty much dead. Good play from SMLZ, and they're going to immediately rotate up into the top tier tower and take it down.
They did get that Rift Herald and going to be able to use that to try and take down the mid lane inner turret though.
Comes the flank, though.
He's looking to try and flank around the rest of RNG. Mata going to headbutt him backwards. No ultimate being used by Trent just yet. As a Sand Soldiers are going to come out and just poke people. But RNG do manage to get an objective trade. They lose one member for it though.
Well, very even this game. Of course, RNG falling behind on the Dragons at the moment.
Yep.
But
scary
otherwise,
thing,
everything
though,
very close.
Is still the fact that RNG's composition will vastly outscale the damage output from OMG, so they'll be reliant on picks.
Yeah.
See if they can balloon even farther ahead to compensate for the power of Azir and Sivir at 3 items.
Well, Siva still very far behind. 42 CS now, Name in the hole. After that brutal level 1. Still unable to recover. As you can see, MLXG, he's doing well. Going towards the Sterix Gauge as well as the Maw of Malmortius. Has the Hex Drinker already built up for some extra safety against this magic damage. Definitely a good idea. We'll have that more very soon. And I like this build out of Xiaohu. He's sort of known for building a little bit more defensively. Or of course, used to be on the Azir when he was playing it.
Giant Spell and a Negatron Cloak being picked up by him.
Yeah, of course it does. It just builds so easily into, of course, the Rylai's and the Abyssal Scepter, but grabbing the defensive stats first is what's important. As the tree's going to head his way in. Of course, Gragas waiting in the wings there as well. Name not overstaying as 5's going to move down the river. OMG searching.
On the flip side of Xiaohu, so cool. They're starting to go for the Frost Queen's Claim, then the Lich Bane. So Lulu's still deviating between builds a little bit.
Looks like a Gosu build. He needs to grab himself the Luden's Echo next.
Ardent Sensor.
No.
Was that Wayless that did that?
They're going to
Yeah,
take this.
It was.
Look at this, Mata trying to get a flank on towards OMG. Cool, going to be able to slow him down.
There's
Mata
the
comes
flash.
in. Great pulverize coming out as Five's going to take a lot of damage. Ipats's going to pop his ultimate, soak up a lot of damage coming out from OMG. He's desperately trying to live here. Will eventually go down to the culling. The rest of OMG now trying to run
Oh,
a...
Xiaohu.
Going to try and skate his way through. Not quite able to catch out Trent and SMLZ. They do trade 1-for-1. Both the supports going down from each team. We'll have to see who is able to take an objective out of this trade, though.
Health advantage actually in favor of RNG right now.
That said, Lulu is still full health, decent sized mana as she does take a chunk right there, but the wave clear is put in position, so neither tower will take much damage.
Name just says, no, screw you guys, I'm going to grab myself some chickens, and is going to do so very easily.
And then he's going to rotate bottom and clear out that wave.
Yep, knows where the farm is. He knows that he's behind. He's actually closed that gap by quite a lot after this little scenario.
In about
Xiaohu
10
clearing
CS.
things out. Yep. The satisfaction that you receive watching a Civ farm, everyone. There it is. Stunning.
We'll surely have a
Get
static
him.
shiv on his next recall here. That's rude.
Reported.
Very rude. Five clearing out some vision there as well. Meeps following in tow.
Dragon will be spawning in 52 seconds. OMG already have the first 2 to their name. They were punished the first time around. See if RNG will put themselves in a position to challenge this time.
You can see this tower going down quite low. MLXG with a lot of wave clear. Now going to be able to get through this one as Mata once again with an engage. Lots of auto attack damage there as Five has to get wild growth. Not exactly the ideal target, but it'll save his life.
Massive cooldown down. 25 seconds before this dragon.
Still dead even between these two teams as well. 6-6 on the skill, on the scoreboard. 2 turrets apiece. OMG do have the dragon advantage. And about a 400 to 500 gold lead as well, but dead even.
Scaling composition, something.
Big thing is the item difference between them. Lucian looking for his Bloodthirster next, but has the Rapid Fire Cannon as well as the Essence Reaver and a BF Sword, so definitely flat damage advantage over Name right now. On the other side of the map,
Yep.
Maokai has his 2 completed tank items where you just have some ingredients from Looper, so there's definite item advantage for OMG going into this.
Well, we'll see whether they can make use of it right now as everyone grouping up towards this dragon pit. Blue buff trying to be taken at the same time as Xiang can't quite find his way in for the flank, but it's exactly where he wants to be. Throwing saplings around at RNG. Now just not quite starting off this dragon, but they do have the Rift Scuttler and the vision advantage. We'll see whether they can make that one work as SMLZ utilizing his... Oh my goodness, here it is. Cool actually going to get stunned up by his own tempered fate as there's the Emperor's Divide stopping anyone from getting over here. In goes Xiang and he's tanking everyone up. Mata able to escape as MLXG trying to quick draw away, uses his ultimate, creates enough space, but RNG now on the run. There's the belly bot from Swen as Xiang still over the wall. And this will be the dragon for OMG.
Maokai doing massive amounts of work, zoning out so many people for RNG, likewise forcing the flash of Xiaohu over the wall, eating massive amounts of damage from the culling. They take the dragon.
5 to playing that play as well with the Temper Fate to keep his teammates alive after the engagement was crucial for OMG, and they get dragon number 3. Which means even though this game is really even, they still have that win condition online.
And the turret.
And the turret will go down as well. So, small goal lead for OMG once again. Trying to capitalize on that wherever possible against RNG. Xiang's just going to take a beating from the boy who shattered time. But cool. He's going to get his back interrupted.
Yeah, Boomerang comes across as well, gets slowed down. You can see Rylo's Crystal Scepter now done for Xiaohu, so they may be able to lock down a few more of these players from OMG in the next couple of fights, but RNG definitely playing on the back foot, and OMG playing like they have something to prove this game, especially through their bottom lane.
The pseudo-tankiness that Maokai and Lulu offer a team, Maokai with his damage, how he negates team damage, and then Lulu with her wild growth, may actually bridge the difference between not having 3 damage threats on their composition.
Yeah.
It's just so hard for RNG to get through.
Not to mention the fact that Cool is really itemized effectively for what he wants to do, as Cosmic Binding's going to go wide. MLXG going to get slowed down by the Meeps, though, as they may be out of position right now. Flash is going to be used. More of Malmortius is going to pop. saves his life from the explosive cast, but still RNG losing health left, right, and center. Mata has to flash. Xiaohu here as well. Tempered Fate is going to lock up the golden chicken.
Here's Siyoung.
Yeah, they get all in amongst it. The knockup comes in. Nice Emperor's Divide gets Xiaohu to relative safety, and SMLZ is so incredibly low. The Sand Soldiers able to do some work, but down goes the wall, and Xiyoung massive in the back line. Name is going to fall. Yeah, it's just standing in front of 3 people, and they're just too tanky. The war of attrition is won now by OMG, and they're looking at Baron.
And this is the big thing. No one can deal with this Maokai. He's too far ahead of the clock. Name was put down early from the level 1, walking into SMLZ and 5, waiting in that brush, and he's yet to recover. They don't have the itemization to take down OMG this early in the game.
Well, you can see MLXG doesn't want to give up this Baron. He thinks that they are going to be too low in order to be able to take this one down. That being said, in goes Mata. Yeah, you can see Looper right in amongst it as well. Pops out again. You can see MLXG trying to kite as best he can. Some low health bars here as Looper right in the Baron pit. But MLXG's going to fall. Shutdown goes over to the tree. And OMG, they get one more.
They do stop the Baron from OMG, but that is another kill going over to their side. They are now 3,000 gold ahead of RNG, and they are really taking the game to them.
Their composition is frankly just online right now, whereas RNG are still waiting on big key items. We are going to take another look at this team fight. Like you said, it's the Hex Drinker that really pops and saves MLXG's life, but he's effectively out of the fight from this point. Looper coming over the wall, trying to get involved on the flank. Tempered Fate locks up Xiaohu and allows OMG to catch up and get in good position. CC lock him up. Emperor's Divide does come out, but again, so many people have gone down so early that it's just about running away. Xiyoung is able to get into the back line and just deletes Name.
Yeah, smacks him with that Arcane Smash. And you can see Xiaohu without that Emperor's Divide, without the ability to create space, can't actually do anything. And it's a last Whisper picked up here for Name in response to the
to how far ahead all these tanks are.
And
but
SMLZ is so strong.
The issue is again, you're missing out on that Infinity Edge, which it doubles your damage output.
And also you're picking up a different third item, meaning that it's really hard to get to that BF Sword pickaxe mark.
Yep.
Without selling both your Cull and your Doran's Blade.
If RNG can survive for another 15 or so minutes, they'll be in a good spot, but for that next big window, OMG are complete control of this game. Their composition's online, they're ahead of the clock, they want to fight, and they have control of this Baron pit.
They sure have. SMLZ is going to be able to take away this red buff, to give him even more damage in these next few fights. Like you mentioned, they have control over the Baron pit. We'll have to see if OMG decide to make a play around that area. But for now, they have cooled down at the bottom lane with Looper, just trying to push out the wave as much as possible, creating a split push advantage for OMG.
Utilizing that double teleport that RNG cannot answer because, again, Azir doesn't really take TP.
Yep, Looper theoretically has a couple of different teleports, but pretty telegraphed in where his second one is going to go, utilizing that ultimate. Now OMG still gaining vision further and further around this Baron area. 5 putting on a clinic on this Bard. Nice ward there from RNG. He's going to be able to spot out if they are ever going to start it.
The Baron Gate ward.
Yep, they of course have a heck of a lot of wave clear on the side of RNG. So as far as stalling a game out is concerned, they have the tools. It's just whether or not OMG can make the proactive play in order to break this game wide open.
Siva's already picked up the upgraded Last Whisper. The name's escaping me. Goodness. The one that gives grievous wounds.
Go with that one. Upgraded Last Whisper. Nailed it.
Not the Lord Dominic's regards. The other one. But that's going to be able to effectively cut down Maokai a little bit. Stop his passive from taking place in these team fights. So really sacrificing the damage, like we mentioned, to try and get rid of Maokai as fast as possible.
Taking the immediate power spike as opposed to the delayed one from the Infinity Edge. Dragon, like you said, will be spawning. It'll be the 4th one, so not do or die moment for RNG. But again, they have the tools to stall it out, but can they compensate for the hole that they've dug themselves, as well as a possible 5th dragon?
Yeah.
Yep.
This is the big deal. Well, Pink Ward is going to be put down. They spot the vision available from RNG as Mata setting himself up for a potential fight.
MLXG is behind enemy lines right now. He's got the flank sitting on a pink ward, so he knows he's safe.
Sion does have teleport, so does Looper, so this could be another big 5-on-5. They've caught
SMLZ.
SMLZ. Temper Fate does come out and lock him in stasis for a while. Teleports are being channeled. Lucian is back out of stasis, has the wild growth on top of him as well. Looper now into the back lines of OMG. Parallel Convergence will not connect, but look at Sion. He's holding up 3 members, but so is Looper. MLXG is able to take down Trend, and SMLZ is going to go down. RNG suddenly have found 2 picks in this fight. Sion desperately trying to take down whatever members he can, but they just collapse onto the tree. They take down 3 members of OMG and only lose their AD carry. Suddenly, OMG come back into this game.
Find the team fight. And like you said, Xiong got onto the back line. He was sitting on the 3 primary carries for RNG, but a quick Sand Soldier shuffle, as well as the quick draw forward, put MLXG and Xiaohu out of the tree's reach and deleted OMG.
Yeah, and they were like, haha, joke's on you. We've got another AD carry. Name was unnecessary, left to the wolves or the trees.
Definitely the trees.
Yeah, and Xiong able to take him down, but he was occupying all of his time.
Massive, though. They managed to pick up the dragon, which stalls out that 5th dragon win condition. Now looking at the Baron, they see the wards. They don't care. They're trying to burn it down as quickly as possible.
See whether they can get it.
Trend is still in base, does have his smite available,
Here
and a
comes the
teleport is
TP.
actually coming in.
Well, 5 trying to stop them from this one as well. Xiaohu has been ignited. Tempered Fate comes in, but OMG, they are going to be able to take down Xiaohu. We'll see whether they actually stay on this one as it's incredibly low. It is going to be MLXG picking that one up, and can OMG clean this fight as MLXG is going to get turned into a cute little fluffy munchkin and destroyed. Looper trying to go back, does have the empowered recall, and he's hoping to preserve this Baron. Frost Queen's claim going to come down, but Looper, quick switcheroo. Using that relocation. Yeah, heads on over. Glitterland's not quite going to work.
Running to 5, though.
Yeah, 5 looking to try and find the stun against the wall. Looper waiting for another phase dive. He's going to get stunned against the minions. Parallel Convergence comes in. Will the shield pop down? Oh, no, not quite enough as 5 picks up the kill. And Name, the last man standing, but he doesn't have the Baron buff, and they lose an inhibitor in the mid lane, not to mention the rest of the damage that's going to come through the top side. OMG say, yep, we'll take your Baron, we'll raise you a base.
RNG sacrificed so much for that. Like you said, there is 1 Baron buff alive, and it is on the Sivir.
Siyoung looking to try and start an engage, though, as OMG trying to take down this top lane inhibitor turret. They do get it, working on the inhibitor now as Mata goes back in to try and knock up 3 members of OMG.
Damage.
Lots of damage is coming out from the ricochets from Sivir. Siyoung taking down Cray below. The Mortar of Miner putting the Grievous Runes onto this tree. He's going to be able to run away. RNG still continuing their chase, though.
Fish way too proud of himself for remembering more of a reminder. Probably unnecessary in that particular team.
Well, they do cut him down pretty fast now, so Sion can't really just stand in that backline anymore.
That is true. I was very proud of you.
The big thing, though, is that OMG still have complete control of the map as well as the gold lead and the game, but RNG are hitting a point where they're actually able to out 5v5 them. Again, their composition scale is far better. Name is only going to continue to get stronger at this point, still waiting on that Infinity Edge to come online.
Has now the BF sword.
And
so
again,
only 2k.
Even though their base is pretty much in ruin and they're having to deal with super creep minions at some point, the fact that they still have the static Shiv Sivir as well as the Azir means that they have the tools to deal with this and continue to stall. It's still on OMG to be proactive and choke RNG out before this becomes a 55-minute game, comes down to a single team fight, and they lose because they were outscaled.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And look, you can see Cool, he's got a heck of a lot of items now under his belt. The Ravenous Deathcap as well as the Void Staff, Lichbane, and the Frost Queen's Claim. And a cheeky ring hanging out there as well. Lots of items for the Lulu. Has actually eclipsed the farm there as well, as you can see, about 10 in the lead. But Xiaohu, he's got his core components. We'll see what that needlessly large rod turns into. As it could, of course, be another hat, but an hourglass could also fit. OMG now looking to try and put the pressure on. Another walk goes down. Name unable to clear that one out as the barrel is going to pop. Mata just trying to consolidate vision around his jungle.
This is another Zia that has picked up the Spectre's Cowl and decided not to do anything with it. So Xiaohu following the trends that we've seen in the LPL so far.
I believe it was a Banshee's Veil last time we saw one.
He's just holding on to the components for now. Has that needlessly large rod, probably looking towards a Rabadon's Death Cap as the Sun turret will go down in the mid lane. OMG looking to try and split up a little bit. They do have Xiang split pushing the mid lane with the super minions charging towards the base. As the rest of OMG looking to try and take down this bot lane in a turret. Mata spotted out by this ward.
No, not spotted.
No, not spotted. Wow.
I think the field of vision from the scrying orb was actually spotting him out, though, as Xiang is going to come through, clear out this pink ward. And the tree looking for the flanking play. It's in a turret now in trouble as SMLZ playing very far forward, uses that shield from the Bloodthirster in order to keep himself alive. Sand Soldier just hanging out in this brush.
But creep wave is coming in through the mid lane, so someone will have to deal with that within the next... there we go, Looper walking over, does have TP available as Twin looking for the cask.
Yep, Xiaohu trying to set up his Sand Soldiers here as well. The barrels are going to fly through as Xiang can't quite find his opportunity right now. Lots of Sand Soldiers, lots of damage. They can't quite chip down. Oh, they can. Massive damage on that turret that just came out of nowhere. The Lich Bane from Cool doing work.
Likewise, the chip damage on Name hitting the back line.
So Name's actually going for what looks like a Bloodthirster. Dangerous.
I mean, he needs it because he's dealing with so much poke.
Yeah.
The majority of the damage is coming out of SMLZ's rotations as well as Cool's Glitter Lance.
Well, he will have that one in another 1,000 gold or so and has a lot of money being funneled into him now that these waves are crashing one after the other into RNG's base.
Still, OMG, they are about 8,000 gold ahead. It's a nice gold lead for themselves just 40 minutes into this game, and RNG do scale up a little bit better. But 8,000 gold is a significant advantage for OMG for the time being. With Dragon coming up in the next 10 seconds, OMG could potentially look for Dragon number 4. But I have a feeling RNG might want to try and contest for this. They are sending Looper back to base. He does have his teleport available.
I actually don't think that this is worth it at all unless they find the perfect team fight, simply because if they die here over 4th Dragon, it's pretty much game with an open inhibitor.
Yeah, unless they feel like they can actually orchestrate the fight that they're looking for.
Yeah, it has to be perfect, because otherwise you're effectively losing the game over 4th Dragon. It's not even 5th.
Xiang is in the base, does have a deep ward available to teleport to, and he's going to channel it with the home guards. Now going to get onto the backlines of RNG, just walking around for a while. That Dragon does go over. Mata's the one that does eventually get locked down, pops the ultimate immediately, but RNG, they look like they're going to try and contest for this as Mata taking a lot of damage. Empress Divide will be used in a choke point. The casket won't send anyone over. They are already able to deal with the support. Now looking to try and take down the remaining members. They do manage to take down 5 though. Look at OMG's health bars though. They are losing health left, right, and center. Double kill for Siva. SMLZ now trying to run away. They take him down. That's 4 members of OMG gone, and they only lose Mata.
And we talked about the perfect team fight, and that was it. I thought it was going to be disaster at first because Xiaohu was locked up by a Tempered Fate, not able to get his damage output up for the beginning of the team fight. But like you said, beautiful Emperor's Divide in the choke point sets up the Sand Soldiers, and the ricochet and the range of Sivir and Azir destroy that team fight.
And I honestly think it was a bit of a misplay from Xiang because he's actually going to fall down here. There's the ace.
Is that game?
Could actually potentially be the game as there are minions. These turrets are going to get ripped to shreds. RNG.
They're still 4,000 gold down, and they're going to end.
We talked about that 15-minute window that OMG had to act, otherwise they would lose out to RNG reaching their 3-item power spikes on their 2 carries, and time has run out.
Certainly has, so they push through after one winning team fight and take down this game. We spoke about the time limit, wasn't quite thinking it was going to end up like that, but the amount of damage that team had was absolutely insane. OMG look dumbstruck right now.
What a way to lose. OMG just lost with a gold lead. That hardly ever happens.
And it's like, it shouldn't happen, right? Because they just took 3-4 turrets in a row. So theoretically, right, even if they win the team fight down in gold, by the end of the game, they shouldn't be down. But that was an 8,000 gold deficit that they just schooled a team fight with. So massive props to this RNG roster.
Big play from Xiaohu. If he doesn't get the MVP, I would be shocked there that Emperor's Divide pretty much saved it. Because again, if you look at the mentality going into that team fight, we take a look at the highlights here, it's 4th Dragon. It's not even 5th one. This isn't the one that's going to end you. If you die there, you lose the game.
Yeah.
Going in with the 8k gold deficit, find the perfect Emperor's Divide, win the team fight, win the game, but it seems like it's been RNG's style lately, kind of these single team fight miracle throws.
Yeah,
for
throw
me,
the gauntlet.
It almost felt like a misstep from OMG because the only person RNG really sent in was Mata. Mata walked in, used his ultimate to soak up a lot of damage, and it was OMG that chased in towards that choke point. They threw down the castle as well, trying to get people over the Emperor's Divide. But as soon as Xiaohu set up that line of scrimmage, they couldn't do anything. They could only take down Mata, but just kept trying to push.
You're absolutely right. They took the objective because they got the dragon. As soon as the Emperor Divide comes out, just back off,
Run away.
disengage. You have the advantage because the mid inhibitor is down, so you can play with that pressure point on the super creep line, and then you can contest Baron with that pressure point later on. So I absolutely agree. It was a misstep from OMG, but at the same time, they're like, we're so far ahead, we can probably take this team fight.
I actually think that it goes a little bit further than that, because you talk about Azir and Sivir, and you're like, what is going to be sort of the way to deal with this? And it's AoE damage reduction. Well, all of their AoE damage reduction was sitting on top of the enemy carries, who were then fighting from range against everyone on OMG. So that Vengeful Maelstrom from Xiang was doing literally nothing to stop the damage, and he's a tank. And there's a Bloodthirster on the Sivir. He can no longer take down that champion. So Name was well and truly safe, ricocheting 4 people and killing all of them with impunity.
For me, it was already looking a little bit scary before Sivir had the opportunity to deal with Maokai in the last 2 team fights, I would say, because Lupa was dashing into the back lines, dealing a lot of damage, and it already showed that they just didn't have enough damage to take him down. Maokai, same thing, weren't enough damage to take him down, but they were still getting the crits into the back lines. They were still getting Sand Soldiers there as well. And the last team fight was just all they needed.
Yep, shut down the carries, make it work. But RNG still have to win at least one more of these games in this best of 3 series. We'll see whether they can after this short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. MVP for that game is going to go to Xiaohu, the man that was able to instigate the last team fight. Brilliant Emperor's Divides. And RNG able to steal that victory over OMG. And I really want to reiterate that because OMG were ahead that entire game.
Yep. And full control, that's going to be a heartbreaking loss. And now it comes down to a question for morale for OMG.
Yeah,
Will
can
they
they bounce back?
Exactly. Just be tilted off the face of the planet? They just lost with a gold advantage.
Mm-hmm. Exactly that. They had the gold advantage the entire game. They were leading in that one final team fight, which is why he deserves MVP as well.
Yeah, most certainly. And I mean, the Azir did look good. I mean, in lane, he was still able to take it to cool. It was the rest of the map that really went a little bit pear-shaped as the bottom lane was punished to no end. SMLZ really taking it to Name there on the bottom side of the map. And as well, 5 on the Bard looking fantastic. I'm thinking maybe
That's
switch out the
contested.
Thresh ban for the old Bard ban instead because they are going to switch sides. Maybe it will mean that RNG can grab a few more of these priority picks, and we'll see whether it is going to be a little bit more emphasis on that golden chicken in the Azir in the mid lane or whether it's going to be something else, because maybe that was a problem there as far as how the game played out, is sort of having this telegraphed Azir comp that OMG were able to build towards, because I still want to talk about that game as being OMG in control despite the victor of the game, honestly, because it's RNG that really need to make the adaptations in order to get the early game working out for them.
Yeah, and the big thing, going back to kind of like the Bard, is I feel like we're going to see Mata take that one away. And it's funny, Name has not yet had a game in the professional LPL like this year where he's not facing across from some massive deficit that he acquires in lane phase, particularly against Bards. Like every single time like Name's there, it's like, oh, I guess I'm facing a Bard today. This will be fun.
It's not.
It's never fun.
Spoiler alert, they have an awful time.
But I think every single time Mata and Name have found themselves at some sort of massive disadvantage in lane.
Yeah, that's true. And Fish, what are you looking for as far as what OMG adjust as far as not losing this last team fight and losing the series?
I would like to see them take things one step at a time, because that's the way they were playing most of that game. They'll take things one step at a time. They take a good team fight, take a small advantage from it. They take another good team fight, small advantage from it. That final team fight, they took a little bit and just gave it all away. I'd like to see them take things slowly this time.
Well, we'll see what they can do as we are into Champion Select for game number 2. Nidalee and Kindred once again banned away as Thresh and Twisted Fate again to hit the bench, so no changes as of yet as far as that banning phase is concerned. See who's going to be next Cavs off the rank, as I believe Poppy was what was removed. Looper, a phenomenal Poppy player. But OMG may want to pick that one up first up here for Xiang, despite his brilliance on the Maokai.
I'd like to see Maokai contested as well.
Azir.
Yeah, well, Azir's actually going to be banned on blue side here.
What will be the priority pick then? Is it going to be the support?
Is Lulu going to be left open?
Kalista? Kalista be banned out here? Yep, Kalista's going to be the final ban. So they do not want SMLZ to pick that up as their first pick. Gragas is open. They're going to pick that one up.
That's going to be the priority. So, of course, Poppy is available, Braum's available, Bard's available. Lots of things here for RNG to pick up in response, but Xuan, you got to prioritize his champions because he only plays a few of them.
He plays about 2 of them. I'd like... Lulu's still available. Xiaohu does play it.
Yep.
Do you think you just immediately, like, Lulu Bard?
I'd love Bard, but Poppy Bard sounds like a better idea to me.
Sipper Poppy.
Sivir Poppy would be good.
Sivir,
Poppy was
definitely a
banned
good
out.
option.
Poppy was banned out by OMG last game.
Why do you do that to yourself? Oh, yeah, I want to lose lane phase again. Yeah, excellent.
Maybe they can lane swap. I don't know.
And it's funny, too, because Mata has said in interviews, give me Alistar, I'll win you the game. And yes, they did win the game. He's a phenomenal Alistar player, but I just feel like they walk into this every time. It's going to be Lucian Bard.
Yeah. Sorry. At
Actually,
least it's not a Thresh, right? Good God.
I think he's going to play Jhin, actually. I have a feeling. They could do the old Jhin Trundle.
Yeah, well, we'll be able to mix it up if he would like to. We've seen us ever win against a Jhin in lane today. But very different circumstances. And this is looking relatively reminiscent.
I think I've seen this composition before. Oh, nope, it got different.
Whoa. Throwing a shard in the works here. It's cool looking to play classic cool champion, Lissandra. But no, Bard is going to be locked in. Makes a lot of sense. Very similar picks to come through. It's RNG. They need to mix up the mid lane. And the Poppy is being looked at right now. Oh, Galio just speaks to me as the option here for Xiaohu. But I highly doubt it is going to be his pick that they are going to lock in. They do have red side. That's exactly what they do settle on here, is MLXG probably looking for a jungler, and Lupa's top laner could be the next option.
I'm actually really excited for Galio. I don't think it's going to go through, but I can dream.
I want it so bad.
Truly a Beyblade arena.
Yeah.
Graves? Would Graves be the jungle of choice coming in here for MSG?
I think he'll go Graves, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, or is it Echo in the jungle?
He has played it last year.
Well, everyone played it last year.
He was a big guy, though. Big Echo Nidalee player.
They lock it in, so we'll have to
Poppy or
see.
Echo in the jungle?
What do you think about their new uniforms?
Me?
Yeah. I've been really on the fence because I feel like they look like a microwavable dinner.
Wait, are we talking about OMG or RNG?
RNG. Those are the same OMG uniforms.
Well, you see, like, I think of RNG as like just a blatant downgrade because Xiaohu played for Gamty, who had the best uniforms in the history of uniforms ever being
they had
invented
the
ever.
pandas
They had
on
little
them.
pandas. It was brown with little pandas, and it was adorable.
Okay, so you don't remember this Team Fish. They
No.
were named Gamty Feng Shui. They had the weirdest logo. Xiaohu was their mid laner, and their jerseys were sweatshirts that were covered in colorful pandas, like about this large. Okay?
What?
And they were quoted saying, "We don't just want to be remembered for our uniforms."
And you know what? They were remembered for their uniforms. As SMLZ is going to switch over to Lucian, and we're going to play exactly the same comp over the side of OMG.
He's playing Ezza.
No, he's going to switch over, and they're going to lock both of these champions in.
It's literally the exact same call.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
exactly what I said. As RNG now to mix it up, balls in their court. As far as the change-up is concerned, we'll see what's going to be taken into the mid lane to deal with Cool's Lulu this time. RNG are going to have a very different early game if they want to win this one.
Or if they lock in Graves.
Literally the only difference in OMG's team comp is that they pick Gragas first instead of Maokai.
Yeah, lock in Graves and then just chuck Echo in the mid lane.
Yep.
Huh.
And then you've only
Rise
changed up the Poppy.
is going to completely change that up as they lock that one in for Xiaohu in the mid lane.
Yeah, but we're still late game.
Yep. I like it, though. I mean, on the hunt plus a Rise. Gets him in there, gets him stunning people. I dig it.
Echo jungle.
So much chase potential out of the Poppy Echo. Can you imagine how obnoxious both these champions are going to be? The one issue that I do have with Echo jungle, as opposed to the Echo in the top lane that's become kind of popular, is the gold that you get in the jungle, especially for how expensive Echo's effective build path is.
No, his build path is exactly the same as Gragas.
Yeah, from the jungle, but I'm talking about top Echo versus jungle Echo.
Oh, right, yeah.
Not able to be getting the Spirit Visage, Sunfire Cape, Iceborne Gauntlet combo that is so good.
Yeah, I actually think that Echo Jungle's item build is better. He's
Than
do more
Gragas's?
damage. No, it's the same as Gragas's, but it's better than top lane Echo.
What? No, top lane Echo's so good. I see what you're saying. Yes, it's very different.
I just love it. The fact that you get damage from your Runic Echoes, you can actually be an assassin coming out of the jungle in the early game, and then you transition into this tank that has so much cooldown reduction in the late game.
But
Incredibly sticky, disruptive.
Sunfire and Spirit Visage and Iceborne Gauntlet are probably the most cost-effective build in the entire game.
Well, we'll see exactly whether he's going to be able to purchase them as we hop onto the Rift. Welcome to Summoner's Rift, ladies and gentlemen, as we are here for game number 2 between RNG and OMG, potentially our final game of the evening. So RNG can close out this series, but OMG looking to try and turn it into a 3-gamer. Give us a little bit more action for this evening.
We'll see if if RNG walk face first into Bard Lucian this time around.
Yeah, highly doubt it. Sounds like a bad idea. Didn't work out great the last time.
So we are going to take a look at the Keystone Masteries.
They've learned their lesson. Nami's like, no,
Nope, 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 nope.
they can't get me if I'm up here.
Yeah.
what do you think of Strength of the Ages picked up by Xiaohu?
On Rise?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we've actually seen a lot of Rises doing this.
Yeah.
Making them a lot more tanky.
I don't have too many opinions on Keystone Masteries that aren't 80 carries, as I am an 80 carry main.
Well, and support, so you get pretty keen on the old support masteries.
Yeah, only if I get to play.
Is it just
The
because-
weird supports.
Is there a mastery that benefits Rise deep into the defensive tree?
Well, what do you mean? It'd be Grasp of the Undying, the support mastery Bond of Stone, or that one, Strength of the Ages.
So it feels like that's just the best of the worst. There has to be a mastery
you can
for
just
it.
go into the Cunning Tree if you want to. I mean, you can get
But
Thunderlords.
is there a reason that Rises are going deep into the defensive tree?
Well, you can go deep enough. It's only 2 masteries that you get after that point anyway. So it's a actual choice to go for Strength of the Ages. Wants to have that extra health as he kills cannon creeps.
More important, though, is the fact that we do have an initiated lane swap as well as deep invade on either side by these duo lanes before we're turning to the top and bottom side, respectively. So this time around, completely dodging the Lucian Bard lane. We'll see how they start setting up the creep waves.
No more level 1 face checks coming from Name and Mata.
Thank goodness.
We finally have an even lane, boys.
Name,
made it.
prove to us once again, another year running, that you are the AD carry that we need.
It's cool. In the mid lane, already zoning out Xiaohu.
Really are a glutton for punishment, Froscarin,
Why?
with the players that you follow. Just complete and utter glutton for punishment.
Yeah. I
Shahu
know.
struggling with these minions. It's cool is shoving them further and further forward.
I was a big Cool fan, too, for a long time.
Yeah, I think we all were.
He's kind of dropped off a bit.
Yeah.
He's climbing back.
Well, it's because Icon is like now here on the roster, and that man is real exciting to watch.
Cool, just he doesn't look as strong without his best buddy Loveling.
No.
I still stand by that was the best iteration of OMG, where it was Go-Going, Loveling, Cool, Drug, and Alan.
Oh, Alan. Miss Alan.
Well, this iteration of OMG in this game, already working on the bottom lane outer turret.
Alan.
Taking it down. So is RNG up in the top lane. They've got 3 members each. Working to try and take them down as fast as possible. We'll have to see if they continue on to the next turret or let these minions die. That is a big wave from OMG, but it is only going to be Xian sticking around, so he should be letting those die off. Looper is going to do the juggle task as a Poppy. This might die quicker.
Yeah, this tower actually,
That is gone.
both of them not going to quite get the freeze. Both of these top laners may be looking to try and push these ones out. But very similar on both sides of the rip. Slight fumble, some would say.
Yes. Yes, it is, especially because they also didn't catch the aggro of the incoming wave to make sure that they targeted down the creep wave. So now it becomes this issue of who can get their creep wave underneath the tower, or how much CS are either of these 2 top laners going to miss out on.
Yeah.
As we are going to see SMLZ head back up into this top lane. So sending the AD carry and support up there. And RG going to do the exact same thing, sending Name and Mata down to the bottom lane.
Well, you can see Tier already picked up now for Xiaohu. Early back.
A lot of pink wards coming out of RNG. Again, I've called them a battle ward team. Typically when they initiate a lane swap, it does free up Mata and MLXG to get together earlier. See
Yeah.
if they'll place down those pink wards and then use them to collapse over. Should be a little bit harder with Xiaohu on a pick like Rise.
Well, you can see 5 here towards the top side of the map. Wandering around, picking himself up some meeps and chimes.
Looks like it's just going to be a gentleman's agreement to push down both side towers.
OMG are going to have Xiang moving up into the top lane, and have the top lane helping out with that tower push. Poppy, for the side of RNG, going to take a little bit more time to move down towards that bottom lane, but Echo is in the red side jungle against OMG.
Also, you had Mata who caught the creep wave behind tower much deeper, whereas on the other side, 5 did not.
This turret is taking a little bit of time to be taken down by RNG. They should be able to get there eventually.
They haven't actually focused on it just yet as the minion wave going to run out, but a new one is going to turn up here, and Xiang going to pick up all of the experience in gold, at least locally from underneath this turret. So the tree is going to smack it down with his highest base damage at level 1 in the game. Not level 1 anymore, unfortunately, but level 3, relatively close. So they're going to grab another one. Nicer bounce this time around as Looper doesn't want to die to this turret. We've seen Poppies do that a couple of times. Rift Herald going to be taken down by OMG. RNG, oh, Looper, there it is. Nice bounce.
Yep, manages to get it. That said, OMG still in control because they managed to translate it into a second objective, like you said, picking up that Rift Herald, whereas RNG did not choose to look towards the dragon. See where the Rift Herald is going to be utilized. I believe it went in the hands of Twin.
And OMG do have a small lead for themselves on top of that. So Rift Herald and a small CS deficit in the mid lane. Kong is about 10 up against Xiaohu in this isolated mid lane. Xiao is still having a little bit of troubles farming underneath his tower.
He's going to be able to pick up most of these creeps. Of course, Arise not necessarily going to be the strongest at this stage, as Lupa might be in trouble here. 5 looking for this. The teleport to come in from OMG, and in comes Schwen at the same time. Lupa, so many new friends to be found as First Blood goes over to Cool. Almost delivered there. All too easy here for OMG. Another First Blood.
And finally, we see a team really punish someone looking for an overextension there, which is why it's so important to get these freezes after the lane swaps go through. So good rotation from OMG. I like the ward delivery from 5. Magical journeys through, places down the ward.
Yeah.
But
Little
just that,
signpost.
but just that teleport was used by Xiang, which means Lupus is still up and available. Once again, RNG going to have to see if they can capitalize on that advantage for now and try and pull it back, even out that kill.
So this is smart. We asked ourselves, where was the Rift Herald going to be utilized? So a bit of some IEM strategies coming into place. The Rift Herald being utilized in the bottom.
Yeah.
Reset that wave.
Not going to be able to take down the inner turret, though, and Xiaohu continuing to farm. Now against Alulu with First Blood, so going to have to deal with the Frost Queen's claim already completed here by Cool. Still yet to build up that catalyst
nope.
as Marta flashing immediately away from the body slam.
Oh, TP.
It's coming in down.
It's
Yeah.
2 TPs.
Two
Lupa
TPs coming
looking
in.
for it. Of course, Xiaohu does have the passive available now as well. Marta looking for that pulverize if he can get it. Schwen body slams out of the way, but he's going to get stopped and destroyed. MLXG picks up that kill as now 5 getting corralled around his own jungle. Catches up to SMLZ with the magical journey. Fantastic use of the cosmic binding, and RNG, it's about all they're going to get.
Immediately bite back there with a beautiful double TP play. Unfortunately, possibly looking for more. Doesn't even look like they're going to transition onto the dragon, so just take the single pick did go into the hands of MLXG.
Man, that was
Everybody.
a phenomenal binding out of 5 too. My God, this Bard.
And everybody from the side of RNG was down there to help out with that play. Still slightly in OMG's favor, with 500 gold in their advantage. Xiang's going to be able to shove this wave in towards the tower up in the top lane. It will be Lupa that is sent to try and meet him in response.
He wants to grab some of that farm. You can see 32 to 17, 18 now. Lupa will be able to pick up a bunch more underneath this turret. Bit of a struggle for the old Poppy.
Xiao does get locked down in the middle of his jungle. Was actually moving on over towards MLXG to try and pick up the blue buff for himself. Going to continue with hunkering underneath his turret, trying to farm up as much as possible.
They have a lot of tools to dive this Rise, as he's still fragile relatively early, which is why we see them grouping up.
He's actually going to get locked down here.
Parallel
MLXG flashes
convergence.
forward, gets the stun down. Xiaohu picks up another kill for themselves. They spot out the dive.
Okay, so again, the play for OMG is to siege the outer tower in the mid lane because they've taken both side lanes. Again, Rise is very fragile, very low mana, doesn't have the greatest wave clear right now until he gets more points into his abilities. That's why OMG are congregating around this area. That's rude.
Oh, 5.
Hits the dragon. Ah.
And Dragon's like, dude, why you wake me up?
But RNG understanding this, get the correct counterplay, kind of hiding underneath Xiaohu and using him as bait. So very well manipulated by RNG.
Excellent echo play there as well from MLXG. Laid down the perfect parallel convergence. It's now Cool, clearing out the wave underneath his turret. That one very, very healthy. Name able to grab some farm for himself. He's even.
We made it.
Frosker, and he's even.
I promise he's a good AD carry.
Oh no, I believe you on this one. I assure you, I've watched this one
What do
play.
you mean? He was on the Penta.
He was number 1. My favorite part is literally my voice at the very back of that. Welcome back to the LPL. I missed you, boy.
Well, SMLZ taking out minions on his way towards this Dragon Pit. OMG have started it up, down to about half health. They will be able to get this one by the looks of things for free. See what RNG can actually gather for themselves. Looks like just some farm around the map, so a free objective goes to OMG.
That's fine. They're more than happy to sit and continue to allocate farm into the correct resources. Obviously, they're waiting on Rise and Sivir for those big items to come out. Rise, really just kind of 2 items.
Yeah.
But Sivir needs that 3, and we're in a very similar situation that we saw ourselves last time, but OMG ran out of time. Can they beat the clock this time around?
Speaking of items, 2 Barmy Cinders have been picked up. One by Looper and MLXG.
Everything is burning.
So
Ooh.
could this mean MLXG's going on over towards the Cinderhawk
He's
instead
definitely
of the
going
Runic
for a
Echoes?
Cinderhulk because he's got a Sightstone. And this is actually the Echo jungle build that we saw last year.
Yeah, the old one.
Yep. And how this works is Echo is utilized as a long-range engaged champion. He'll throw his parallel convergence and he'll chase you down. He wants to fight around choke points, and he effectively stalls long enough and is sticky enough to slow you down for the rest of his team to catch up. So that's how he works in tandem with Sivir. So what you'll see is MLXG will be running at 5 people and his rest of his team will be really far behind him, but because he's so tanky and they can't get away from him, Name just compensates and they clear the distance.
Well, Xiaohu pops the ultimate, clears that minion wave. And I'm excited to see exactly what happens as we're talking about the Echo. Because, yeah, Cinderhawk now completed. And I much prefer Runic Echoes. I feel like that was like the item that brought back Echo Jungle.
But it doesn't necessarily...
Wow, Xiaohu, that was rude.
He doesn't necessarily need the damage, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying.
He's
Clears his jungle faster.
Yeah, this is very true, and I do like it. I don't think there's anything wrong with it, but you've got a Rise, you have a Sivir, as well as even a Poppy.
A lot of professional players are actually very vocal about how the Mastery, the Bond of Stone, actually... Not Bond of Stone, sorry.
Grasp with the Undying.
Not even Grasp of the Undying. The jungle one, the one that gives you... The one's Rise running.
Strength
Strength of the Ages. Compensates a lot for not being able to pick up Cinderhawk.
I thought you were going to say the pros are complaining about.
No, it compensates a lot for being able to pick up Runic Echoes, giving you that little bit of extra health that the Cinderhawk would have been able to. Well, he's opting to go for both here, so it's going to be a very tanky jungle Echo.
Of course, you scale a little bit better with health as well, so Strength of the Age is still a fantastic choice if you are going to pick up Cinderhawk. RNG now congregating around this Rift Herald, looking to try and pick that one up, possibly to give it to Name.
If they do, it means that they're immediately going into sieging. Should be that...
Oh,
They've got 5.
Rip.
See you later, mate.
Good pick.
Yeah, face check from Barb. Not able to Magical Journey out of that one. Again, the question is who's going to pick up this Rift Herald buff. If it goes to Name, should be utilized in that mid lane.
I feel like when Bard dies, he should like put up a Magical Journey into the ground.
That's dark.
Magical Journey to the Death Chamber.
To the void.
They're
As we
going
are going to
top.
see Cool get slammed against the wall by Looper. Takes down half his health, but the rest of RNG, like you mentioned, Frostgoon, heading up towards the top lane. Name is going to be able to push this one out quite effectively as Sivir, and with the Rift Herald helping him out.
He's going to head back to base with that Empowered Recall, possibly to finish that Essence Reaver. There it is. Let's see what else he decides to pick up going
He's
towards
even
his
on
static
items.
shit. Oh my goodness. It's the dream. And he's got, see, he's got the dagger as opposed to the Brawler's Club. Brawler's
only
Club a little bit
walking
more
in
expensive, but more effective damage comes out of having that extra attack speed
Consistent damage.
instead of 3% cooldown reduction.
Let's take a look at the other items as well, because now you can see on the other side, Tren, of course, being Gragas, going for the Runic Echoes instead. A little bit more damage. Maokai still hasn't completed his top lane item side. It has the Barmy Cinder and the Spectre's Carl, and so does Looper. So top laners mirroring each other's items for now.
Well, you can see Rod of Age is now done. for
That's
Xiaohu.
big. He's ahead of the
That is
clock by
big.
about a minute.
Yeah, 13-minute Rod of Ages, I believe.
And all he's been doing is really sitting mid lane and farming up as well. So Xiaohu very comfortable where he's at now. Has a kill and 2 assists on top of that, so he's really going to be scaling a little bit earlier.
You can see Name able to shove out these minion waves very, very quickly. Schwen starting off this blue buff. We'll hand it over to Cool.
They're just waiting on the dragon. So right now they've split up the AD carry and the mid laner. Obviously you don't want to have Rise and Sivir in the same lane because they'll be splitting farm and gold resources. Having the Rift Herald is just creating a constant pressure point to make sure he's holding down as many people as possible. And it allows Rise and Echo to overextend down here for the tower. Because again, if multiple resources of OMG leave that mid lane and they don't have anyone who can wave clear effectively, Sivir can very immediately delete that tower.
They do have a pink one in that bottom lane. They look like they're going to funnel some resources down there. Instead, they're going to be backing away. Cool's going to be sent down to deal with this way, pushing in towards the turret. The rest of RNG just very happy with farming up as much as possible. Just trying to slow down the game a little bit. They do have a slight lead now.
Just wait till they're strong. There's no reason to fight in between their items.
I love our Observer's obsession with wards and where they're placed.
I like our observer.
I know. Brilliant. Well, OMG just
He also
clearing
has
things out.
a very healthy obsession with Raw Portal.
Oh, yeah. Well, so do I, to be frank. I understand completely.
To be fair, these wards from RNG are really deep. And with the double teleports, they could potentially use that for flanks again.
It's all about this dragon. 30 seconds.
Countdown to the possible action that could ensue.
28.
SMLZ. The one appearing here in the mid lane, 5, wanting to say, Name, no, don't you move too far up.
RNG have already gone back to base and picked up their items. Xiang is split pushing up in the top lane, does have his teleport available, and doesn't look like they're all going to be setting up, trying to look for this fight over Dragon. So we're going to be able to clear out this bottom lane wave. 10 seconds till that is up. RNG grouping around towards the mid lane. The rest of RNG a little bit sporadic. They do have both their teleports in side lanes pushing. We'll have to see how they try to approach it.
Looks like OMG looking to try and push down this mid lane.
RNG aren't in position here. They can look for a possible flank, but they can't get behind the tower.
Oh, Mata. Right in there. Spotted by a ward. MLXG here as well. Parallel convergence, of course, available. We'll see OMG with some fantastic vision around this area. Cross Queen's claim's going to be used. So OMG sort of just corralling this RNG squad as MLXG looking to try and get in there.
Grouping.
Mata as well. Yeah, exactly.
For the
Name's
flank.
here. Magical Journey. Potentially able to get OMG out as in goes Looper. Heroic Charge is going to get Schwen into the backline. Wild Growth already down right now. It's Vengeful Maelstrom doing a bunch of work. Tempered Fate only going to get Xiang as OMG melting towards the back of their team. Xiaohu does have the ultimate popped. It's worn off now. But RNG decisively winning as far as the damage is concerned, but no one dying just yet.
Did you see Mata prep his pulverize and then flash in the middle of the animation to get 2 people?
Pole flash, so sexy.
Yep. Very nice, utilizing his gap closer in the middle of the animation there, as Xiang, like you said, was looking for the TP, but instead is going to walk there.
Yeah.
RNG actually might want to give this dragon up. They're trying to take it out. MLG is a little bit low, but there's the teleport coming in. They do manage to pick. No, it's not. It's actually going to be stolen
Barrel.
away.
And they've got the inside track to the mid lane tower, which is very weak.
Well, OMG going to pick up 2 objectives for 1 here.
Oh
2
my
objectives for
goodness.
none.
Nicely played. Jahu is just going to head back to base after shoving out that bottom lane, but outer turret in the mid lane does fall. That is going to be all the outers now completed here for OMG. And despite being down a little bit in CS, in a couple of lanes, everything looking great here for this OMG squad and looking very comfortable on these picks.
Looking very similar to game 1, but
Well, I mean, it's the same team.
RNG don't want to give up this Rift Tower without a fight. They're going to teleport in, using both their teleports actually, to try and get it in closer towards this pit.
my concern is that it's going to come down to another single team fight at 35 minutes, and OMG are going to be punished again.
And this time, OMG don't have nearly the lead that they had in the last game. Rift Herald is going to get taken here by MLXG. Very timely as well, as Rift Herald only had about a minute left to go. Looper just shoving out this top wave. And that is a Lich Bane now done here for Cool, so probably going to look towards the Rabadon's Deathcap and the Void Staff as his next couple of items, if history tells us anything. We'll see how the rest of these players are going to fill out their builds because, I mean, it's not only the fact that Name is having a much better time this game, but it's also the fact that Looper is not as far behind the tree and Xiang hasn't had the start that he had last time around. Despite the fact that Looper's died, there's no kills or assists on Xiang.
Yeah, he hasn't been able to just jump onto so many people in these team fights. Neither of them really have. Let's see if they can do that in the later parts of this game.
Is that an Eye of the Watcher that MLXG picked up? What a beast.
Is it?
Yep.
It is.
Makes sense. Again, the cool thing about those items is simply that you can trade a single ward for a sweeper and still have the maximum amount of wards placed on the map.
Yeah.
We've got the Equinox and Watcher as well on Bard and Alistar. It is Equinox, isn't it?
Eye of the Equinox is, in fact, that one. Yep. But it means that RNG will have a lot of extra vision available to be put around the map. Of course, when Mata's on your team, it is something that you most definitely want. You can see still pink wards in the inventories of a lot of these players.
It helps with your vision denial game, as opposed to just like placing multiple vision.
Baron is up and ready to be taken by these teams. I don't think we'll see them fight over it just yet. Only 20 minutes into the game. No crazy champions like Kindred to take it down quickly. SMLZ is grouping up the mid lane with the rest of OMG.
Actually has double buffs here as well.
Has his Essence Reaver and Rapid Fire Cannon. So big spike for Lucian with 2 items. Actually, Xiaohu now might get converged on temper.
Yes.
Face can be used. Good flash actually by Xiaohu, getting over the fat part of the wall.
I don't want to be
He
here.
rethought that one so quickly.
Nope, I'm out. Peace.
Nope, 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 nope.
See you, nerds.
Well, Bellybop going to get the old Schwen over the wall. Lupo going to continue splitting towards this top side of the map.
There we go,
Everything goes
though.
back.
Rise is up and online.
Yeah, Seraph's Embrace now done.
We're ready.
We'll see whether they can actually get anything to happen as, yeah, there's the Magical Journey. SMLZ and 5 just say, all right, he knows.
I feel like at this point, it's pretty much the next dragon fight that things can really explode one way or the other.
Name does have a red buff now. Boomerang's going to start doing some work. Hasn't been back to base for quite some time. We'll see whether he's going to be able to get that static shiv on his next back and whether his build is going to change considering his position in this game right now, whether he'll be able to get that third item, Infinity Edge, and really do the massive damage on this champion. So far this game, neck and neck.
Really prioritize BT with, what is it? Scimitar?
Huh.
Have you seen him do this before? I agree
No.
with you that I like the Infinity Edge's third item on Sipper better, just because, again, how it will interact with her Ricochet as well as the Essence Reaver. But Name on a lot of AD carries has been going the double lifesteal.
I actually like it for Name just because he's such a team fighting AD carry.
Yep.
Often relies on positional advantage and he can play so much more aggressively knowing that he has the lifesteal to survive for these long trades, which they are going to be against this massive tanky comp. So I think that lifesteal has a little bit of added inflated properties, I guess, for this particular matchup.
Short range AD carry and team composition with not much damage when lifesteal's really shown.
Sivir doesn't care about horse short range. She crits your back line by hitting your front line.
Exactly, so the lifesteal going to help when Siyoung and Trent on top of him. Not much damage. Going to be able to heal him up for that small amount they can dish out.
We shall see exactly what does happen as that's Mercury's treads now done here for Xiaohu.
As well as Distortion Enchantment.
Yeah, oh, on the hunt.
Name.
Actually being popped here. Cool. Just takes a static shift proc. And Name says, all right, nah, that's enough. We good.
Good trade. 45 seconds till Dragon comes back up.
Well, the ultimate out of Name will be up before then. 30% cooldown reduction already there for the Sivir.
Yep,
Yeah,
and this is
like
what we're
she.
talking about. The setup for this dragon will be the big team fight because a lot of core itemization has come out. There's only 2 pink wards online right now for RNG.
20 seconds.
They need to start moving cohesively as a group into that dragon pit area and clearing out vision together.
10. It is 20 minutes, so there's a possibility for the players with teleport to stay in base and wait for a home guard teleport.
Which is, I think, what Looper is doing right now.
Siyoung opting out of that strategy. Instead, going to just walk his way down towards the area.
There's a very deep ward, and
here
he's
it
teleporting
comes.
to it now.
SMLZ's not in this fight. This might be a crucial fight for RNG as Looper looking for it. Slams
Oh,
5 against the
catches
wall
him.
in the middle of the magical journey. RNG get a good pick out of that.
And they instantly had to pull the trigger because that ward was just about to expire. It actually timed out as Looper was in the middle of the TP animation.
So they burn a teleport for it, but now they have control over this Dragon Pit. Amalachi has already started on this.
Oh, Schwen, get a barrel in there, mate.
We've seen Gragas do a lot of steals over the past 2 days. Have to see if Chen can do just that as well. Power Convergence being put down to try and get them a little bit of insurance. Echo will be able to take it away for free. The casket was used by Chen as well to try and steal that one away. But RNG pick up a pick and their first Dragon of this game.
24 minutes, that's worth quite a few stats, but where do they go from here? Seems to be back to passively farming.
I think I've seen this before.
It's almost like they've got carries with 3 item power spikes and they need about
Did you call it a casket?
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 Yeah.
Yep.
You did?
Mhm.
You know that's a
Yeah.
that's a thing that you put a body in, right? So
Did you see what he did to that dragon?
Whoops.
he didn't do anything to that
He
dragon.
missed it. It was bold,
He
but
just threw a barrel.
check out Name. Name, third item, both games has gone the penetration with the last whisper.
There it is. Take it all back. Not going to do the fun stuff.
No fun things.
It's all business here for Name. But he does have a bunch of CS. And the kill lead over SMLZ, who hasn't decided to go for any sort of Last Whisper shenanigans. He is going for what could be a Bloodthirster, as he did last game, or he could opt into an Infinity Edge of his own if he feels like it. We shall see. RNG actually pulling ahead in the gold here just a little bit. Able to pick up passively a little bit more around the map.
It's really thrown their CS discrepancies, particularly between the top lane, 206 to 187.
Yeah. You can see Rot Portal is going to be the next option here for MLXG. The Echo with a new Echo build this time around.
You don't think that the standard Rot Portal Jungle Echo is...
Oh, yeah, the old standard Rot Portal Jungle Echo. I like how we're having this argument like, oh, yeah, but, you know, the top lane and the jungle Echo builds are so similar. I'm made to look like an idiot right now.
I said that they're expensive.
Yeah, and it's also, you know, theoretically the Echoes that we have seen recently.
And he's putting in like 3,700 gold to push some creep waves.
Oh, look, he's going to be able to do it really well. And he can watch people better.
It's going to help as well. The way OMG and RG have been fighting over objectives so much, getting lanes pushing helps you out.
Have they been fighting over objectives? Because I feel like they've just been fighting over each other.
Cool takes a long time to take down that ward. Is Xiaohu going to pop the ultimate, run back underneath his turret? Doesn't have to use his flash. He's A-OK. As at least with the Zrot portal, MLXG is going to be able to run faster around turrets, which is pretty good.
Added bonuses, the map's open. It's got farther to run, more turrets to pass safely.
Oh, it's the dream.
Uh-oh.
5-5-5-5.
Going to be able to lock down Looper. Seong actually gets pulled towards the top laner. Looper now going to try and turn this one around onto SMLZ. Gets lots of damage down onto him. And then look at this. MLXG going to turn around. Takes down SMLZ. OMG try to fight this one, but it's RNG that want this fight. The switcheroo does come out as MLXG now. He's going to use his ultimate to stay alive. Seong thought he had that one, but not quite, as Xiaohu continuing this chase. This boy who shattered Tide is just dashing in and out of this fight, and RNG somehow pick up a kill.
Tank Echo is able to survive, eat as much cooldown as damage as possible, and allow his team time to catch up.
RNG looking for the divers. There's the flash forward. Cool! He was there for a second, then he just got deleted. Xiong now underneath this turret. Has to run away. Looper, he's going to make his way in. It looks like they have Ives for Baron, as RNG looking a lot better this game. My god, that last team fight was so beautiful. Nami gets twisted advanced, spell shields it, and flashes over the wall and says, see you later, Mr. Tree. I'm off this side now.
30 seconds on cool. SMLZ did just come back up, but doesn't have a teleport to get into this team fight. RNG, though, just going to look and try and turn this one around. Five. I think I've seen this one before. As he gets taken out once more. Trend now going to get jumped on by MLG. Both of them trying to flash away. The barrel is going to slow him down slightly, but Looper's here as well now. The body slam trying to get him away. That is just one really tanky Gragas, but there's no way he's getting out of this one.
He's so dead.
RNG pick up 2 more kills for themselves.
And we saw exactly what Echo's fantastic at, chasing people down. Doesn't even have an Iceborne Gauntlet, but you were not getting away from him.
Super sticky, can't kill him. 3-0-4 right now. Rot Portal is up and online. This guy. He's
man of the hour.
Tank that they need.
I think we know who the best Echo on the team is. Sorry, Looper.
I really like his build. The Cinderhawk giving a lot of health. I have Equinox giving Watcher, goodness.
Gives him
giving health.
extra.
Strength of Ages, giving him health as well. And then the Zarot Portal giving him both magic resistance and armor, making him that really sticky tank.
Well,
Makes
resistant
sense.
tank.
Yeah, resistant.
Yeah, no, I like it. I think it synergizes quite well. The effectiveness of the statistics that he's managing to pick up. Looper split pushing towards the top side of the map. Iceborne Gauntlet almost completed. The Poppy also going to be very sticky. Weird that he didn't go for Zatai's standard build.
Of the Trinity Force into Maw of Malmortius.
Yeah, strange stuff.
Man.
Change up from Looper.
Looper, what's wrong with you? Where's your Zatai?
Yeah, exactly. You haven't been talking to IG enough, man.
I just
Good
imagine
God.
that Zatai sits down in his chair, like he's in the shop and he's like, what would PDD do?
No,
And then he buys a Bloodthirster.
no, and then he should buy a Ghostblade immediately, every single time.
Oh,
And we're talking about it before it was good, guys.
goodness.
I want to get that on a bracelet.
I bought Ghostblade before it was good.
No, what would PDD do?
Well, Xiaohu, he's going to be able to take down his blue buff pretty easily as well. Void Staff completed by the man. As we do have the Zrot Portal, like you mentioned, about to come off cooldown. We'll see whether MLXG is going to move that one around. Now building towards what could be a Frozen Heart. Finish off that cooldown reduction.
He's so tanky.
He's massive. If you ain't killing this guy.
Does like negative damage, but that's fine.
Yeah, it's not about the damage. It's about pushing creep waves with his rock portal.
RNG
He
have
needs
it.
to place it bottom.
Where is it right now?
He hasn't placed it. It's in his inventory.
Yeah, it's just chilling.
Yeah, it's like a Pokemon.
He had a
It's in
mid.
its Pokeball.
He had a mid lane earlier. He is actually moving towards that bottom
oh my
lane.
god, they're little Rhyhorns.
Yeah, they are. Or little Nida. What is it called?
Nidorinas?
Yeah, well, the purple one, the boy one.
Oh, well, it's Nidoran.
Nidoran, yeah.
And that can be either boy or girl. You have to specify. It's somewhat exciting.
The boy one, because the boy one is purple, and the girl one is like turquoise.
Look at
It's
this.
true.
Nidoqueen? And Nidoking?
RNG.
Yeah, I know. Don't
RNG.
worry, he ain't quizzing me on the Pokemon.
Hey, look, it's that one guy running towards 5 people while the rest of his team catches up. That's weird. I think I explained this before.
The boy who shattered expectations in a team fight. But RNG, now moving towards the mid lane, have been corralled away from
With
the dragon.
Baron Pit.
Yeah. Xiong moving his way up as well, and OMG just sort of following calmly.
What is happening here? Where are we going?
I don't know.
I feel like we're going on a magical journey. Where's my Tempered Fate?
It's a merry ride that they're having. A Xiaohu
Okay.
flanking on the side. RNG want to fight somewhere, but they haven't quite worked out where just yet.
This carousel that we're going
Well,
on.
The more time to delay, the more the Rock Portal is going to take effect in that bottom lane. It's
Big
already
wave.
pushed back what was a big wave for OMG.
Okay, OMG have decided that instead of continuing to run around in circles, that they're going to try to apply pressure up the mid lane.
Yeah. And RNG are just going to enter the enemy jungle and go back to base.
Could they set up for a Baron here?
Well, there's a massive creep wave on the bottom, so depending on how many resources of OMG go down there, that can really only send one of their TPs, either Xiang or Cool.
We've pinged it out. Have to see if OMG decides to react to the bottom lane. They are actually sending Maokai down. Looper will be put up in the top lane. That's quite a decent amount of damage being put onto this turret already.
It was already down to a little bit of health there before as the push did come through. Name had spent some time down there as Rock Portal,
Oh,
like
poor
you said,
Maokai.
is going to get beaten to death. Use your branch fists, my friend. He's going to do just that as Lupo clears out the top wave. And we go back to relatively slow League of Legends. There it is, Rock Portal down. Raid boss taken care of.
They've got it. Name has completed his upgraded form of Last Whisper, like you said, looking for that Grievous Wound to shut down Maokai Fish.
Yep, the mortal reminder, as we
What is it
discovered
called?
mid-team fight last game.
Upgraded Last Whisper.
Come on, man.
Come on, Fiskrin.
It's the other one of the Lord Dominic's regards.
Yahoo! Likes his chances here against the tree. Just clears out the mini wave.
Massive tree with so much MR. I think I'm going to take my chances with this. Want to dance?
Says, come here, boy. Rune Prison does literally no damage. Nah, mate. Lots of wave clear.
He sent a message. He chased him off the lawn.
He
Oh,
did.
cool.
Where you going, Cool?
Run fast, real fast.
Well, Vision is going to go down. Frost Queen's Claim does its job. As you can see, that's a Rabbidan's Death Cap now in the back pocket of Cool. So we did see it last time. Doesn't have his Dark Seal this time, which is a bit sad.
RNG have the inside track, however, on this inner tower.
In the top lane. A little bit split are the RNG team. Of course, they don't have a magical journey that they can utilize to get around this map as Cosmic Binding comes through onto Looper, but doesn't find the stun.
Rock Portal hasn't been put down yet either. Oh, actually it has. That should be up in the top lane. And Xiang's going to have the tedious job of trying to clear it out once again. Not again, MLXG. Stop.
MLXG wants to stop him. Protect your Zrot Portal.
Put the parallel convergence down.
Not happening this time.
Sounds
Can't kill
like-
the tree.
Stop it.
Understands it.
I think they finally decided
Look
to
at the little-
send Looper bottom and see if they can run a 1-3-1.
With MLXG in one of the lanes?
Yep.
I like it. Share your resources between your two main carries in the Rise and the Silver.
Is he going to get a Frozen Heart? He's going back to base. Yes, he does. Just picks up another massive armor item for himself.
And that is another Bloodthirster picked up here for Name as well. So we'll see whether he does go towards the Infinity Edge last or whether it is going to be the Mercurial Scimitar like you mentioned there, Frostgurn.
He likes the double lifesteal. Helps him be really tanky. Like you said, sustain out these team fights.
Yeah. Well, you can see RNG was a very even game. up until about 2/3 of the way through. And then ballooning out with this lead that's approximately 4,000 gold. But, you know, nothing to write home about. OMG still with the opportunity to find something here, but...
My concern is that even if OMG go into a team fight at this point, that it's too little too late, and they're simply outscaled. And this is why they've been avoiding team fights for so long.
Magical Journey is going to get two of them to safety, as Trent is going to be able to clear out this vision ward. I'm actually trying to take down this pink ward. Does get locked down for a short amount of time. Eventually his team's able to clear that one out.
He's immune to damage. He's got a frozen heart. This is ludicrous.
Shattering time and dreams.
He's definitely not doing much shattering himself.
OMG have very few options at this point in the game. They need the perfect team fight.
Xiang actually trying to engage.
Yeah. Takes half of his health bar. This is very, very dangerous. The tree able to get into the backline. As you can see, there are health bars melting. Mata, they have actually fall down as they are going to trade the support players, but the tree does not last long enough. It's a double kill actually for SMLZ though, as the Echo finally does fall.
They can't do anything though.
SMLZ, the flash from Xiaohu is going to close that gap. Xuan's going to fall in the end, and what looked like it was going okay for OMG immediately falls apart, and RNG going to turn their sights on the Baron, despite not having their jungler.
They've just simply been outscaled. Yes, it looked decent at first until you realize that, oh crap, Ryze and Sivir are still both full health, full mana, and ready to go.
Xiang just used to teleport up into the top lane, expecting a Baron play coming out from RNG. And RNG just turned around immediately, take the mid lane in the turret.
Vision, man.
He's got a pink ward, it's cool. We're fine.
30 gold.
Worth.
10 more, it's a champion kill.
That's better than if he had Ignite in the Baron pit.
That teamfight was catastrophic for OMG. Look at this. Cool. You should have stepped there.
See you later, mate. Massive engage from Lupa here as well, as Cool's going to fall down. Xiaohu looking to follow up onto Xiang here as the heroic charge is going to lock him down. Double kill as Xiaohu says, yes, I'm on the line, ladies and gentlemen.
Thing is he's been online. This has frankly been OMG have understood that they've been behind and they cannot fight unless it's worth a pick, so they've been avoiding RNG. But RNG have frankly been mismanaging their map priority. Like, they could have made this play and this pressure on Baron so much earlier.
I don't want to take too much away from them. It's still pretty cool.
This Baron's gone.
I mean,
it's
it
a
worked.
6-0 for Ryze as well.
It worked out in the end, but it's just could have been a little bit cleaner. And it's funny too because RNG have one of the highest Baron controls in the league. I think it's the second highest in the LPL. They love the purple worm.
Yeah, they do.
But this game, they've just been like, screw that guy.
Ain't about that. Ain't about that live. Xiaohu, with his teleport available, Guardian Angel completed outright after that Baron fell down. That's another BF sword for Name. He is building the Infinity Edge. I'm so proud. Warlord's Bloodlust going to make up for the lack of double lifesteal, as he already partially has that, especially at low health.
Last item, Infinity Edge.
Yeah. He's ballooned ahead in the farm here as well, as the Civ has been getting a lot of that free lane farm. As Lupa is battling with a Rift Scuttler. Oh, if only he had a Trinity Force now. Does, however, have a Randuin's Omen. The man has a bunch of tanky stats, building to hopefully that Thornmail is the final item. As yeah, the teleport is coming in. RNG looking to block off Cool. He's going fast, but not fast enough. My God, he was so dead.
Just deleted right there. Now it looks like it's going to be this mid-rush. Echo's already there.
Thanks for the leash.
Yeah.
Now RNG going to continue their push towards this mid lane. Lupa doesn't have his teleport quite yet, but it's still going to be getting a split push done up in the top lane. Should be able to take down that turret if nobody is sent up there to respond. RNG looking to try and take down this mid lane inhibitor turret. Parallel Convergence has gone down. Doesn't stun anybody, but MLG does get a nice shield for it. That is the turret going down. On the hunt was popped by Name as well, as the inhibitor will eventually fall. And RNG will look for another objective to take afterwards. Running up towards the top lane in a turret. MLG is going to get some decent damage down onto with the rest of RNG. Baroned up minions are going to help with the push as well.
It's already the easiest inhibitor of their life as they take down this inner turret.
Yep.
Barrel just going to be skirted.
Full control.
Yeah.
10,000 gold lead for RNG as well. They're looking to continue this push on towards the base.
OMG have one more chance.
Temper Fate does come out. They might look for that fight. They decide not to pull the trigger with that. There goes the Pulverize onto Trent. Mata in deep into the back line. So is MLG and Lupa. Xiaohu trying to take down Cool once again. SMLZ comes to his aid. He's been exhausted, which he'll cleanse out of immediately. Has to try and flash away. Xiaohu's locked him up. He takes him down. The Guardian's Angel will be popped as well as Lupa. He's going to try and jump onto 5 once again. And Xiang is the last last tree standing inside the base as RNG sweep through OMG's lineup. They're looking to take the game.
Trade the GA for SMLZ. Hashtag worth right there. And like you said, they're ripping through these Nexus towers, and RNG close out 2-1.
That was beautiful from RNG. So much more controlled play that game against an OMG roster that felt like Azir was the only thing holding back that team comp. Turns out you just play Rise, wait till about 25 minutes and kill everyone. Xiaohu really playing well that entire series. Of course, the Azir was fantastic, then the Rise, and it's just RNG on the whole looking brilliant. And you mentioned, Mata, happy to pick up the Alistair anytime. The engagements from that guy were stunning. Absolutely stunning. So, a well-deserved bow and another 2-0 victory today as RNG take down OMG.
Not as decisive. A series that they probably would have liked. Again, game 1, OMG were firmly in control and it came down to a single team fight, but RNG at least showing that their late game 5v5 is still very much intact. So if they could just catch up on the... It's funny because they were used to be known as an early game team. So if they can just pick up the early game a little bit to match their 5v5 late game, they'll be great going into playoffs.
Yeah, and we'll actually see whether they can develop this because they are more, well and truly towards that top spot. It will be first or second for them. Whether or not EDG can get to that top spot or not is yet to be found out. We'll see whether RNG can continue finding victories because OMG was arguably the harder matchup out of what EDG and RNG both just faced because OMG looking a little bit better than Vici at the moment. EDG, however, looking a little bit better on the Rift as far as strategic play.
RNG are 11-3 now, so 2 more games to play. EDG are 11-4 with only 1 game left to play. So it's still in RNG's hands to maintain that top spot. And after the game, they're looking to try and continue that.
Yeah, we'll see if they can. Of course, first seed going to be rather important as well. And if both of these sides just take victories heading out, which is what they're looking like they'll be able to do. I'd actually be interested to see whether they're going to be playing one another or not, anything like that. But I'm not entirely sure.
They played each other last week.
Of course.
Or the beginning of this week.
The beginning of this week. In fact, it was game number
3. It's
been
been a long week.
It has. Kind of feels like it was last week. But a 2-0 victory for EDG nonetheless over Vici this morning. Feels like this morning. I believe it was still tonight. Not entirely sure what the time is.
At the beginning of this year, Vici and EDG.
As IG were then able to take down Hyper Youth Gaming in what were some impressive games, especially game number 1, game number 2. A little bit more frantic, but still brilliant play, especially out of that mid laner rookie. The man really turning up. Twisted Fate and Azir, both of these champions that he's dusted off just recently and looking very, very strong. And just then, RNG taking down OMG. 2-0 sets, and OMG, honestly, after game number 1, the fact that they even brought it to RNG at all in game number 2 is impressive because it's really, really hard coming back from that loss after being ahead for so long. But here are the standings. As we were mentioning before, RNG and EDG even, but with an extra game to play on the side of RNG. And OMG now 8-6, 8-7 for IG. So extra game for OMG to play as far as facing off against IG are concerned, but we'll see exactly what does happen because if OMG continue to lose games, IG may be able to sneak up even further in the standings to that 3rd position.
And IG have a game against them. So that's right. If OMG lose their game against EDG and Vici, that's Vici's standing to take. They have the better head-to-head as well. So it's still wide open for the last 4 spots.
The last 2 spots,
Last
anyway.
2 spots, yeah.
Again, it is going to be top 4 that sneak into that playoff position. But in Group A, speaking of playoffs, so we know that for sure it's going to be QG, Team WE, Snake, and LGD, and then RNG and EDG.
Yep.
And
Guaranteed, yeah.
Guaranteed. So now it's about OMG, Vici, and Invictus Gaming and kind of how the race breaks down there.
Yeah, exactly right. And whether or not we're going to see sort of new and improved play out of Group A, because these games not necessarily about playoff contention necessarily at this stage, everyone locked in, but it's about the seeding and it's also about momentum moving into these games because we're talking about the likes of Snake, a team that often falters when it comes to that playoff stage, and LGD, a team that only seems to know how to play when it comes down to playoffs. And I think, that's another excuse we can use as far as Worlds is concerned. They were in the group stage, so unfortunately there were no playoffs.
Yeah,
so
they had made it to playoffs completely.
Yeah.
Nice save.
I've been continuing to make excuses since Worlds. I think it's a time to possibly let it go. It's been 6 months. Just chill out, Atlas. We're going to be fine. But look, I'm excited to see whether LGD are going to actually step up to the plate in the playoff run because other teams may falter. QG and Snake, eyes on you in order to continue the form. And, you know, QG coming off a victory just recently. And what are we expecting out of this side? Are we thinking that Doinby back on the roster and then they're going to stop resting, everything's going to be good?
One would hope so, but it's so weird. Right now, it seems like our meta in the LPL is like late game 5v5, like a single team fight, and that decides it. We saw Invictus Gaming, RNG, even EDG do that all today. And QG, that's kind of been their MO from the beginning, is their 5v5 team fighting. And yes, we expect China to be a fighting region or a very aggressive region, but it's turned into these very elongated freeze farm fests until they just have to run into each other and then everything explodes, as opposed to this uncurbed aggression of making these tower dives and trying to snowball off of skirmishes.
Yeah, and that's only been recently as well. And Chalgrid, like you mentioned, been resting some of their players, not playing Doinby as much, not really playing Uzi as much as well. I'd like to see how they fare when they put both of them back into the line. I think they probably will do that close to the playoffs as well. And because that's their playstyle, even without them on their lineup, we've still seen games where they've been able to team fight from 9,000 gold behind with the likes of Borosal in the mid lane, 9,000 gold behind with Pekko as the AD carry as well. So they're still sticking to that playstyle. I think with their lineup complete and they put them back into the mid lane, into the bottom lane, they're going to still be able to do that.
Yeah, I definitely think so as well. We'll see exactly what's going to happen. But Xiaohu going to pick up a back-to-back MVP with another 3-3 scoreline. That hasn't been updated because I believe it was closer to 8-0 and 5 on the Rise. So there's some Azir stats for you. We'll get the Rise stats for you after that. I was like 3-3 and 8. Didn't look like that.
He was unkilled that game. I swear.
Yeah.
No.
Wow.
They got his GA.
Yeah, that's true. And that counts for 3 deaths in my
Traded
book.
the GA for SMLZ on the last Siege battle there. But no, I have no complaints with Xiaohu getting back-to-back MVPs. And that's kind of the other big thing is Xiaohu was kind of almost the weak member on RNG before. Not necessarily weak, but just passive. He was just kind of, insert wave clear mid laner
He also was the one that didn't have the name for himself either. I mean, Xiaohu was the guy that played for Gamty. Not the guy that was like a world champion like Mata, like Lupa. I mean, you've got all of this sort of star-studded roster, and then you've got Xiaohu just chilling. I like Azir. That's
I
him.
play Azir and Xerath.
Shurima.
Yeah, no, and he's actually really been stepping up. It was actually at IEM when he picked up Lysandre. It's like, damn, Xiaohu came to play at that international, but the rest of RNG not so much. But Xiaohu was on point, and it's continued back over into the LPL. And it's funny, Xiaohu is the only player in the LPL that was actually banned for, not banned, but delayed playing due to his age.
Wow. Oh, yes, of course.
Remember this? He couldn't play the first week. So he's one of the youngest players in the league. So the growth and the maturing for him can still go.
Yeah, the ceiling most definitely really high.
Yeah, ceiling.
That's really shown over the season. And like what we talked about RNG as well, I hope that this continues for Xiaohu on RNG. I hope that he continues to grow in this way and just gets better and better.
Well, we'll see what happens as we are going to head towards our final week of the LPL. As it is tonight, though, this is it. Of course, we still have one more final week, but for tonight, thank you very much for watching. I've, of course, been Atlas Frosker and Fish here as well. Thank you so much on behalf of us and the production team. See you next week.